Julianna's POV. I stood up with the intention of going with Alex to look over what he and Elijah had gotten ready for the elders, when I got a sudden head rush and became very dizzy. Sinking back into my chair, I heard Alex ask me if I was all right. All I could think about was how hot my body was beginning to feel. It was different than any heat I had felt before. There was a burning sensation within my womb, and I pressed my thighs together, trying to stop the painful feeling. Sophia was going feral in my head, trying to take control and launch herself at Alex from behind the desk. The heat was intensifying, as if lava was running through my veins. I knew what was happening. I was having my first heat. "Alex," I said lustfully, looking at his face go from confusion and then to realization. He immediately stood up, went around his desk, and placed his hands on either side of my face. The feeling his touch gave me was intense, electricity I had never felt before. Through the burning, I could feel my desire leaking out and soaking my underwear. "I'm so sorry, I didn't realize it would happen this soon after marking each other," he apologized. "It's okay," I told him, having a hard time focusing because of the burning sensation all throughout my body, but especially the aching in my womb. "Alpha, please." There was only one thing that was going to cool the raging fire inside of me. Alex kissed me hard, opening my mouth. He invaded with his tongue. I felt him lift me out of my seat and cradle me in his arms against his hard chest. Without breaking our heated kiss, Alex ran us through the pack house and back to our apartment. I'm sure it looked like an odd sight to anyone that was round, but it didn't matter to me. Going directly to our room, he set me on my feet next to the bed. Looking into his eyes, I watched them flash black with pure lust as my heat was affecting him through our bond. Before he could do anything, I was already undoing the buckle of his jeans. Pulling them to the floor along with his boxers, he kicked them off quickly. He ripped his shirt off his head, then reached for mine, which he simply tore from my body with his bare hands. His fingers elongated into claws as he ripped either side of my shorts and let them fall to the ground. "I'm not going to have any clothes left soon," I said before he picked me up and set me on the edge of the bed. Alex got on his knees in front of me and spread my legs so he could settle between them. He took each of my breasts in his hands and began to massage them gently. I threw my head back when he took one of my nihals in his mouth, causing my core to pulse with need. Laying back on the bed, Alex trailed kisses down the length of my torso, stopping just over my clut. His hot breath made me buck my hips towards his face, unable to control my need to feel him touch me. "Alex, I need you," I breathed out. When I felt him lick the entire length of my folds, I screamed out in pure pleasure. Nothing had ever felt so good before. He reached up and took one breast in his hand, while his tongue moved up and down, and then in circles over my sensitive nub. All I could do was moan out and grab fistfuls of the blankets. My orgasm came so quickly and so intensely, I wasn't prepared for it. "Yes, holy shit! Yes, I'm coming!" The burning sensation was not going away, and although I loved what Alex was doing, I needed more. Sitting up, I grabbed him and crashed my lips onto his, pulling him on top of me. He helped move me back, so we were both now fully on the bed. I needed him inside me, cooling the raging inferno that was coursing through me. "I need you inside me, fucking me, now!" I told him. Without missing a beat, he swiftly entered me. I arched my back and broke our kiss as he filled me completely. The burning was now becoming a dull, warming sensation as Alex thrusted in and out of me. The boiling lava was now turning my mind to molten mush. All I could think about was the feeling of pleasure Alex was giving me, bringing me to the edge of ecstasy. "Don't stop," I told him as my second orgasm fully engulfed my body. Alex grunted out as he came at the same time I did. Without stopping, I used my strength to flip us, so I was now on top. Going straight back into it, I started bouncing up and down on his still rock-hard dick. He took hold of my hips and helped me bounce up and down quickly. "Fuck, baby," he moaned out, which only caused the lava in me to burn hotter. I couldn't get enough of him. Even after multiple rounds, my desire was so strong. Alex had moved us into the shower, hoping to cool me down slightly, and had me pinned against the wall as he pumped in and out of me hard as fast. "Yes, Alex!" I called out as I fell over my pleasure cliff for another time. Finally, the burning had subsided and was now a light tickling of warmth. I rested my head on Alex's shoulder as he carried me out of the shower and set me, naked, on the counter. Grabbing a fluffy towel, he wrapped me in it, then carried me to our bed. I was so tired after not sleeping all night from running to find Cornelia, and then the last several hours spent in heat. "Are you okay? Do you need anything?" Alex asked, kissing my temple and pulling the duvet over me. "I'm pretty hungry," I told him. "I'll go make us something." He went out of our bedroom and into the kitchen. "Holy shot, that was intense," Sophia said, panting. "You're telling me it's not even over yet. I knew a wolf's heat could last a few days. I hoped that wouldn't be the case because the elders were coming the day after tomorrow." The next thing I knew, Alex was waking me up, holding a tray of food. "Did I fall asleep?" I asked groggily. "Yeah, but you needed it. I made us some pasta and garlic bread." "That sounds amazing." I sat up in bed as he placed the tray across my lap. Alex climbed into bed with me on the other side as I began to eat. "This is incredible," I told him. "Thanks. It's a pretty easy recipe, but it's pretty much foolproof. One day I'll cook for you," I joked. "You don't know how to cook," Sophia laughed. "Oh, what? And you do?" "No, but I know how to hunt." "You've never hunted anything a day in your life," I reminded her. She just stuck her tongue out at me. "Did you really mean what you said about pack members leaving if they're not accepting of Cornelia?" I asked him. "I did. This pack has a long-standing history of the alphas being intolerant to other creatures, but I want that to stop with me. Just like Cornelia's coven, the fear of the unknown has always driven their desire to keep us apart." "I appreciate that. I'm really happy she's here and that she can start teaching me magic. I think it'll be good for everyone to have a couple of witches in our pack." Halfway through our meal, the burning sensation was beginning to return to my womb. Again, I pressed my thighs together, trying to stop the sensation from spreading. Alex must have sensed it because he looked at me. "Is it starting again?" I just nodded my head as I licked my lips, the desire to have him inside me growing once again. I didn't need to say anything. He quickly took the tray and placed it on the floor. Throwing the duvet off me, he tore the towel away, revealing my naked body. His cuck was already at full attention, and I grabbed it in my hand, moving up and down slowly. Alex closed his eyes and groaned loudly, sending a jolt of electricity to my burning core. I couldn't do much more than that because he flipped me, so I was on my side, before grabbing my hips and pulling me onto all fours. We continued our dance until it was pitch black outside, and the only light in the room was the reflection of the moon. I cried out in a final orgasm before I collapsed next to Alex on the bed, completely satisfied and no longer burning. After an entire day of burning, it seemed to finally be over. "Thank Goddess that ended before the elders arrived," I sighed. Alex was just lying next to me, breathing heavily. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, just give me a second." "I think we broke him," Sophia laughed. "Can't keep up with my heat desire, King?" I smirked. He eyed me sideways but laughed. "I think we've both earned about an entire week's worth of sleep," he said. "Agreed. That nap I took earlier wasn't enough after running all night long." Alex came closer to me, and I snuggled into his embrace, smiling as I took in his delicious scent. He drew the covers over top of us both, and it wasn't long before I drifted off to sleep, completely content. Alexander's POV. As I opened my eyes, with the bright light of the sun filling the room, I had no idea what time it was. Glancing at the clock on the nightstand, it told me it was 1 in the afternoon. Dan, I did not mean to sleep half the day away. "Alpha, are you busy?" Jason's voice rang out in my head. "Not at the moment. What's going on?" "I'm sorry to bother you, especially right now, but your mother is insisting she talk to you. She's being extremely disruptive in the dungeon." "Fuck! All right. I'll be right down to see what she wants. I'll let her know you're on your way." Julia was still sleeping soundly next to me. I placed a hand on her shoulder and was pleased to discover she was cool to the touch. Her heat did indeed seem to have ended in the middle of the night. Kissing her forehead, she smiled in her sleep. My mom wanted to talk to me about what I had no idea. Climbing out of bed, I wanted to shower first. She would just have to wait a little while longer. While I was in the shower, I got a mind link from Elijah. "Alpha, there's a delivery here for you. They have the art supplies you got for Julia. Okay, could you have them set it all up in the office next to mine? I'm having that turned into her office as a surprise. Of course, consider it done. Thanks, Elijah. How'd the tour with Cornelia go? It was good. Hannah thoroughly overwhelmed her like I expected. How's Julia? She's good, sleeping right now. Does everyone know? Pretty much. Some people saw you running with her from the pack house and they'd sense the heat, especially a few of the unmated wolves. Dan, well, I guess that's to be expected. Don't worry, just focus on making those hybrid pups, Elijah laughed. Just get the stuff into her office, all right? Will do. What are you gonna do? Jason said my mother is raging in the dungeons and wants to talk to me. I wonder why that is. I have no idea, but to save everyone's eardrums, I'm gonna go and talk to her. Good luck. Let me know if you need some backup. I'm sure I'll be able to handle it, but thanks. I hopped out of the shower, threw on a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, and went to check on Julia. She was still sleeping, so I wrote her a note for when she woke up, letting her know where I had gone. On my way to the dungeon, I tried to prepare myself for what I was sure was going to be my mother's famous guilt and manipulation. One thing was for certain, she was not going to change my mind about anything, no matter how hard she tried. Going into the dark stone corridor, I walked somberly to her cell. She was perched on the edge of her bed, no longer dressed in her fancy designer clothes, but in a black, long-sleeved shirt and matching sweatpants. Her hair looked messy and unkempt, and all the makeup had been washed from her face. "Mother," I said. She turned her head to look at me, standing up and walking to the bars. The chain around her ankle was keeping her from shifting and escaping. "I heard you needed to talk to me." "Yes, I was hoping after some time you would come to your senses and let me out of here." "You can't be serious? Did my last conversation with you mean nothing?" "Look, I know what I did was wrong, trying to break you and Julia up. I admit that. Do you really think this is a matter that needs to be taken to the elders?" Yes, I do. You broke more laws than I can count." I talked to Elder Stanley, and he agreed with me that they should be the ones to make the decision. "Okay, look, I think we can come to some kind of compromise here. I admit that I was wrong. What we can do is keep Julia for you to have pups with, but you can mark Cecilia and have her as your queen. You need to have Lycan by your side. A were-witch is not going to be helpful to this pack." I guess it was too dark in the dungeons, so she wasn't able to see Julia's mark already on my neck. "Mother, it's too late for that. I've already marked Julia and she's marked me. Besides, I don't want Cecilia in any way. Julia is my mate, Queen and Luna." "How could you do that?" Suddenly gone was her sweet and innocent demeanor that had just been present. "How could you betray your pack like that?" "I have done no such thing. I have marked the person the moon goddess selected for me." "The moon goddess made a mistake. She never makes mistakes, and you know that." "This is not what's supposed to happen," she yelled. "Calm yourself," I breathed in a threateningly low tone. "This is the last conversation I will have with you about this. The elders will be here tomorrow, and that will be the last time we see each other." "How can you say that? I'm your mother." "Not anymore. A mother would never do what you did to me. A mother would risk her life to see their child happy. They would risk their own life to protect them, like Julia's birth mother, Cornelia. She helped us fight October Moon. She guided me to Julia so I could save her, at the expense of her own life. She was banished from her coven for helping, which she knew could happen. You might have given birth to me, but you're nothing like what a mother should be." I was done with this conversation, so I turned and started walking away from her. "Alexander, don't walk away from me." She really wasn't going to give up convincing me to do what she wanted. I didn't stop. I kept walking and just let her scream her piece. "Alex, are you still talking with your mom?" Julia asked. "No, I'm on my way back to the apartment. If you get dressed, I have a surprise for you." "Really? What is it?" "If I told you now, that ruins the whole surprise aspect. I'll be there in a couple of minutes." "Elijah, is everything set up in the office?" "It is. The office part isn't ready, but I had them make the other area really nice for her." "Perfect, thank you." I went back to our apartment to find Julia dressed and in the kitchen cleaning up what I didn't have a chance to. You don't have to do that, I told her. I know, but I wanted to. You were so wonderful to me yesterday and last night. I wanted to do something nice. Thank you, I said, coming up and placing a kiss on her exposed shoulder since she was wearing a tank top. Wrapping my arms around her waist, I took in her scent. Can you take a break from this for your surprise? I think I can take a quick break, she said, putting her dish towel down. She followed me out of our apartment and up the stairs. Where exactly are we going? To the room next to my office. What do you have for me in there? You'll find out in just a second. We reached the door, and I turned to face her. Close your eyes. She did what I asked, and I opened the door, taking both her hands and leading her across the threshold. I walked her into the middle of the room and faced her towards what I had bought. Elijah had done a nice job making sure everything looked perfect. Okay, stand right here. Open your eyes. Julia opened her eyes and gasped with excitement. I had gotten her a large drawing table with lights, chair, and places to hold her pencils, an easel with multiple canvases, shelves that now housed pads of drawing paper, pencils, paint, watercolors, pretty much anything the salesperson said an artist needed. Holy shit, Alex, did you do this? When did you do this? When we were shopping. Hannah had you going from store to store, and I took Elijah to pick all this out for you. I figured you had some stuff at October Moon, but I felt bad you had to leave it all there. This is amazing. Thank you so much. She launched herself into my arms and kissed me. I'm glad you like it. This is also going to be your office once we finish with the renovations. An office. I get to have my own office? Absolutely, a proper office for a Luna. She let go of me and started going through all the things I had gotten. I didn't know what type of drawing you like to do, so I got a little of everything. No, this is all perfect. It's been a while since I was able to do anything. The last thing I did was draw Sophia on my last day at October Moon, but I didn't manage to take it with me. I'd love to see you draw something. Like what? Anything, whatever you want. She thought for a second before picking out a pad of drawing paper and sitting down at her new table. I took a seat in one of the old chairs and watched in awe as she began creating. For an hour, her pencil danced across the paper, making precise and beautiful lines and shapes. What do you think? She asked, turning in her chair and holding up the pad so I could see. Getting closer, I saw she had drawn her, myself, Hannah, and Elijah all standing outside the pack house. For how quickly she had done it, there was a lot of detail, from the tattoo on my arm to Elijah's broad face and Hannah's highlighted blonde hair. It's amazing. You're incredibly talented. The smile on her face at my compliment went from ear to ear. We should frame this and put it in our apartment. No, it's not that good, she said. Yes, it is, and I'd love to look at it every day. I placed a kiss on the top of her head. We should probably go back and look over everything for the elders tomorrow. We keep saying we're going to do it, and then something stops us. I know. We need to make sure we have our story straight. Reluctantly, both of us left her office and made the short walk to the apartment. Spending the next few hours going over every detail of what Logan and my mother did, making certain we didn't miss anything too small. Alexander's POV. The day of my mother's trial had finally come. After spending a few hours yesterday going over everything, we called Marvin and Sandra to let them know what happened with Cornelia. They were happy she was alive and safe. Sandra planned to come visit in a couple of days. This morning, we had woken up before the sun out of sheer anxiety about today and were currently lying under the duvet in each other's arms. How are you feeling about today? Julia asked me. I'm anxious about what her punishment will be, but I'll be relieved when it's all over. How long do you think this is going to take? It's hard to say, an hour to a couple hours. I've never been around any pack elders before, let alone Lycan elders. They can be very intimidating, but just remember we're not the ones on trial. Don't let them scare you. Just go in there and tell them everything that happened. I could feel Julia shaking slightly in my embrace, so I started running my fingertips up and down her arm, trying to bring her comfort with my touch. Moving my fingers up, I stroked her neck and into her hair. This got me a sensual moan from her, and I could smell her sweet arousal starting to spread through the air. She opened her eyes and looked at me. I smiled, bending down to kiss her lips. Julia tangled her fingers in my hair, pulling slightly to expose my mark, which she then kissed and sucked, making me groan out in pleasure. Rolling us so she was on top of me, I ripped her shirt open with my hands, exposing her breasts. Taking one in each hand, I massaged them gently, before taking her knuckle in my mouth, causing her to throw her head back and gasp. I didn't want to wait any long, as my dick was already straining against my pajama pants. I ripped her shorts and underwear off before pulling my pants down. "That was my favorite pajama set," she said. "I'll buy you another one," I told her, pulling her down for another kiss. Lifting her up by the waist, I helped slowly guide her down on top of me. I moaned as her tight walls closed around throbbing dick. She began bouncing up and down, placing her hands on my chest for leverage. I reached in between us and started gently stroking her swollen clot, which caused her to arch her back, gasping. "Fuck Alex, yes!" "Goddess, you're so tight," I groaned. She kept bouncing faster and faster, and I could tell she was getting close. I flipped us over, so I was now on top before pulling out of her completely. "What are you doing?" she groaned. "Hang on a second." I reached into the bedside drawer and pulled out a vibrator. "Come here," I breathed out. Julia got up onto her knees and I sat up against the headboard. Pulling her into my lap, I turned her around so she was facing the long mirror across the room. I entered her again, causing her to suck in a breath. Turning the vibrator on, I reached around and started moving it in circles on her clot. "Holy shit!" she yelled out, throwing her head back and bucking her hips into it. Hearing her moans so loudly was pushing me to the edge. As she got closer to release, she began moaning louder and louder. Kissing her mark spot was what she needed to come undone. "Yes, don't stop! I'm coming," she called, bouncing faster now. I felt myself shoot my load deep inside her as the orgasm washed over me and her walls convulsed. I held the vibrator in place, elongating her pleasure, making her squirm on my cuck. Once I was satisfied with how much she had enjoyed it, I pulled the vibrator away and she collapsed on the bed next to me. I placed the vibrator on the nightstand before lying next to Julia and stroking her face. "That calmed me down," she laughed. "I'm happy you enjoyed that. Next time I'll have you watch yourself," I told her, bending down and giving her ass a love bite. "Can we just stay in bed and do that all day instead of going to this trial?" I wish we could. I stood up and reached out a hand to help Julia to her feet. She got up and I hugged her tightly, resting my chin on the top of her head. "I need to shower," she murmured into my chest. "Mind if I join you?" "Is that vibrator waterproof?" she asked. Julia pulled away from me and started walking seductively towards the bathroom. I grabbed the vibrator and ran after her, smiling. This woman was going to be the death of me. After round 2 in the shower, Julia and I were in our closet finding appropriate clothes to wear for when the elders got here. I picked out black dress pants, light blue long-sleeve button-down, and black dress shoes. Julia looked beautiful in a business-casual style maroon dress with a small slit on the back. She paired the dress with black strappy heels and a layer of light makeup. I got a mind link from Elijah as Julia was standing in front of the full-length mirror brushing through the curls she had put into her hair. "Alpha, the elders are almost here. Hannah and I are heading outside to meet them." "Thanks, Elijah. We'll be right there." "They're almost here," I told Julia. "Do I look okay?" "You look stunning," I said with a smile. She smiled back as she set her brush down on the vanity. I took her by the hand, and together we walked down the stairs and outside. Hannah and Elijah were standing at the bottom of the stairs to the pack house. Elijah was in navy blue dress pants, white button-down, and his black hair was smoothed into a nice style. My guess was Hannah told him he couldn't go into this trial with his usual untamed long hair. Hannah had opted for a gray pencil skirt with matching jacket and a red shirt underneath. She was also sporting high heels in a nude color. "You guys look great," Hannah remarked when we got closer. "So do you," replied Julia. "Let's hope this is over quickly," Elijah said. I wasn't able to respond because 3 SUVs were pulling up the driveway. The driver got out of the first one and opened the back door. Elder Stanley got out of the car, followed by Elder Charles. Elder Marcus, Elder Edward, Elder Victor, and Elder Dalton all got out of the following cars. "Elder Stanley," I said, stepping forward to shake his hand. "Thank you for coming and helping us with this matter. Alpha Alexander, we're happy we could be of assistance." He shook my hand and then looked at Julia. "Allow me to introduce my mate. This is Julianna Parker." "Luna Julianna," Stanley said curtly, shaking her hand. "It's nice to meet you, Elder Stanley. We look forward to having you in our pack." "Thank you. Shall we head inside?" "Of course, we'll be heading into the conference room to the right. Our head of patrols, Jason, will be bringing my mother shortly." "Such a mess we have on our hands here," Elder Stanley commented. "I agree. Everyone here is anxious to hear what you all have to say about that matter. We will address everything we need to today." Entering the conference room, there was a long head table for the elders, myself and Julia. My mother would be sitting at one of the tables in front of the head table, while Elijah and Hannah could sit in the area for witnesses. We filed in and took our seats, me and Julia in the middle of the table with the three elders on either side. Jason was waiting in a nearby room with my mother. "Jason, you can bring her in now," I told him. "Yes, Alpha." He entered the room, holding my mother under the arm, who was chained in silver handcuffs. My mother was dressed in a red pantsuit, which I had allowed to be brought to her this morning. Jason sat her down at her table and took a seat next to her. I stood up to address the room. "I want to thank you all for taking the time to come here and hold this trial. As you probably all know, we are here to discuss the accusations against Luna Margaret Hudson, former Queen of the Crystal Sky Pack. Luna Margaret, you stand accused of conspiring with another Alpha and plotting the kidnapping of Crystal Sky's Luna and Queen, along with using magic to destroy the sacred bond of the Moon Goddess. How do you react to these charges?" I sat back down as my mother stood up, a resolved look on her face. "Yes, I did all of those things, but I had good reason to." "And what reason might that be?" Elder Stanley asked. "I do not think a hybrid wolf is fit to be the Luna and Queen of this pack. She does not have what it takes to lead as the Lycan Queen. Her former mate wanted her back, and I wanted to assist him, since my son was unable to see the bigger picture." "Be that as it may, you still broke wolf law by having Luna Julianna kidnapped," Elder Charles added. "Alpha Alexander, what proof do you have of Luna Margaret's crimes?" Elder Marcus asked. "I have her confession she made to me, a letter she wrote pretending to be Julia, in which she said Julia had run away, when in fact she was being held prisoner by Alpha Logan Russell, and the tea that included the potion she fed to me that would make me forget my bond with Julia." "If she fed you this potion, why is it that it didn't work?" Elder Marcus asked. "Because her and Alpha Logan asked my birth mother, who's a witch, to make the potion. She didn't make the one he wanted, and instead made one that put us both in a dreamlike state. While we were in that state, my birth mother came to us and explained what was happening." "I see. Thank you. What happened to this Alpha Logan?" Elder Charles asked. "He's dead. He came back a few days ago looking for revenge. He attacked us and we killed him." "Beta Elijah, do you have anything else to add?" Elder Stanley asked. Elijah stood from his chair. "Everything Alpha Alexander and Luna Julianna have said is the truth. Luna Margaret betrayed her own pack and her own son. I witnessed most of what happened, and I stand by Alpha Alexander's side." He sat back down. "Thank you, Beta Elijah. I think we have heard everything we need to. Please give us a moment to discuss this together." I thought they would ask more questions, maybe ask to see the evidence we had brought with us. The elders all got quiet as they mind-linked between the six of them. After about 3 minutes, Elder Stanley cleared his throat. "We have reached our decision. Luna Margaret, please stand." My mother stood to her feet, looking at Elder Stanley. "Luna Margaret, the elders of the Crystal Sky Pack find you guilty of conspiring and carrying out the napping of Luna Julianna. You are also found guilty of the potential poisoning of Alpha Alexander with a potion you knew nothing about. You are hereby banished from the Crystal Sky Pack. You are also stripped of your title as Luna and Queen of this pack. Jason will escort you off the pack lands, and you are never to return, under the pain of death should you." My mother looked as if she wanted to argue back, but even she knew better than to go against what the elders said. They were the oldest and most respected members of our pack, even though they lived in the city and only came to the pack for things like this. Jason, will you please escort Margaret off the premises? Of course, Elder Stanley. He took my mother by the arm and dragged her from the room. She looked over her shoulder at me, with shock and disgust all over her face. I was about to stand to my feet and call an end to the trial when I noticed Elder Stanley wasn't sitting down yet. We also have one more matter to discuss today. I'm sorry, Elder Stanley, what is that? I asked, confused. Beta Elijah, Princess Hannah, will you kindly leave the room? Elder Stanley asked. Elijah looked at me and I just nodded curtly. They both got up and left the room. What's going on? Julia asked. I don't know. We need to discuss Alpha Alexander being mated to a werewolf and whether or not we can allow this match to continue. Excuse me? I blurted out. Julianna's POV. We need to discuss Alpha Alexander being mated to a werewolf and whether or not we can allow this match to continue. Excuse me? Alex said loudly. Was he really trying to have a trial about mine and Alex's bond right now? But we're already marked. They can't do anything about it now, Sophia said. I don't think there's anything to discuss in this matter. We've already marked each other. Our bond is complete, Alex retorted. See, he knows what's up, Sophia declared proudly. That doesn't mean there aren't things to discuss. Elder Marcus, what are you trying to say? Alex asked. He's trying to say, we have the authority to separate the two of you and force you to choose different mates, Elder Charles said, looking sharply at me. He can't be serious right now? I said to Alex. This is insanity. I'm so sorry, I never saw this coming, he replied. Saw what coming? They can't seriously make us leave each other. Can they? Alpha Alexander, Luna Julianna, will you please go down and sit at one of the desks in front of us? Elder Stanley asked. We're going to entertain this? I asked Alex. I'm not sure we have a choice. You're the king. Don't you have more power than them? Can't you force them to leave? No. Even the king has people higher up than him, unfortunately. Alex got out of his chair, and I followed him, completely dumbfounded at what was happening. Down a couple of steps and over to the oak table, taking a seat, I looked up at the 6 men sitting before us. I only just now noticed how some of them were looking at me with disgust, but others weren't. Others seemed to be giving me a questioning look, with possibly sympathy behind it. Maybe all hope wasn't lost yet. Maybe we could change their minds. I could feel that anger and anxiety emanating from Alex, not just through our bond, but it was also permeating the air. I think the elders began to feel it too, as some of them shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Alpha Alexander, as you know, none of the elders knew of your mating to a werewolf until the other morning when you called. I don't know how this information escaped our ears. Naturally, some became very concerned about this match. The Lycan King being mated to a wolf has never happened in the history of our species. Elder Stanley said. It's something that should never have happened, Elder Marcus said very heatedly. The moon goddess has clearly made a mistake. She's not even a pure wolf. She reeks of witch, Elder Charles added. Elder Charles, please control yourself, Elder Stanley warned. We are not here to throw insults out. I simply do not see why who I'm mated to is any concern for the elders, Alex said defiantly. It does when it could mean the ruin of this pack, Elder Marcus barked. Please explain to me how Julianna will ruin this pack, Alex asked. She does not have the strength that a Lycan has to protect and defend the pack from attacks. Being part witch and part wolf makes her weak. The Luna of this pack must be strong, a skilled fighter, someone who can lead, Elder Marcus said. These are not things werewolves possess. How can you assume that? Asked Alex. We have seen it over many years of our lives. You have seen it in your time as Alpha. You should have rejected her when you realized she was a wolf. Not doing so was a betrayal, Elder Marcus said loathingly. What the do they have against wolves? Sophia growled. I don't know. This is ridiculous. They didn't see what we did against Logan and his pack. They have no idea what we're capable of. Then tell them that. Am I allowed to do that? How should I know? Some of the elders were continuing to spit out hatred toward wolves as I talked to Sophia. Gentlemen, this is absolutely ridiculous. These things that you're saying have no merit in my relationship with Julia, Alex told them. You haven't seen her do what I have. I would like to hear what Luna Julianna has to say, an elder with dark blonde hair and piercing green eyes said. Thank you, Elder Dalton, Alex remarked, glancing over at me. I got to my feet, squaring my shoulders, ready to address the men who wanted to take my mate from me. Sophia was right. All I had to do was speak the truth. With all due respect to all of you, you don't know me. You have not seen the things that I have had to endure, the struggles I have overcome to be standing here in front of you today. You're here to pass judgment on me, without even asking about me. I'm not just a hybrid witch and wolf. I'm the daughter of Cornelia Sullivan, the high priestess of her coven. I'm also the daughter of Alpha Joshua of the Evergreen Pack. I knew none of this myself until a few days ago. I was forced away from my family, taken into a pack that hated me because my mother's coven feared wolves. They tortured me every chance they got for 15 years, but that didn't break me. The moon goddess mated me with the son of the Alpha, the person who hated me the most. But I found a way out, a way to reject him. That's when I found Alexander. He took me in and cared for me because I had been attacked by one of October Moon's warriors and was on the brink of death from a stab wound. Then I was attacked again by his own mother, dragged back to a man who only wanted me for my power. Still, I found a way out. Alex and I fought side by side only to throw down their alpha and banish him from the pack after taking his title from him. He came back looking for revenge only a couple of days ago, where, again, side by side, Alex and I fought and won, finally killing the man who made my life a living heat for 15 years. I have been tortured, stabbed, slapped, poisoned, and hated for most of my life. Just when I finally think it's time to be happy, you want to take that away from me. And for what reason other than you being scared? Fear is what started this entire thing. Fear of wolves from my mother's coven forced a family apart. It destroyed a scared mate bond between my parents as they were forced to reject each other. My father took a chosen mate for his pack, but my mother never fully recovered. You're scared of what you don't know and don't understand. I have done nothing but fight for my life and my pack since finding Alex. Together we have already beaten the odds and came out the other side. I will continue to do that with him every day. And if you're unable to see my worth because I stand on 4 legs instead of 2, then that's your problem. Nothing you say today will keep me from my mate. Alex stood up confidently next to me, gripping my hand in his. Elders, I appreciate you coming here today to assist with the punishment of my mother, but if you try and take my mate from me, I will resign as the Alpha King of this pack, and with no heir to the throne, it will pass to my sister Hannah. The elders looked between the 6 of them, worry on some of their faces. You have not seen the greatness, kindness, compassion, and sacrifice Julia has given. I would rather love her as a rogue than as the king. There was nothing but silence that followed. All the elders' eyes were on myself and Alex. Luna Julianna, these things you speak of sound like great mountains to overcome, Elder Dalton said. They were, but we climbed them together. Julia makes me stronger, not weaker. She is a strong person and leader. She will continue to do amazing things as she grows in her role as Crystal Sky's Luna. No one said anything, and finally, after several minutes, Elder Dalton stood to his feet. All of those in favor of allowing Alpha Alexander and Luna Julianna to remain a mated pair, please raise your hand. Elder Dalton raised his hand, followed by Elder Edward and Elder Victor. Elder Stanley was gazing at us, a look of contemplation on his face. He, too, raised his hand, while Elder Marcus and Charles glared at us loathingly. That settles it. You may continue to lead your pack as you have done, Elder Stanley declared. Sophia was doing backflips in my head as Alex squeezed my hand. Thank you for seeing reason, Alex told them. This Elders' Council meeting has come to an end, Elder Stanley declared. Alpha Alexander, Luna Julianna, thank you for being here today. Thank you for listening to us, Alex told him. All the elders got to their feet and began exiting the room. As Elder Marcus walked by, I heard him whisper, "This isn't over. I'll find a way to stop this abomination of a match." Careful, Elder Marcus. Threats with no backing behind them don't usually end well, Alex spat back. He glared at us again before filing out of the room with the others. I turned to Alex and stared at him wide-eyed. Holy shit, did that really just happen? You were fucking amazing, he said, picking me up and hugging me hard. I've never been so scared in my entire life. I told him, finally breathing a sigh of relief. I'm so sorry. I was not expecting them to turn that around on us like that, he apologized. But the speech you gave was incredible. You're incredible. We stayed in each other's arms, not saying anything, until the door opened, and in walked Elijah and Hannah. You guys didn't come out, and we got worried. What happened? Hannah asked. The elders tried to break us up. They what? They both said together. It seemed Marcus and Charles were not particularly happy with our mating, and they made that known. Well, what the were they planning to do? They wanted to order us to mate and mark other people, I told them. What made them change their minds? Elijah asked. Julia did. She gave an amazing speech, and 4 of them voted in our favor. I don't think all the elders cared about us mating, but a few did, and I was really worried for a second. I just told the truth, I said. It must have been one heat of a truth to convince the elders. They usually make up their minds about what they plan to do before they even hear the evidence, Elijah added. Really? I asked. Yeah, it's very rare for them to change their minds right in the middle of a meeting, Hannah told me. I think you're more powerful than you know, Sophia said. Does this mean it's all over? Everything with Logan and Mom? Are we finally done worrying? Hannah asked. For now, I think we are. It seems like Marcus is still looking for a way to stop our relationship, but I'm not that worried about the anger of one elder, Alex said. I can't believe it's over, I told them. After all these years, I'm finally free and able to live a normal, happy life. Everyone smiled at me, and Alex put his arm around my shoulder. We should go out and celebrate tonight, Hannah said excitedly. Julia's only 18. She can't drink yet, Alex reminded her. There's plenty of places in the city where you can get in at 18. Come on, it'll be fun. She looked at me enthusiastically. Sure, why not? Yes, is she not the best sister ever? Hannah asked, looking at Elijah. What should we do until then? I asked. I can think of a couple things. Alex purred in my head. I think we'll have some time for that, Alpha, I replied. We all walked from the conference room laughing and talking, finally able to breathe freely for the first time in a long time. Alexander's POV. Later that night, Elijah, Julia, Hannah, and I were all driving in my car to the city to celebrate everything we had managed to accomplish in the last couple of days. Julia had never seen the city before, and Hannah insisted we had to go to one of the local clubs for her first experience. Although she wouldn't be able to drink, not being 21, Hannah convinced her we would all still have a good time. Before I took over for my father, the 3 of us frequented the city a lot on a Friday or Saturday night. There were a lot of clubs that let you in at 18, but you got a different colored wristband letting the bartenders know not to serve you alcohol, even if you tried. I let Hannah pick out where we were going, since she seemed the most exuberant about it. You're gonna love this place, Hannah said from the back seat. It's got a great DJ, and everyone is always dancing. I've never had a bad experience with this place. They even have live local bands sometimes, Elijah added. Sounds like fun, Julia said. Hannah had also picked out her outfit, so she was sporting a sparkly silver 2-piece set. The spaghetti-strap crop top fell just under her boobs, while the matching high-waisted skirt showed off plenty of midriff. When she first came out of our closet wearing it, she noted that she looked like a disco ball, and I had to agree. But she was the hottest-looking disco ball I had ever seen. Pulling into the parking garage across from the club, we all exited the car and began walking over. Cornelia had graciously conjured an ID for Julia, since she didn't have one. There was a long line outside the club, but Hannah confidently walked right past everyone and directly to the man at the door. She smiled at him politely, whispering in his ear while batting her eyelashes, and without saying anything, he stepped aside to let the 4 of us in, much to the annoyance of everyone in line. Julia looked at me questioningly, but all I could do was shrug my shoulders. Walking into the club, it was crowded already. People were lining the bar to get drinks. Others were sitting around tables or dancing. Let's go find a place to sit, Hannah yelled over the music. Searching the area, we found a little spot with a couch and 2 chairs all set around a table. Once we claim this place, no one else comes over. Hannah yelled again. You guys stay here. We'll go get some drinks, I told Julia and Hannah. Elijah and I walked over to the bar, pushing through a lot of people in the process. With how tall we were, there was a lot of attention being called to us. Once at the bar, we waited while the bartender made our drinks. I felt a hand on my arm out of nowhere. Looking to my right, I saw a blonde woman smiling at me. "I haven't seen you here before," she said flirtatiously. "I don't get into the city too much," I told her, shaking my arm out of her grip. "My friends I were wondering how tall you were." She glanced back at two more women smiling in my direction. 6'6", I told her. "You should come join us," she said, placing her hand back on my arm. "Sorry, my girlfriend's waiting for me to bring her back a drink." Her face went from flirty to irritated when I said that. "Oh," was all that came out of her mouth. The bartender handed me my drinks while I handed over my credit card. I didn't give the woman another glance as I walked back to our sitting area. "What did she want?" Elijah asked. "For me to come join her and her friends," I laughed. "Julia got some competition?" he joked. I just looked at him with a "yeah, right" type of expression. Coming back to the girls, they seemed to be in deep conversation. Or maybe they were just trying to be heard over the loud music. Handing Julia her drink, I went and sat beside her on the couch. "Here's to telling the elders to fuck off," Hannah yelled, raising her glass. "I'll cheers to that," I said. "I still can't believe they threatened to break you two up," Elijah told us. I was stupid for not seeing it coming. It should have been clear that some of them would have the same mindset as my mom. "What do you think's going to happen to her?" Elijah asked. "I don't know, and frankly, right now, I don't care." "Exactly, so let's stop talking about it," Hannah interrupted. "We're here to have a good time. Come dance with me, Julia." Hannah grabbed Julia by the hand and hauled her to her feet. They quickly disappeared into the crowd, and Elijah looked at me. "I think my mate is going to steal your mate." "Hannah has that personality," I laughed. "It seems like they're getting along great. Hannah is really happy to finally have a sister. She was getting tired of it just being you." He laughed, and so did I. I had always hoped my mate and sister would get along with one another, but the bond that had formed between them so quickly was fantastic to see. Looking in the direction the girls went, I could see them dancing through the throng of people. I smiled as my Lycan purred with how happy Julia looked, and she smiled and laughed. She looked me directly in the eyes now as she was dancing. "Are you going to let me dance all by myself, Alpha?" I heard in my head. Chuckling to myself, I got up to go join her. Elijah followed me to join Hannah as some large muscular man was eyeing her up and getting a little too close for his liking. Taking Julia in my arms, I spun her around so she was facing me. She put her arms on my shoulders as I held her firmly by the hips and pulled her close to my body. We danced like that for a while until she turned around and began grinding her ash into me. Hannah and Elijah were now making out in the middle of the dance floor. Not that there weren't plenty of other people around doing exactly the same thing. The four of us stayed at the club until after 1 in the morning. "My feet are killing me. Can we go home now?" Julia asked. "Sure, let's just go find the other two." Elijah and Hannah had disappeared into the crowd some time ago. Taking Julia by the hand so I didn't lose her, I began looking for them. The sight I found after a couple minutes of searching wasn't exactly what I expected. Elijah was leaning casually on the bar, a drink in one hand, while he watched Hannah dancing and making out with some random girl. I walked over to him, leaned into his ear, and said, "It's time to go." "What is she doing?" "Just having a little fun," he replied, draining the last of his drink. "You might be her twin, but you don't know her like I do." I could have gone my entire life without hearing you say that. Julia just laughed next to me. Elijah went up to Hannah and told her we were leaving. She said goodbye to the woman and followed us out of the club into the parking garage. Both girls had abandoned their shoes and were carrying them. "Remind me never to let you convince me to wear heels out again," Julia complained. "Your feet might hurt, but you looked fabulous," Hannah told her. Everyone climbed into my car, although for Hannah and Elijah, it was more like falling into the car. The only sound on the drive back was that of our two passengers making out in the back seat. "I'm seeing a whole new side of them tonight," Julia commented. I didn't realize composed Elijah had a wilder side. You should have seen him before he became the beta. We should probably make sure they make it inside, okay, she said. Once we got back to the pack, we deposited Elijah and Hannah in their apartment. Julia trying to help Hannah up the stairs was a sight since Hannah towered over her and wasn't exactly being helpful. At least we knew they were in their room, in bed, ready to sleep the alcohol off. After changing, Julia and I were ready to crawl into our own bed. That was really fun. I'm happy Hannah convinced me to go out, she told me. Me too, I haven't been out like that in a really long time. The king doesn't get to party? I laughed. It's hard with so much to do around here. Plus, then you showed up, and I don't think my anxiety has gone down from level 10 since, I joked, grabbing her and pulling her on top of me. She started laughing, which made my Lycan melt slightly at the sound. But don't I make life more exciting? I mean, what did you do before you met me? Not nearly as much as I do now. I rolled over and cradled her in my arms. I love you, she said, kissing my arm. I love you too. Julianna's POV. After the events of last night, Alex and I decided to have a lazy morning together. We were sitting in the large soaker tub in our bathroom. Alex was behind me, and I had my head resting against his chest. Did you say your mom was coming to visit today? Yeah, I thought it might be nice to have lunch with her and Cornelia. Let them get to know each other. I think that's a great idea. I can have something set up for you guys in one of our gardens if you don't want to be here or in the dining hall. I'd love that. I think it would be a good idea to have a little privacy for their first official meeting. What time were you thinking? He asked. My mom's coming around 12:30, so maybe 1 would be good. Absolutely. I'll have them make something really nice. You should ask them to help you start planning your Luna ceremony. I could do that, yeah. Now that everything has calmed down, I don't see why we shouldn't have it soon. Have you heard from Elijah or Hannah today? I asked. Not yet, but with the amount they both drank, I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see them until tomorrow. It's getting late. I should probably start getting ready, I told Alex. He tightened his grip on me while he kissed my neck. Are you sure? He cooed. With all the willpower in the world, I said, Yes, I don't want to keep my parents waiting. We can finish this later, I said, twisting around to kiss him. His face fell as I got out of the tub and wrapped myself in a towel. Alex followed me after a minute or two, wrapping the towel around his waist. Sophia was drooling at his muscles as water dripped down his chest. Pull it together, we have shut to do, I told her. She gave me an annoyed look, not amused by what I said. Alex and I got dressed, and looking at the clock, I saw my mom would be here in about 15 minutes. I should go find Cornelia, I told him. She was staying in a guest room on the 2nd floor, so after saying goodbye, I headed in that direction. I knocked gently and waited for her to answer. After about a minute, the door opened. Julia, hi, she said happily. Hey, my mom's coming for a visit in a couple of minutes, and I thought it might be nice if the 3 of us had lunch together, if you're not busy. Maybe start planning my Luna ceremony or something. Alex was going to have something set up in the garden. No, I'm not busy. I'd love to come have lunch with you. She stepped out of her room and gently closed the door behind her. The 2 of us began walking to the stairs to head outside. How have you been liking it here? I'm sorry I haven't seen that much of you. I understand. Plus, when the elders were here, I wanted to stay out of sight. I wasn't sure what their stance on witches was. Not good, at least for some of them. They tried to order Alex and I to reject each other and take chosen mates. Are you kidding? I wish I was. We managed to convince them otherwise, thank the goddess. The prejudice these men have is beyond anything I can imagine. You're telling me. When we got outside, I saw a car pulling up into the driveway. They parked, and my mom got out of the back seat. Mom, I yelled, running to hug her. You've got a driver now? Nice upgrade from where we were a couple of weeks ago, wouldn't you say? Definitely. Hello, Cornelia, my mom said, going in for a hug from her as well. Hi, Sandra. It's good to see you again. How are things going at October Moon? They're crazy, but it's been going okay. I think it's going to take time for people to adjust to Marvin as the alpha, but they'll get there. Now tell me about you. Julia filled me in briefly via mind link about what was happening. It's been crazy, as you said. Why don't we go sit down for lunch and we can tell everyone everything then? I asked both of them. Alex, is everything ready? They're just finishing setting it up now. Go to the garden to the right of the pack house. Thank you so much. Alex said things are ready for us in the garden, I said. Lead the way, my mom declared. The two of them followed me as I led the way to the garden. Coming around into the clearing, I saw a beautiful garden before us. I had never been over here before, but Hannah had mentioned it a couple of times. There was a fountain with a statue of a lichen, and the water was sprouting from its hands and cascading into the pool below. There were rows and rows of wildflowers, roses, and very neatly trimmed hedges lining the area. In the center sat a round table, graced with a white tablecloth and place settings for 3 people. On a smaller table, there sat a few bowls, one full of some kind of salad, one with a pasta dish, and another with bread. There were also multiple pitchers of water on the same table. Wow, this is beautiful, commented my mom. They certainly know how to make a first impression, Cornelia added. Just imagine the grandeur of your ceremony. Yes, when are we having that? Asked my mom. I don't know. When should we? I would imagine soon, since you two have already marked each other, she said. The 3 of us took the plates from the table and began loading them with food. Alex and I had skipped breakfast and opted to sleep in, so I was famished. Once we all sat down at the table, Cornelia and I told my mom about everything that had happened when we went to her coven. I then explained to both what had happened when the elders showed up. I still can't believe what they tried to do, my mom said. Alex said Elder Marcus still isn't happy about our mating, but doesn't think he'll be able to do much about it without the support of the other elders. Exactly. Now that we have the heavy stuff out of the way, let's talk about your ceremony, said my mom excitedly. What do we need to do? I asked, having no idea where we were supposed to start. I guess we can start with your dress. Do you want to draw something up? What do you envision yourself in? Oh, I've never really thought about it, but I guess I could try. I can have someone bring me some paper, or we could go to my office. Alex bought me all kinds of art supplies. Let's go to your office, Cornelia said. I'd love to see it. Me too, my mom added, pushing her chair out. You might not have thought about it, but I certainly have, Sophia said, flashing me images of different styles of dresses, all in a light blue. I took my mom and Cornelia into my office and took a seat at my drawing table. Alex bought all of this for you? My mom asked. Yeah, as a surprise. He and Elijah went out while Hannah and I were shopping to pick it all out. That was very sweet of him, Cornelia added. I spent a few minutes sketching out my favorite dress that Sophia had shown me. As I was about to finish, there was a knock on the door, and my senses were flooded with Alex's pine scent. Are you 3 busy in here? He asked. Yes, we're planning Julia's ceremony, and don't look, we're working on her dress. I won't spoil anything, I promise. I just wanted to stop by to say hello and ask how lunch was. It was amazing, my mom told him. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Alexander. You've been wonderful. Happy to help. Is there anything else I can help with? No, leave the planning to the moms, said my mom. Cornelia smiled at hearing my mom include her as a mother. All right, just mind link me if you need me, he said. Okay, I will. I love you, I told him with a smile. I love you too. He exited the room and left the 3 of us alone again. It's so nice to see you so happy, Cornelia said. I agree, my mom added. It's a welcome change. I wish your father had been able to see you grow up, Cornelia said, slightly crestfallen. Didn't you say you could take me to see him if I wanted? I asked. I could. He'd love to see you. Do you think he'll be upset you lied to him about how I was doing for all these years? Most likely, but now that you're safe, hopefully he won't stay mad at me for too long. You want to take her right now? My mom questioned. I can go first, give him a bit of a heads up, Cornelia told her. I think that's a good idea. Okay, you guys wait here, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes, she added. You just know where he is? Since we were mates, I can usually get a good sense of where he is. Even though we rejected each other, we had a daughter together, so in some way our souls are still bonded. Cornelia closed her eyes and was gone with the all-too-familiar soft pop, Cornelia's POV. Leaving Julia and Sandra, I teleported myself to Joshua, who I sensed was currently in his office alone. It had been a while since I had seen him. Materializing in front of his desk, he looked up at me. After so many years, he had gotten used to me appearing out of nowhere, so he wasn't startled, but he did seem surprised to see me. "Cornelia, what are you doing here? I haven't seen you in a while. Is everything all right?" "Yes. Well, that depends on how you look at things," I said, looking into his amber eyes, which were the exact same color as Julia's. "Where's Vanessa?" "She's with the girls. I think they're doing some future Luna training right now. Do you have a couple of minutes to talk?" "Yeah, I can spare a few. Would you like to sit down?" he asked, gesturing to the chair in front of his desk. I took a seat before looking him in the eyes again. Even after all these years, and through the rejection, my heart still wanted him. I had never mated again, and frankly, I didn't even know if I had another mate out there somewhere. "What's going on?" "Firstly, before I start, I want you to promise you'll hear me out and won't go flying into an alpha rage." "Oh boy," he replied, sitting back in his chair. "I don't think I'm going to like where this is going." "I'll start with the good news. Julianna has been mated to the Lycan King of the Crystal Sky Pack, Alpha Alexander Hudson." "Wow, that's amazing. I'm so happy for her. How did that happen? Wasn't she in the October Moon Pack?" "Yes. Now here's where things get complicated. She originally mated to the Alpha of October Moon, Logan. Now I know I told you she was happy and thriving in her pack, and while that wasn't completely dishonest, it wasn't exactly honest." "Oh, and what does that mean?" "She might have been unwelcome in that pack for being a hybrid." "What do you mean unwelcome?" "They took her in." "They did, but they weren't the kindest to her. Sandra and her mate were amazing to her, at least." "Could you just get to the point, please?" "They were terrible to her, the Alpha, Gregory, and his son Logan. They abused her, and once she found out Logan was her mate, Gregory ordered the Beta Marvin to kill her." I said all of this very fast because the color of his face was slowly changing to beet red the longer I talked. "They did what?" he bellowed, making the pictures on the wall shake. His eyes were glowing, and I knew that meant his wolf Cody was now in control. "Calm down," I told him. "Calm down? You want me to calm down? All these years you told me my daughter was safe and loved, happy and thriving, and now you tell me she was abused and almost killed. I'll kill those October Moon bastards myself." I simply sat back and let him alpha rage, fully aware I had brought this on myself. Once he finally stopped yelling, I said, "Are you finished?" He was breathing heavily, but his eyes had gone back to their piercing amber, so I knew he was back in control. "Why? Why did you lie to me about Julianna for 15 years? "Because of this right here, your anger. I knew if you knew the truth, you would have waged war on October Moon. Then where would we be? Once again, Julia would have been without a pack, and she would never have found her second chance mate. Everything that happened to her happened for a reason." Joshua sat back in his chair, surveying me with what I could only assume was still a lot of anger. I didn't feel bad for what I did. This is exactly how he would have reacted. He wasn't the most level-headed alpha out there. I deserved to know what was happening to my daughter. "I know, but I'm here telling you now." "Why exactly are you telling me all this now?" "Because things have sort of blown up. Once Julia left October Moon and found Alexander, Logan came looking for her. I had to intervene to save them and their bond. The elders of my coven found out and called a hearing to figure out my punishment. Julia found out where my coven was, and she and Alex came to help me. That's when the entire story came out, and now they know about her." He opened his mouth to say something, but I cut him off. "It's okay. They promised not to come after her. The speech she gave was very convincing. However, they did banish me from the coven. I've been living at Crystal Sky since." "I have so many questions," he said, his face flashing through about 5 different emotions at once. "I'm sure you do, and I want to answer all of them, but I thought Julia could help me." His head snapped up, and he looked confused. "What are you talking about?" "I thought I could bring her here to meet you if you're okay with that." He just stared at me with his mouth slightly open. "Now that the elders know about her, there's no point keeping her away anymore." "Of course, I want to see her," he said. Melting away was the angry alpha I had just been with, and in his place was a father who wanted nothing more than to see his daughter again for the first time in 15 years. The longing in his eyes made my heart ache for him. Even through the rejection and him taking another mate, he never left my soul. "Does she want to see me?" he asked with concern, like she might hate him for being absent for all these years. "Yes, she does." We looked each other in the eyes, conveying so much emotion without having to say a word. "I can go get her and bring her back here." "Right now?" "Yes, she's with Sandra planning her Luna ceremony. I'll be right back." I stood up and teleported back to Julia in her office. I smiled at her as she looked at me with worry. "What did he say?" Julia asked. "He's waiting for me to bring you to him." Julia looked up at Sandra. "It's okay," Sandra told her. "I'm happy for you. Go meet your birth father. I'll go find something to occupy my time with while you're gone." Standing up, Julia gave her mom a hug before walking over to me. She took my hand, and I quickly teleported us back to Joshua's office. Julia swayed slightly beside me, still not used to teleporting. I tightened my grip on her hand, trying to keep her steady and grounded. Joshua was staring at her with disbelief all over his face. I wasn't sure if he had frozen in his chair or not. "Joshua, this is your daughter Julianna," I told him gently. "Julia, meet your birth father." "Hi," she said softly. "Hi," he repeated shakily. I had never seen him lost for words before. Joshua stood up slowly and walked around his desk, so he was now standing in front of us. The love in his eyes as he gazed at her made tears begin to well up in my eyes. "You're so beautiful. You look just like your mother." Julia smiled and looked at the floor. "She has your eyes, though," I said. "I heard you've been through a lot," he said to her. She looked up from the floor and into his eyes. "Yeah, it's been an interesting few years. I'm so sorry. I didn't know." "I know, it's okay. I don't blame you for anything." I told him we would tell him everything that happened. He has a lot of questions for us. "All right, I'll try to answer what I can," she told him. Joshua sat back down at his desk while Julia and I took seats in front. For the next couple of hours, we told Joshua everything that had happened, starting from the very beginning with Julia at October Moon. I could tell Joshua was trying to keep his anger under control for Julia's sake. Once we were finished, Joshua looked slightly overwhelmed. "I don't know what to say. What you've had to go through, I'm so sorry. I should have taken you in here, kept you safe. I know why you didn't. Fear is a powerful thing, and it can make people make decisions that might not be the best, but seem like the only way at the time," Julia told him. "She has your level of wisdom and maturity," Joshua told me. "And stubbornness," I added. Julia laughed, which made Joshua smile. "You know you have sisters," he told her. "I do," Cornelia told me. "Do you want to meet them?" "I understand if it's too much right now, though." Julia looked at me, and I could sense her hesitation. I kept forgetting just how young she still was, because, with her maturity, she seemed so much older. This was a lot to put on the plate of an 18-year-old. "Maybe we can save that for next time. This has been a lot for one day," I told him. "That's okay, I get it. It'll give me a little time to warn them about the situation," he said. "I'd love for you to meet my mate Vanessa as well. I've told her about you, and I know she'd love to meet you. Maybe Cornelia can bring you back, and I can give you a tour of our pack?" "I'd like that," Julia told him. Joshua leaned forward, placing his elbows on his desk. "I wanted to say thank you for coming here and meeting me. I'm sure it must have been a hard decision, but I'm so happy you did. I'm just happy you wanted to see me. Of course I did. I know we had to give you up, but I never stopped loving you." "Neither of us did," I added, taking her hand. Julia seemed to be at a loss for words, so I said, "We should probably get back to your mom. We can't let her plan everything by herself." She and I stood up, followed by Joshua. He came around his desk again to get closer to us. "Can I hug you?" he asked Julia, who shook her head yes. I could see the happiness on his face as he took Julia in his arms for the first time in a long time. The last time he held her was when he told her goodbye. Finally, he released his grip on her. She took my hand, ready to depart. "I'll see you soon," she told him with a smile. "You're welcome anytime," he said, returning her smile. With a soft pop, we were gone and materializing back in Julia's office. Julianna's POV. We were back in my office in a matter of seconds. Cornelia let go of my hand, and I stumbled slightly to the side, catching myself on the back of a chair. "Sorry," she apologized, helping to steady me. "You'll get used to it eventually." "I'm not so sure about that." "One day you'll be able to do it too," Cornelia told me. "Really?" "With being my daughter, absolutely. How are you feeling about everything?" she asked. "I think I'm okay. It's a lot, but I'm really happy I finally got to meet him." Something about what they had said bothered me slightly. "So he took a chosen mate, correct?" "He did, Vanessa. She's very nice, and so are their daughters." "Why did you never mate again?" "I don't know. No one in my coven turned out to be my fated or second chance mate. I just never went looking for anyone else because we were so isolated. I also didn't want to risk the heartbreak again if my second chance turned out to be another wolf." What she said made sense. The thought of losing Alex was unthinkable, so I can only imagine what it felt like to have to give up your daughter and then your mate. Her hand was still resting on my shoulder. I placed my hand over top of hers and squeezed it. "We should go find my mom and see what she's getting into." Now that I was a member of October Moon again, I could mind link her. "Mom, we're back. Where are you?" "Hi, sweetheart. I'm in your apartment with Alexander. He's giving me the rundown on how Lycan Luna ceremonies work." "Okay, Cornelia and I will be right there. She's with Alex in our apartment," I told her. "All right, away we go." When she and I walked through the door of the apartment, I saw Alex and my mom sitting at our island, papers covering the surface as she scribbled away. My mom spun around in her chair when she heard us walk in. "How did it go?" she asked. "Sandra told me you were going to meet your birth father," Alex said. "Yeah, sorry I didn't say anything to you about it. It all happened sort of fast," I said. "No, don't apologize. How did it go?" "It was good. We told him everything that happened. He wasn't happy with me for lying to him for all these years, but he quickly forgot about that once he saw Julia." "What was he like?" My mom asked. "He was really nice, very apologetic for what happened, but I know he had no idea. He asked if I wanted to meet my sisters." "What did you say?" Alex asked. "It was just a lot at one time, so we said we should wait." "I can take you back in a couple of days," Cornelia said. "He wanted to give them a heads up about what was happening." "That's understandable. Do they even know about you?" "I'm not sure," I said, looking at Cornelia. "I know Vanessa does, but I don't know if they told their daughters about it. They're young enough that I think they'd see it as something exciting." "I hope so," I added. "They're gonna love you," Alex told me, coming up and wrapping me in a comforting hug. "Thanks. What have you two been doing while we were gone?" I asked, looking down at all the papers on the counter. "Oh," my mom breathed, turning her attention back to her work. "We're planning your ceremony." "Without me?" I laughed. "Well, Alexander was just telling me about how they usually happen. I was taking notes and starting to make some plans." "What have you come up with?" I asked. "We were thinking of having the ceremony in 2 months. That should give us time to plan everything, have your dress made, and send out the invitations. We could invite your father if you'd like," Cornelia said. "Yeah, I think that would be nice," I told her. "I'll add them to the list," my mom said, grabbing a very long piece of paper off the counter. "How many people are we inviting?" I asked, looking at Alex. "Well, it's customary to invite all the Lycan Alphas, Lunas, and their families. So that would be the kings of the other 3 territories, their betas, mates, and so forth." "That's a lot of people looking at us," Sophia said with concern. "I know, but if we can take on the Lycan and Witch Elders, I think we can handle this," I told her much more confidently than I felt. Alex tightened his grip on me as my anxiety started leaking out into the air and through our bond. "Don't worry, I'll be with you the entire time," he said, kissing my cheek. "I think we got a lot done today," my mom said. "It's getting late, and I really should get back and see if Marvin needs my help with anything." "Can you stay for dinner? We could give you a quick tour of the pack house," I asked. "Sure. I guess Marvin will just have to do without me for another few hours," she smiled. "How's it feel being the beta?" I asked as we all began making our way towards the dining hall. "It's surreal, actually. Going from the gamma female to nothing for so long and now to beta is mind-blowing. But Marvin is doing a great job as alpha, even though he never wanted the title. I think as soon as he gets the pack squared away, he'll give the title to someone else. Since his daughters are already settled in their packs, he'll have to pick someone from the pack. There's got to be one wolf there who's qualified and doesn't have the same mindset as Gregory and Logan, I added. My mom's eyes went wide when we entered the dining hall. It was nearly 3 times as big as the one at October Moon. They do it like a restaurant here. They have menus at the table, and you can order whatever you want, I told her. We took our seats at the head table, and I handed one of the menus to my mom. Looking at it myself, I saw we had the option of steak, chicken, potatoes, couscous, and a variety of vegetables. An Omega came to our table to take our order. "Good evening, Alpha Luna," she said with slight hesitation. "Good evening, Hillary," Alex said. "I'm sure you're aware that Julia's mother Cornelia is staying with us." He gestured towards her. "It's nice to meet you," Cornelia said kindly. "You as well," Hillary replied. "And this is Julia's other mother, Sandra, the Beta of October Moon. She's visiting for the day." "Hello, Beta Sandra," Hillary said, bowing her head. "Hello, Hillary. What can I get you to eat this evening?" We all put in our orders and Hillary left to go relay them to the kitchen. "This is beautiful," my mom said, taking it all in. "The detail in the stonework and the wood carvings are incredible." This castle was built back in the 1700s when our pack first moved to the area. We've updated it since, but they always tried to keep the character, Alex explained. "I love it," she commented. A few minutes later, Hillary and a couple of other Omegas brought out our plates. "Thank you," I said as they set my steak down in front of me. "It looks amazing." "Thank you, Luna," a small black-haired Omega said with a smile. "What's your name?" I asked. I wanted to make it a point to get to know everyone's name in the pack. "Genevieve, Luna." "It's nice to meet you, Genevieve." She smiled at me timidly and walked away. "Why do all the Omegas look so scared all the time?" Sophia asked. "I don't know. I understood at October Moon because Logan and Gregory treated them like shot, but here I don't know why. We should talk to Alex about it later. Maybe there's a way we can make them feel more comfortable." "I like that idea," I told her. When we were about halfway through our meal, Elijah and Hannah came walking into the dining hall looking tired. "Look who finally rolled out of bed," I said when they approached the table. "We might not get hangovers like humans do. But Dan, I can't believe how much we drank last night," Hannah said, plopping down at a seat and pulling my plate towards her, which still had some food on it. "It's nice to see you again, Sandra," she added with a smile towards my mom. "You too, Hannah. I heard you guys went out last night." "We did, to celebrate the elders getting fucked," Hannah laughed. "Hannah, a little decorum would be nice," Alex huffed. Hannah just shrugged her shoulders and continued to eat off my plate. Moving on to Alex's once she finished. It felt good to have everyone around the table, laughing and eating together. This seemed so natural and right, like this is the way it should have been all along. All that was missing was Marvin and my father. I looked next to me at Alex, who had a wide smile spread across his face as he shared in my happiness. Julianna's POV. Waking up the next morning, I had plans to go meet Cornelia in the clearing by the lake so she could start helping me with my magic and bringing it back out of me. Last night at dinner, she had told me it could take some time, but she was confident she would be able to do it. I, on the other hand, was nervous. What if my abilities had gone away after 15 years of no use? Growing up, I had always dreamed of being able to do magic. I used to have a reoccurring dream of myself lifting things off the ground using nothing but my hand. It seemed so real each time, and it was the only dream I remember from when I was younger. Rolling over, I placed my head on Alex's chest, kissing him lightly. He took in a lungful of air as his blue eyes opened slowly. "Good morning, sweets," he said. "Good morning." I leaned up as he leaned down for a quick kiss. "Are you excited about meeting with Cornelia today and working on some magic?" "I am. I'm a little nervous, but mostly excited. It's going to be great. I can't wait until we can do what she does. Can you imagine just teleporting anywhere we want to go?" "Sophia's excited," I told Alex. "When you're done, we should let Sophia and my Lycan go for a run together. They haven't been able to do that in a while." "Yes, please," she shouted. "Now that you've said that, I think she would take control if I said no," I laughed. I'll go make us something to eat, Alex said, giving me one more kiss before getting out of bed. He was only wearing some old shorts and nothing else. I eyed him hungrily as I watched his very muscular torso, the tattoo on his arm on full display. If he's not the hottest Lycan, I don't know who is, Sophia drooled. Hey, I called before he could walk out of the room. Why doesn't your Lycan have a name? He looked at me and tilted his head to the side, slightly confused. I could tell no one had ever asked him this question before. I don't know, it's just something that isn't given to them like wolves. Can we name him ourselves? Sophia wants to know if we can name your Lycan? He flashed me my favorite dimpled smile. I don't see why not. Okay, this is so exciting. What should we call him? I don't know, you talk to him the most. What seems like a fitting name for him? Sophia thought for a moment, pacing back and forth in my mind. She stopped pacing and a wide smile spread across her snout. I've got it, she sang. I think we should call him Ian. Why Ian? I asked. It just seems like a strong, fitting name for a strong Lycan king. Sophia wants to call him Ian. Alex came and sat on the edge of the bed next to me. Ian, I like that. Alex's eyes turned from their beautiful blue to black quickly. Mine, Ian. His Lycan's voice radiated from Alex's mouth in a guttural growl. Sophia pushed her way forward, and I was now watching their interaction from the back of my mind. What the I yelled, fighting to take back control. Sorry, she shrugged. With Ian now in control of Alex's body and Sophia controlling mine, I watched as Ian kissed Sophia hard like it was the first and last time he was ever going to. It had an animalistic need to it, and Sophia leaned in, accepting every moment. I was a little annoyed because I didn't want to keep Cornelia waiting for me while they used our bodies as their own personal stalls. Ian and Sophia were now rolling together on the bed, stripping each other of what little clothes we had been wearing. Are you able to get control back? Alex asked. No. You? Nope. It seems like us marking each other made their ability to take control stronger or something. Hopefully they're done quickly because Cornelia is going to be waiting. I decided to retreat into the back of our mind to give them some privacy. Not that I wasn't enjoying every rough touch Ian gave us. An hour later, Ian and Sophia were lying on the bed exhausted from everything they had done. Sophia finally gave me back control, and I tried to move my body but found it difficult. Did you really need to do that when we have someone waiting for us? I asked, irritated. If you would have let us do it earlier, it wouldn't have been a problem. She gave me a smug look and turned away from me. Alex? I asked, seeing if he was back in control. He mumbled, as tired as I was. We have to get up. We have shut to do. He sighed out next to me, and instead of getting up, rolled over to capture me in his arms. Alex began peppering my face and neck with tiny kisses. Alex, I laughed, trying to squirm out of his tight grip. Do you know how much I love you? He asked, rolling me on top of him. Hopefully just as much as I love you, I told him. What time is it? 10:30, he replied, looking at the clock. Shh. I have to meet Cornelia in 30 minutes. Using all my strength and resolve, I pulled myself from Alex's grip and ran to the bathroom. I'll make us something to eat, he yelled from the bedroom. I took a quick shower, deciding not to wash my hair since it would take too long, and throwing it up into a ponytail instead. After drying myself off, I ran into the closet, throwing on a sports bra and shorts, pairing it with a pair of black sneakers. It was hot in Oregon in the summer, and since we were going to be outside, I wanted to try and be slightly comfortable. When I got out into the kitchen, the smell of blueberry pancakes filled my senses. Alex was standing at the stove flipping some onto a plate. Perfect timing, he said when he heard me walk in. He spun around and slid a plate towards me on the island that contained 2 perfectly round pancakes. You're amazing, I said, taking one in my hand and shoveling it into my face. Thank you, I said thickly through a full mouth. You're welcome, he laughed, watching me eat like a starving man. I wish I had a way to contact Cornelia other than her just sensing where I am, I told him once I had swallowed. I can see about getting her a phone today. That would be great. Then I thought for a moment. Wait, then I'll need one too. It just occurred to me I didn't have a phone. They didn't let me have one in October Moon. Not that I needed one because I could mind link people. Alex laughed at my confused expression. I'll get you one too. I glanced at the clock on the stove and saw I only had 5 minutes to be in the clearing. I gotta go, I said, grabbing the last pancake, kissing Alex on the cheek, and running out of the door. I love you, Alex shouted after me before the door banged shut. I love you too. Taking off for the forest at top speed, I thought about shifting to get us there faster. Unfortunately, Sophia was dead asleep in my mind after having fun with Ian a little while ago. My running was just going to have to do for now. I came skidding to a halt in the clearing, seeing that Cornelia was already there and waiting for me. I'm here, I yelled. I know, I heard you coming, she said. Sorry I was a little late, I lost track of time. That's okay, I was enjoying being out in nature again, she said, closing her eyes and taking in a lung full of air. We can build your house more out in the woods if you'd like, I told her. I'd like that, just as long as there's room for a large garden. Potions require a lot of herbs. I think we can manage that. So what exactly are we doing? I thought we could start with some meditation. Focus on trying to bring your magic back to the surface. It's been dormant for so long, I don't think trying to use it right away is going to be effective. Okay, what do I have to do? Let's have a seat here facing each other. Cornelia took a seat, crossing her legs in front of her. I wasn't sure how she was able to cope in this heat with her long, dark blue ropes. You know, we can take you shopping for more clothes, I told her, sitting down facing her. Maybe eventually. I'm just so used to my robes, it's going to be hard not wearing anything else. Are those required of the High Priestess? Generally. We have a lot of long-standing traditions we follow. I'm sorry, I know this is going to be an adjustment for you. It's okay, I think this is going to be a good thing. I already broke so many rules. It should be easy for me to fall into a different life. Now, enough about me. Let's focus on you and bringing back half of who you are. Cornelia's POV. Sitting down with Julia in the clearing, I wanted to try and draw her powers back to the surface. Her wolf was strong, so we needed to make her witch side just as strong. Close your eyes and take my hands, I told Julia. Now I want you to concentrate on your magic. Feel it in your soul. Let it consume your every thought. Remember when you were young and you used your powers. Take some deep breaths and clear your mind of everything except your powers. I watched Julia as she focused on nothing but her magic. We stayed in this calm, trance-like space for a while, just breathing together. I tried to connect my magic with hers through our bond as mother and daughter, helping to draw out her powers. Are you sure this is working? She asked after some time. I said it was going to take a while, and this is the first step. Concentrate hard and believe in yourself, I told her. We sat there channeling when I felt an electric spark between our hands. Julia must have felt it too, because she gasped and drew her hands away from mine. Did you feel that? She asked. Her eyes were wide open, and she was looking at her hands as if something might be wrong with them. Yes, I responded excitedly. Give me your hands again. She reached out with slight hesitation, but I took her hands in mine and focused. I could feel the energy between us pulsing like a live wire. I smiled, knowing what we were doing was working. It's working. Really? Yes, that spark you felt was your powers coming to the surface after all these years. Let's do this for a few more minutes. We sat in silence again, allowing her charge to get stronger. I was amazed that we were able to bring her powers at least closer to the surface so quickly. She really was a remarkable young woman. Can you feel it getting stronger? Yes, she whispered. Let that feeling take over and allow it to become part of you, just like your wolf is. After we sat in silence for about 10 more minutes, I drew my hands away from hers. I never asked you, what exactly are my powers? She asked, opening her eyes to look at me. You said I had them when I was younger. What was I able to do? Well, when you were a baby, you were able to conjure things on command if I wasn't getting them fast enough for you. I remember once, you wanted your pacifier, and apparently I wasn't moving as quickly as you would have liked, because the next thing I know, you had one in your mouth that I had never seen before. You could also levitate things and manipulate them, starting at around 2. When Marvin found you in the woods, you were busy crunching leaves into confetti without touching them. Julia got quiet and looked at the ground she was still sitting on. I could feel the worry coming off her in waves. "What's wrong?" I asked, leaning forward towards her. "What if I can't get it all back? From what you're saying, it sounds like I was pretty powerful from a young age. What if it's too late?" She whispered the last question. This was the first moment where I felt like she needed me. She needed me to be her mom and comfort her, telling her everything was going to be okay. "Listen, you're the daughter of the former high priestess and an alpha. You, my dear, can do anything. I have no fear that we can't get your powers out of their dormant state. Look at what we've been able to do in just a short while. You went from never feeling your magic to bringing it to the surface." She looked up at me with a half-hearted smile on her face. "Let's do some more hands-on practice, and you'll see." I got to my feet, and she followed slowly. "What did you have in mind?" "I want to try levitating some things and see how that goes." I began looking around for some object that would be good for a first practice. They needed to be large enough. It was easy to focus on them, but not so heavy. It would take too much power. Finding a couple of decent-sized rocks, I conjured a wooden bench to set them on. "Okay, so," I said, turning to face Julia, "I want you to raise your hand and concentrate on nothing else. Expect feeling the magic flow through you and out of your hand. Let it be the only thing you think about. Concentrate hard and think of lifting the rock off the bench." Walking to the side, Julia raised her hand and stared at the rock. Nothing happened, and I heard her sigh. "Focus," I told her. "Will it to happen in your heart and in your mind." She furrowed her brow as she concentrated even harder. After about another minute, the rock began to tremble slightly, then it lifted up off the bench about an inch. "Oh my God," Julia yelled out, losing focus and causing the rock to thump back down. "That was amazing," I told her excitedly. "I can't believe I did that." She seemed so happy and proud of herself. "I told you, you're going to make an amazing witch." "Can we try again?" she asked, bouncing up and down on the balls of her feet. "Absolutely." Julia squared up to the rocks again, raising her hand and concentrating hard. This time she was able to lift the rock a few inches off the bench and hold it there. "Good job. Hold it there a little longer." Julia had her eyes closed with concentration when suddenly the rock flew sideways and smashed into a tree. "F***," she said, startled by what had happened. "Did I do that?" "I think so. It looks like your powers are growing at a faster rate than I expected." "That's good, right?" she asked. "Very good. I'm really proud of what you've been able to do." "Thank you." Julia was smiling at me, and I think this was the first proud mother moment I had had with her. I had been proud when she had fought and been so brave against Logan, but this was a different kind of proud. She was becoming who she was always supposed to be, a powerful hybrid. This time with her was so special, helping her come into her powers and watching her get so excited over little triumphs. "Do you want to try something else?" I asked. "I think I'd actually like to show Alex what I can do, if that's okay." "Of course, he's going to be so happy for you." I waved my hand, causing the bench to disappear and the rocks to crash to the ground. "Do you want me to come with you?" "Yeah, that way you can help me if I need it." Julia led the way into the pack house and to Alex's office. We chatted the entire time about magic and what she hoped she would be able to do. She told me how excited her wolf was to learn to teleport, even though I said it would be some time before she would be able to do that. "You know, I'd love to meet Sophia properly. I saw her during the battle, but I didn't get to interact with her at all." "Oh, well, Alex and I plan to let his Lycan Ian and Sophia go for a run a little later. You're welcome to come and hang with us for a little while to meet them both." "Thank you, just tell me when and where." She knocked on Alex's office door before entering without hearing his answer. I'm assuming they mind-linked each other before we got here. "Alex," she said excitedly, "you'll never guess what I was able to do." "What?" he asked, looking up from his computer. "I was able to levitate a rock for a while and then accidentally threw it into a tree." Alex raised his eyebrows, looking from her to me. I nodded my head, letting him know it was true. "That's fantastic, love. I'm so proud of you." He pushed out his chair and got up to engulf her in a loving hug. "Her powers are coming along remarkably quickly. Maybe by her Luna ceremony she'll be doing a lot more than just levitating things." Can I show you? She asked, looking up at him. Sure, just don't levitate anything breakable, he chuckled. She rolled her eyes but walked over to stand in front of his bookshelf. Raising her hand, she focused on the books and making one of them come out from the neatly organized shelves. After several seconds, one of the books started moving slightly before slowly creeping out of its place on the shelf. Julia was able to hold it there for about 10 seconds before it fell to the ground with a soft thump. Alex ran to her and picked her up, swinging her around. That was amazing, Julia laughed before he gave her a kiss. Cornelia was just saying how she'd love to meet Ian and Sophia properly. Do you have some time right now to go for a run or something? Yeah, I think I can spare a few minutes for my mate and her mother. Hearing Alex call me Julia's mother warmed my heart. I was being accepted into their hearts and packs much more quickly than I thought. For a moment, during all the happiness, it was like we had never been separated at all. Julianna's POV. 2 days had passed since I had first worked with Cornelia on my powers. Every day since, her and I have been working intensely to bring out as much as we could. I could now levitate objects easily for a few minutes, and I was working on moving things from one place to the other. It took a lot of focus and concentration. Sometimes I was interrupted by Sophia or someone mind-linking me, which was frustrating. Cornelia made it look so easy. She just waved her hand and made things happen. Cornelia and I went outside behind the pack house where she had set up a couple of tables spaced out, with a book on each table. I was attempting to move all the books onto one table in a neat stack. 2 of the books were on the table, not very neatly, but they were there. I had the third one suspended in the air and was trying to compel it forward. The book wobbled and fell to the ground, opening to a random page. This is impossible, I huffed, angry that I wasn't able to do what seemed like such a simple task. It's not. You're doing a great job, Julia. I was able to move the other 2. Why can't I get the last one over there? I threw my hands up in frustration. Why don't we take a break? Cornelia asked. I plopped down on the soft grass, pulling my knees to my chest. Cornelia came and sat beside me. You know you're doing a fantastic job. Don't give up yet. I just hoped it would come more natural to me, I admitted. Cornelia placed her hand on my shoulder. It is coming naturally to you. There were many people in the coven that couldn't manifest active powers and could only do spells and potions. That should make you feel better, Sophia said. She might have been trying to make me feel better, but I still had this nagging feeling like I should be able to do more by now. I know this can be frustrating. I used to teach the young witches of my coven, and some of them would have a really hard time with what they were asked to do. It comes to everyone in their own time. I rested my head on my knees and looked sideways at her, not saying anything. I have an idea, Cornelia said with enthusiasm. Why don't I take you to meet your sisters and Joshua's mate? I said I'd bring you back in a few days, and it's been a few days. Sophia raised her eyebrows. I don't think that's a bad idea. It's about time we met them. Yeah, I could use a distraction to help clear my head. Plus, I'd love to meet them. Cornelia smiled at me as she got to her feet. She reached both hands out to me in a welcoming way. I took her hands and let her pull me to my feet. Okay, ready? She asked. Let me just tell Alex what's happening. Alex, are you busy? Not too busy for you, love. What's up? Cornelia and I are going to take a break from training and go meet my sisters and Joshua's mate. Do you want me to come with you? No, that's okay. Thank you. We should be back in a couple of hours. Okay, feel free to come find me when you get back. I love you. I love you too. Okay, now I'm ready, I said, nodded my head, and waited as she popped us away from the woods and into an area I had never seen before. Cornelia and I were standing outside a large cottage that looked to be positioned deep in the forest. Where are we? I asked, looking around. This is where Joshua, Vanessa, Aubrey, and Leah stay when they want some time away from the pack. Think of it like a vacation house. We wouldn't know about that. The only vacation we've had was being drugged up in the hospital, Sophia laughed. Do they know we're coming? I went to Joshua this morning and told him there was a possibility we would be coming today. He said they'd be ready for whenever we were able to show up. That's why they came here. Cornelia knocked on the door twice. After a second, Joshua opened it with a large smile on his face. Julia, Cornelia, you made it. We needed a break from practicing magic, Cornelia told him. It's nice to see you again, I told him. It's nice to see you too. Please come in, he said, stepping aside and letting us over the threshold. The cottage was spacious but also cozy at the same time. It had a rustic cabin in the woods type of vibe, with exposed beams in the vaulted ceiling and a stone fireplace situated in front of a large leather couch. The kitchen had mid-color wooden cabinets that matched the granite countertops. A large island stood in the middle, with ornately carved wooden stools, enough for 8 people. This is beautiful, I told him. Thanks. It's been in the pack since my great-grandfather took over. He built it as a little getaway spot when work became too much. Where are Vanessa and the girls? Cornelia asked. They're on a walk. They wanted to give us a little space to start. I'll call them back if you're ready? He asked. I looked at Cornelia, who was just looking at me. That's up to you, she told me. Yeah, you can call them back. I think I'm ready to meet them, I told Joshua. He got a faraway look as he mind-linked with his mate. Blinking, he brought himself back to us. They should be here in a couple of minutes. Do you guys want something to eat or drink? I'd love some water, I said. Same for me, Cornelia added. Joshua headed into the kitchen and filled 2 glasses from the pitcher inside the fridge. You're welcome to sit down, Joshua gestured towards the island. I took a seat on one of the stools, while Cornelia stood behind me, and Joshua stood awkwardly on the other side of the island. We all stood and sat in stressful silence for a minute or two. So, Julia, Cornelia said you were working on your magic? Yeah, I am. I was never able to use my magic in October Moon, because the Alpha forbade it, so they went dormant. We've been working to bring them back to the surface. How's that going? Not bad. It's more difficult than I thought, but I've been able to move things around some. That's great to hear. Did Cornelia tell you about your powers when you were little? She did. I always found it funny when you would conjure things if we didn't give them to you fast enough. He and Cornelia exchanged a sorrowful sort of knowing look. So, he was with us when we were little? It sounds like he was, at least for a little while. Why don't you ask him about it? I don't know. I don't want to make him feel bad or uncomfortable. Who cares? He's here, and he owes us some answers. Sighing internally, I knew Sophia was right. The only way I was going to learn about my early childhood was by asking them about it. So you were with me when I was younger? As much as I could be. Cornelia would sneak me in, but I wasn't able to stay for very long, or she would bring you to me. He wasn't able to say anything else, because the front door opened and 3 people walked in. The first were 2 young girls, one with light brown hair and brown eyes, the other with dirty blonde hair and the same amber eyes that Joshua and I had. Both sets of eyes fell on me. The one girl smiled while the other one looked slightly unsure of what to make of the situation. An older woman came in behind them. She had short brown hair that was slightly curly. Her eyes were a deep chocolate brown with a kind nature to them. Joshua walked around the island to meet them in the living room. Vanessa, Aubrey, Leah, this is your half-sister Julianna and her birth mother Cornelia. It's nice to meet you, Vanessa said as she approached me. I got off my stool, expecting to simply shake her hand, but she pulled me into a tight embrace. When she pulled back, she turned to her daughters. This is Aubrey, she said, indicating the smaller of the 2 girls with amber eyes. And this is Leah. Leah smiled at me, and her eyes crinkled slightly at the edges. Dad is that you're our sister, Leah said, half questioning and half matter-of-factly. I am, and it's so nice to meet you all, I told her. How old are you? Aubrey asked timidly. I'm 18. How old are you? She's 11 and I'm 13, Leah answered for her. Leah's eyes fell on the mate mark I had on my neck. You have a mate? She asked excitedly. I placed my hand on my mark and smiled at her. I do. His name's Alexander. He's the alpha of the Crystal Sky Pack. You're mated to an alpha? Leah asked, flabbergasted. I am. He's not just an alpha, Joshua told her. He's also the Lycan King. Oh my goddess, you're so lucky. Leah got a dreamy look on her face, like she was imagining herself mated to a king. How come we only just found out about you? Aubrey asked. Aubrey Mitchell, Vanessa scolded. I told you not to ask any impolite questions. Aubrey looked at her mom and then at Joshua's stern-looking face. "Sorry," she mumbled. "Why don't I make us all some lunch, and we can sit down and talk about things?" Joshua suggested. For the next couple of hours, we all sat around the dining room table, eating and talking about the last 15 years. Joshua thought it was important we told Aubrey and Leah the truth about everything in an age-appropriate way. They had a lot of questions about Cornelia being his former mate, and I hoped by the end they understood. Once we were finished with everything, we all exchanged hugs and goodbyes. "Will you come back soon?" Leah asked. "I'll try my best," I told her. "I think she likes the idea of having an older sister," Sophia said. "You're welcome here anytime," Vanessa said as she hugged me. "Thank you, and thank you for being so welcoming." I stepped back and took Cornelia's hand. We were gone in the blink of an eye and back behind the pack house. I was happy everyone was so welcoming to me and Cornelia. It seemed like maybe we could start to build the relationship of a real family. My thoughts were interrupted by my mother's panicked voice in my head. "Julia, you have to come now. Someone's poisoned Marvin." Julianna's POV. "What? Oh my goddess, we'll be right there." Cornelia looked confused and startled at my sudden change in energy as I gasped out loud next to her. "What's the matter?" "Someone's poisoned Marvin. We have to go to October Moon right now." "What?" she asked. "How do you know?" "My mom just told me." "Julia, what's wrong?" Now it was Alex's worried voice in my head. He must have sensed my sudden anxiety. "It's Marvin. Someone's poisoned him. We have to go to October Moon now." "Where are you?" "Behind the pack house with Cornelia." "Stay there. I'll meet you guys outside." "Alex is going to meet us out here," I told her. "I'll teleport us there as soon as he arrives," she said anxiously. "Who the would poison Marvin?" Sophia asked. "Someone who's not happy with the change of hands," I told her. "We should have expected something like this. It's been nothing but generations of wolves that hate other supernatural creatures. After what Marvin did to help us against Logan and Gregory, it was only a matter of time." "Did your mom say anything else?" Cornelia asked. "No, just that we need to go there now." Alex came running around the pack house, followed by Elijah and Hannah. My heart was beating a mile a minute as my anxiety took over every nerve ending in my body. Marvin was like a father to me. "This can't be happening." "Julia, what's going on?" Hannah asked. "My mom said Marvin was poisoned. I don't have more information than that. We need to go right now." "Everyone grab hands," Cornelia instructed before Hannah could say anything else. I grabbed one of hers while Alex took my other hand. Hannah grabbed onto Cornelia, and Elijah took hold of Hannah. In a flash, we were standing outside of October Moon's pack house. "Mom, we're here. Where are you?" "In the hospital with Marvin and Beth." Her voice sounded stressed and scared. It was rare to hear fear in her voice, so I knew what was happening was serious. "Follow me. They're in the hospital." I ran as fast as my legs could carry me in the direction of the hospital. I had never been to the hospital, even though Logan and Alexis had injured me many times. Gregory never allowed me to be treated there. Luckily, nothing had ever been severe enough that I would have needed to anyway. Running through the hospital doors, I followed my mom's scent to one of the rooms. When we got inside, I saw Marvin on a bed looking gray and like he was on the brink of death. Beth stood, teary eyes by his side, while my mom had her arms around her shoulders in a comforting way. "Mom!" I yelled, coming into the room. "Julia Alexander!" she breathed when she saw us. "I don't understand. What happened?" I asked, looking at Marvin's lifeless body in the hospital bed. "I don't know. Beth and I were together in my office when she had a horrible pain in her chest. She knew something was happening to Marvin, and when we got to his office, we found him on the floor, a glass of what looked like whiskey spilled on the ground next to him." I looked from my mom to Marvin and then up to Beth, whose tears were now spilling down her cheeks. "Beth, I'm so sorry," I told him. "I don't know why someone would do this," she whispered. "Luna Beth," Alex said, "I promise we will find whoever did this and bring them to justice. You have the entire support of the Western Lycan territory." "Thank you, Alpha Alexander," she said, not taking her eyes off her mate. "Where's the doctor?" I asked, glancing around and noticing oddly that we were the only people in Marvin's room. Shouldn't there be nurses and doctors in here tending to their Alpha? He took some blood and went to go see if he could find what Marvin was poisoned with, my mom said. He should be back soon, Beth added. We all waited in Marvin's room watching and listening to his breathing, letting us know he was still alive. They hadn't even hooked him up to a single machine. Sophia was tilting her head from side to side, taking in the environment. "How have things been around here?" I asked, trying to see if there was any indication of who might have done this. "There's been some tension between us and a lot of the pack members. It's clear they aren't happy about the change of who's in charge," my mom said. Marvin was hoping, with some positive change, they would come around to his ideas, Beth added. "Whoever did this is going to pay," Sophia growled, her voice full of rage and malice. A nurse came into the room, eyeing all of us gathered around Marvin's bed. There seemed to be a strange energy coming off him that I couldn't quite put my finger on. "I'm sorry, but there's too many people in this room. We'll go wait outside," Elijah said, taking Hannah by the hand. "Mind link us if you need us," Hannah told me. "The rest of us are staying," Alex told the nurse sternly. He looked like he wanted to argue back, but Alex's glowering presence was intimidating to any wolf, so he nodded his head and went back to looking at the clipboard he was carrying. "Thank you," I told him, grateful for him being here with me. "You're welcome. No one's telling us to leave anywhere right now." "I wonder if Naomi has heard anything. She works in the pack house," Sophia said. "We could ask her. It couldn't hurt." "Naomi, it's Julia. Do you have a second to talk?" "Julia, oh my goddess, I haven't heard from you since the night of the fight." She sounded both relieved and annoyed. "I know, I'm sorry. It's been a little crazy. Listen, have you heard what happened to Marvin?" She didn't answer right away. "Naomi?" "Yeah, I heard. Do you know anything about it?" "No, I'm sorry. I don't." "You're sure?" "Yes, I have to go now." She cut the link, and I was left standing there thinking she knew more than she was letting on. It wasn't like her to lie to me. There had to be more to this story. Her voice sounded scared, like she was afraid to talk to me. "Once Marvin wakes up, he'll be able to tell us," Sophia said confidently. I didn't want to admit that I was worried he wasn't going to wake up from this. After about 10 minutes of waiting, an older man in a white coat came into the room. I'd say he was in his 60s with black hair, which was now mostly gray. He was wearing glasses, and behind them were hazel brown eyes. He gazed at all of us in the room, taking in the situation. "Who do we have here?" he asked. "Dr. Andrews, this is my daughter Julianna, her mate Alpha Alexander, and Julia's birth mother Cornelia, all from the Crystal Sky Pack," my mom told him. "Alpha Alexander, as in King Alexander of the Lycan territory?" he questioned. "Yes, it's nice to meet you," Alex said, putting out his hand to shake Dr. Andrews. "It's nice to meet you too, Alpha." "Dr. Andrews, what's happened to Marvin?" I asked, done waiting for information. "It looks like Alpha Marvin has been poisoned with a combination of silver and wolfsbane. With the amounts in his blood, it looks like the assailant was planning to kill him." "Is he going to be all right?" Beth asked shakily. "At this point, I'm not sure." "What?" Beth cried out. "Does it seem to you like this doctor doesn't care if he lives or dies?" Sophia asked. Narrowing my eyes at him, I could feel some weird energy coming from him, and his voice was monotone and emotionless. I don't know why I was able to sense it. It seemed like the same weird energy that was coming from the nurse earlier. "So what are you going to do?" I asked him firmly. "Well, I think we just have to wait and see if he pulls through." "You're not going to do anything?" Alex asked, his voice commanding. "I mean, what can you do for silver and wolfsbane positioning?" Beth was beginning to sob in my mother's arms as the doctor continued to talk, but take no action. A realization hit me like a lightning bolt. "You know who did this?" I accused, walking right up and getting in his face. "Julia, what are you talking about?" my mom asked, confused. "You know who poisoned Marvin because you helped them, didn't you?" I don't know what you're talking about," he stammered. "Yes, you do. You're lying. I know you're lying." "Wait, how do you know he's lying?" Alex asked. "I can feel it. His energy changed," I told them. "That's got to be because we brought her powers to the surface. She must be able to sense the energy shift in people," Cornelia commented. "You poisoned your alpha, or you aided whoever did. You've betrayed this pack," I now yelled. Dr. Andrews' mouth twitched. He looked as though he was trying to stop himself from saying how he really felt, but quickly lost the battle as his eyes glowed and his angry wolf took over. He wasn't fit to be alpha. What you people did to Gregory and Logan was horrible. They were the best alphas this pack has ever had. "You bastard!" Beth shouted, walking forward and slapping him in the face. "You tried to murder your alpha. None of you should be here. This pack is better off without any of you. This is only the beginning. You wait and see. Without my help, we're going to succeed in killing all of you," he sneered. "He's lost his mind," Sophia barked. "Logan and Gregory should have killed all of you when they had the chance," Dr. Andrews yelled out. "They're gone now, so it looks like I'm going to have to do it." From out of his pocket, he pulled out a gun, which I assumed was loaded with silver bullets. "Fuck," Sophia said. Alexander's POV. Julia was standing there, her small 5'4" self matched up with this large 6-foot doctor, accusing him of poisoning his own alpha. It didn't seem that far-fetched to me, seeing how this pack was raised to think. Beth had just slapped this man across the face while he sneered that they were going to get away with what they did. Ian was angry for Julia and her family, knowing how much she cared for him. Anger was bubbling up inside me, and it was threatening to take over. Then he pulled a John from inside one of his coat pockets. Julia started backing away and backed right into me. "This will be so easy to get away with," Dr. Andrews all but laughed. "You're not getting away with anything," I breathed, half in my voice, half in Ian's guttural voice. The doctor's eyes darted up to look at me. "Elijah, Hannah, get in here!" "What's happening?" "The doctor helped poison Marvin. They want him, Beth and Sandra, dead. Hurry, he has a con." "Well, we're not letting that happen," Hannah said defiantly. "How are you going to stop me?" He laughed. This was too much. Ian took over, shoving me to the back of my mind. He didn't shift but pushed Julia behind us, shielding her from the potential oncoming bullets. Dr. Andrews smiled an evil, cocky type of smile as he looked at all of us. Suddenly, Elijah and Hannah burst through the doors. This moment of distraction gave Ian the chance to launch himself at Dr. Andrews. He collided with him hard, knocking him backwards and to the ground. The gun flew from his hand across the room. Ian stood up and turned to face him. Dr. Andrews was already back on his feet, scanning the room for his weapon. Spotting it under Marvin's bed, he lunged for it. Before he got to it, however, he froze in midair, a wild look on his face. Looking around for the cause, I saw Cornelia standing there with her arm outstretched and her eyes narrowed. Then she threw him so hard into the wall, it left a large-sized dent. He crumpled to the floor, still frozen in time, his eyes wide open. She turned sharply towards the door, making a closing motion with her hands. The door banged closed, and we all heard the click of the lock. The shock of Cornelia stepping in allowed me to regain control and shove Ian to the back of my mind. "We have to get him out of here," Sandra said, looking at Marvin. "We'll take him to our pack. They can help him," Julia told her. I looked at Beth, who seemed to be in a state of shock. I realized she had just found out her pack was trying to kill her mate, and even her from what Dr. Andrews said. That must have been unexpected and hard to take in. "Julia," I said. "What?" she responded, looking at me. "Beth." Julia looked at her and saw the shocked, colorless expression on her face. She was staring at the frozen figure of Dr. Andrews in disbelief. "Beth," Julia said softly as she approached her. "Are you okay?" She looked at her with wide-open eyes, tear tracks down her face. "How could this happen? They're trying to kill him." "I know, but we're not going to let that happen. Cornelia will teleport us all to Crystal Sky, and our doctor will take care of him. But we have to go right now." Okay, she responded, seeming to come to her senses. Cornelia was already standing by Marvin's bedside, holding one of his hands. Sandra held Cornelia's other hand, while Julia, Hannah, Elijah, and I all grabbed onto someone. "What are we going to do about him?" Elijah asked, indicating to the heap on the floor that was Dr. Andrews. "Just leave him. Everyone he wants is leaving. After we save Marvin, we're done with October Moon. I want to get Naomi and her family out, but after that they're on their own," Julia said. "Agreed, this is the last straw," I added. "Get us home," Julia told Cornelia. With a pop, we were gone and now standing in the lobby of the Hospital of Crystal Sky. I picked Marvin up in my arms and ran him down the hallway. "Dr. Williams," I shouted, knowing he could hear me without mind linking. Alpha, he responded, poking his head from his office. His jaw dropped open when he saw the sight coming towards him. Me, running with an unconscious man in my arms, followed, but Julia, Elijah, Hannah, Cornelia, and 2 people he didn't know. "What's happening?" he asked, following us into a room. "This is Marvin, the Alpha of October Moon. It seems they tried to poison him with the intention of killing him." I laid Marvin on the bed and stepped away so Dr. Williams could examine him. "Do you know what he was positioned with?" "The doctor of October Moon said silver and wolfsbane, but I don't know if he was being truthful." "Jovi Dawson, I need you in here now." 2 nurses came bustling into the room, going straight to Dr. Williams. "We're going to need to do a full workup." He looked at all of us, just standing there staring at him. "I suggest you all go to the waiting room. We'll do everything we can to help him." The 7 of us walked somberly to the waiting area. Sandra had her arm around Beth as they walked, while Cornelia had her hand on her back. They were doing their very best to comfort her while she waited for news of her mate's fate. I couldn't sit, and it seemed neither could Julia, who came over to me, followed by Elijah and Hannah. "What are we going to do?" Julia whispered. "I don't know," I told her. "What can we do?" "Whoever did this needs to be punished," Hannah added. "I know, but what are we going to do? Declare war on a pack that didn't attack us? We can't march on them for trying to kill their own alpha," I said. "He tried to kill us, Alex. I think that gives us cause to attack," Julia insisted. "We don't know that. He could have just been aiming for Sandra and Beth. We just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Besides, there are innocent people in that pack, and what happens if we win? Then we put another alpha in place only for them to kill him or her?" "Den it," Julia huffed, realizing I was right. "I think what we have to do right now is focus on Marvin. We can figure the rest out later." We all took seats around Sandra, Beth, and Cornelia as we waited for news from Dr. Williams. About 20 minutes had passed when Dr. Williams came out through the double doors into the waiting room. All of us jumped to our feet and rushed towards him, Beth in the lead. "How is he?" she asked. "He's alive for now. What the other doctor told you wasn't untrue. He was poisoned with silver and wolfsbane, and a lot more silver than wolfsbane. I think that's why he didn't smell it before he drank any. Silver is odorless, and with how long everything's been in his system, I don't know right now what the outcome will be." "Dr. Williams, thank you for taking care of him," I said. "You're welcome, Alpha." Dr. Williams looked directly at Beth now. "We're going to do everything we can to save him. We're flushing his system right now." "Thank you," she breathed. Dr. Williams looked sympathetically at us before returning through the double doors. Beth collapsed back into her chair, burying her head in her hands. "Isn't there something you can do?" I asked Cornelia. "I wish I could, but healing is something I haven't mastered yet, and I don't know of any magical way to fix wolfsbane or silver poisoning." I looked at her exacerbated. Trust me, if there was anything I could do, I would do it. "I know, I'm sorry," I apologized. "I just hate that these things keep happening." Julia came up beside me, intertwining her fingers with mine. Her touch brought comfort to me and Ian, who hadn't stopped pacing and growling since I took back control. "It sounds like all we can do is wait and pray to the moon goddess he pulls through." Jovi came back out through the double doors. "Dr. Williams says you can go in and see him if you'd like." The 7 of us followed her back and into Marvin's room. They had changed him into a hospital gown, and he was hooked up to many machines. The heart monitor was beeping, while the swishing sound of his breathing tube echoed eerily through the room. Beth walked up to his bedside and placed a kiss on his forehead. I stood back to let her, Julia, and Sandra have some space. "What do we do if he doesn't wake up?" Elijah asked. "I don't know. The law would dictate we don't get involved as this isn't our pack or even our own species. With Julia having ties to the pack and being a member, I don't know if that changes anything much. Should we ask Elder Stanley about it?" "Maybe. He would know better, I suppose. I would prefer not to bring them into this situation if I can avoid it, though." "That's true. They weren't exactly welcoming last time. I guess we should wait and see if Marvin wakes up first. If he does, he'll be the one to deal with everything. And if he doesn't, we'll cross the bridge when we come to it." We stood there watching Marvin's monitors for a few minutes in silence. Beth had taken a seat in the chair Jovi had brought for her. "Hannah, could you please go have them make up 2 guest rooms for Sandra and Beth?" I asked her quietly. "Of course," she replied with a sad smile. "I'll help you," Elijah said, following her from the room. I walked over behind Julia and wrapped my arms around her waist. She sighed as she relaxed into my embrace. "Sandra, Beth," I addressed them, "you're both welcome to stay in the pack house tonight. We're having rooms prepared as we speak." "Thank you," Beth said, looking from me to Marvin, "but I'm not leaving him." "I'll have them bring in another bed for you so you can stay here with him," I told her. She smiled at me as fresh tears fell from her eyes. "I'll stay here too," Sandra added. No, Beth protested. "You go stay in the pack house. I'll let you know if anything happens. You won't be that far away." "Are you sure?" she asked with a questioning look. "Yes, I'll be fine." She reached for Marvin's hand, squeezing it gently. "We'll have some food brought for you too," Julia added. Just realizing now that it was dinner time, I quickly mind-linked Devon, who was the head of the kitchen, to bring some food here for Beth. "Mom, do you want us to take you to where your room is going to be?" Julia asked. "Are you okay if I leave?" she asked Beth. "Sure. There's no point in all of us standing here worrying." Sandra gave Beth a hug as she sat in her chair before turning to us. Julia, Sandra, Cornelia, and I all walked from the hospital. "I actually think I'm going to do some research in the library, see if I can't find a way to help him," Cornelia told us. Once we entered the pack house, Cornelia went to the library on the first floor, while the 3 of us headed to the second to show Sandra her room. We got her situated, and I made sure to tell Devon to bring her food to her room. Julia and I went to our room. Cooking for her seemed like a good idea after this stressful day, and I still hadn't heard anything about how it went with meeting her sisters. A few minutes to relax and forget about what was happening was what both of us needed. Marvin's POV. I was sitting in my office going over some paperwork for the pack. It had been a difficult few days, with resistance from every corner of the pack. People are not happy that I am now the alpha. Not everyone, but many people, seem to have the same mentality that Logan and Gregory did. Getting through to them was going to be difficult and take time. People were listening to me because they had to, not because they wanted to. "At least they're listening for the most part," Ray reminded me. I was happy that Julia was faring better than I was. Sandra had returned home the other day and told me all about her visit and how Julia had gotten to meet her birth father. Although I knew it was probably hard for Cornelia, I knew she was happy for Julia. She was a remarkable woman and mother to be able to do what she did. Frustrated that I wasn't able to come up with a new training schedule, I reached for my bottle of whiskey that was on my desk. Pouring myself a small glass, I drained almost all of it in one gulp. Why did I accept this role from Julia? I should have just taken off when I had the chance. "Do you think we should have a meeting with the pack or something to hear what they have to say about us being the alpha?" I asked Ray. I was trying to think of some way, anyway, that I wouldn't have to end up banishing half this pack. Strangely, Ray didn't answer me. "Ray, did you hear me?" Still there was no answer. What was happening? Before I could figure out the answer, I started to feel strange. My heart started to race, and I was becoming dizzy. Standing up from my chair, I stumbled sideways, knocking my glass onto the floor. I followed it, landing hard on my side. The world around me was growing dark as my vision tunneled in. I tried to yell for help, but nothing more than a whisper left my lips before the world went dark around me. Waking up, I realized I was lying flat on my back somewhere dark and cold. I couldn't remember what happened, and my head was killing me. Something large and furry came and laid down next to me. Twisting my fingers in its soft fur, I heard it purr out. "Ray?" I asked, confused. "Yeah, it's me." This was so weird. Where was I that Ray was in physical form at the same time as myself? Rolling onto my side, I sat up on my knees looking at the area around me. It looked pitch black for miles, not a sound or another soul in sight. "Where are we?" I asked him. "If you don't know, I don't know," Ray said with a sigh. He and I sat there on the ground gazing around, trying to figure out where the heat we were for a few minutes. "Is it getting lighter in here, or is it just me?" I think you're right, he responded. The room was slowly fading from black to gray, as if someone was using a light dimmer, but in reverse. I squinted and blinked a few times, as the room became fully engulfed in bright white light. It was like looking at the sun if it were 1,000 times brighter. I had to place my hand in front of my face to shield my eyes. The light finally started to diminish, and I was able to remove my hand from in front of my face. When I opened my eyes, I was shocked to see a woman standing in front of me. She had long black hair, beautiful gray eyes, and was wearing a long flowing silver dress that looked as if water was cascading down her body. She didn't seem solid, but she wasn't a ghost either. Her high cheekbones are prominent on her gorgeous goddess-like face. The look on her face was that of joy but also pain and regret. "Who are you?" I asked, mesmerized by her beauty. "Hello, Marvin. My name's Selena. I'm the moon goddess." Shock and confusion were coursing through my body. How was I kneeling before the moon goddess when a moment ago I had been in my office? The moon. What? She laughed a melodic laugh that rang out in my head. The moon goddess, my child. There have been stories of the moon goddess presenting herself to people in human form, but these usually only happened when the person was close to death or in a dire situation. But if you're here with me, does that mean, am I dead? She finished. The only thing I could do was nod my head as Ray laid beside me in complete bewilderment and astonishment, his mouth slightly open as he gazed at Selena. "I'm not actually sure about that myself. Come, walk with me," she said, pirouetting and walking away from me. Clumsily, I got to my feet to follow her, nudging Ray that he should do the same. Closing his mouth, he stumbled to his feet and began trotting along behind me. "I don't understand. If I'm not dead, then why am I here? And why are you here?" I wish I had the answers to those questions myself, but even I don't know. "How is that possible? Don't you know everything?" She laughed her melodic laugh as she threw her head back, making her long black hair dance behind her. "My dear Marvin, even I don't know everything. Free will and decisions change many things in the universe. Do you know what happened to me?" "What do you think happened to you?" she asked. I remember sitting in my office and being overwhelmed with paperwork. I poured myself a drink, and that's when things get a little fuzzy. I couldn't talk to Ray. I looked behind me to see Ray still trotting along behind us. "So, if you couldn't reach your wolf, that means—" "Someone slipped me wolfsbane." "It's a little worse than that," she said, gliding across the floor as if her feet weren't even making contact. "They slipped you silver as well, and a lot of it." "So, does that mean I'm dying?" I knew pure silver injected straight into a wolf was enough to kill them in a matter of minutes, but I didn't know about ingesting it. She stopped walking and turned to face me. I couldn't read the look she was giving me. Her eyes were sad, but not so much that I was made to believe this was the end for me. "If I'm being honest, I think you are." Ray whined behind me, as I felt as if my world was crashing down to earth. How could I be dying? I had so much left I had to do. I had a mate to take care of and 2 girls who didn't even have pups yet. I wanted to hold my grandpups and watch as they grew up into strong, powerful wolves. This wasn't happening. My breathing started to come quickly and in gasps. My chest was tightening and my legs felt weak. "Breath, Marvin." Selena soothed. How could I when she had just dropped a bomb on me? The tightening in my chest was getting stronger and it felt like my heart was going to race right out of my chest. Selena placed her hand on my shoulder, and I felt an instant warming and calming feeling wash over me, as if I had just been plunged into a warm pool. "Thank you," I whispered to her. "You're welcome. Now listen, things might not seem good right now, but this is the path you must take. You have done great things throughout your life, protecting Julianna as you did, taking on Logan and Gregory, attempting to pick up the pieces of a broken pack. I'm very proud of you, my child. I don't believe all hope is lost for you, not with the people who are trying to save you." "Who would that be?" I asked, confused. "You know who I'm talking about. They're all with you, and if you trust in them, amazing things will happen." I thought about her words for a moment. She must mean Julia and Alexander. They must have somehow found out what was going on, which meant I was in good hands. "How do I help them?" I asked. "Just trust in her love for you and her willingness to do anything to save you." Am I just stuck here until they figure it out? How long have I been here? No, you could come with me. Move on to the land of wolves before you. Be at peace. As for how long you've been here, I'm not sure. Days, weeks, months. Time moves differently here than on Earth. What would you like to do? I glanced behind me at Ray, who was shaking his head vigorously no at me. Although it would be the easy way out, I didn't want that. I haven't finished with my life yet. I don't think I can go with you, I told her. She smiled warmly, like a mother would when one of her children achieves a great accomplishment. I was hoping you would say that. I've enjoyed our time together, but this is where I leave you. She closed her gray eyes tightly, and without warning she placed both hands on my shoulders and shoved me hard. I fell back onto Ray, who was also falling as the floor disappeared from under us. He and I were tumbling through space and were thrown back into total blackness. The air was rushing past us quickly as we fell further and further. It didn't seem like we were ever going to reach the ground. Then suddenly, I felt my back make contact with something. Ray and I both slammed into the ground hard, closing my eyes as I hit. When I opened them, I was blinded by bright white lights, and the sound of machines beeping filled my ears. Julianna's POV. "Can I make you something to eat?" Alex asked as we walked into our apartment. "That would be great, actually. I haven't eaten since lunch with Joshua and Cornelia." I went to sit down at the island while Alex started bustling around the kitchen, taking plates down and ingredients out of the fridge. I never did get a chance to ask how it went meeting them today. It was really good, actually. They were all really warm and welcoming. "What are their names?" "So Joshua's mate, her name is Vanessa. Their daughters are Leah and Aubrey. Leah is 13 and Aubrey is 11. We all had lunch together and just talked. We told the girls everything, although we didn't go into excruciating details since they're still pretty young." "How was Cornelia during the entire thing? I can't imagine seeing your old mate so happy with his new family is easy." "I know, but she seemed to take it in stride. I hope she's able to find another mate. She deserves to be happy after all she's sacrificed." "I agree." We fell silent as Alex continued to add leftovers to our plates, ignoring the obvious elephant in the room. I watched him maneuver around the kitchen, so seamless and effortless. Everything this man did seemed effortless and impressive. "Like the way he protected us from Psycho Dr. Andrews?" Sophia gushed. "How hot was it when he lunged at him and threw him down?" "I don't know. I was too busy worrying about the man with the weapon." "Oh, I knew Cornelia and him had it covered." I rolled my eyes at her, but did have to admit how sexy Alex looked, with the sleeves of his blue button-down rolled up, exposing his tattoo and forearm muscles with a dish towel over his shoulder. He was just finishing up pulling the leftover salmon out of the microwave when I bit my lip and flashed him an image of us puking on the counter. His head snapped up to look at me as his eyes flashed with lust. "I thought you were hungry," he husked. "Climb across the counter," Sophia yelled at me. Taking her advice, I tried my best to climb from my stool onto the large countertop without looking clumsy. Alex shoved our 2 plates out of the way, ready for my oncoming assault. Coming up to him, I crushed my lips to his as I cupped the sides of his face with my hands. Feeling his hands on me, he pulled me from my waist closer to him. Kneeling on the counter, I grabbed the back of his neck and deepened the kiss, opening my mouth eagerly for him to invade with his tongue. He obliged and moaned into our kiss, sending a jolt of electricity straight to my core. Alex broke our kiss and looked at me, seductively. Sucking in a breath, he grabbed me under my so he could pull me to a sitting position. I started undoing the buttons of his shirt, running my hands along the lines of his muscles, making him groan. I wrapped my legs around my waist, and he stroked down the side of my face. His touch sent shivers down my spine, causing me to close my eyes and lean my head back. Trailing his hands down my neck, he stopped at the top of my sports bra. I opened my eyes in time to see him elongate his claws and gently rip the front of it open, exposing my breasts. I sloughed off the rest of it, shaking my head and smirking at him. He simply shrugged his shoulders before bending down and taking one of my nipples in his mouth. I moaned and threw my head back, placing my hands on the counter behind me. His hands went to either side of the waist of my shorts, but instead of ripping them off, he started pulling them down. I lifted myself off the counter to make it easier for him. After he tossed them away, he pulled his shirt off as I unbuckled his belt and jeans. We were both completely naked, looking longingly at the other. Alex kissed me with a new type of hunger, grabbing either side of my face and pulling me close. I'm not sure if it was what happened today in the hospital or not, but there was no softness to this tonight. There was a primal need to be with each other. Without waiting, I reached forward to take hold of his rock-hard deek. Gently, I stroked him up and down, eliciting a loud groan into our kiss from him. Alex pulled me closer to the edge of the counter by my hips, and I quickly positioned his tip at my entrance. He entered me slowly and gently, making me moan with each inch he slid in, kissing my neck as he went. "Fuck, Alex," I moaned as he started thrusting faster. "Goddess, I love fuking you, baby," he husked into his kisses on my neck. His hot breath caused good bumps to erupt under his touch. My desire for him was so strong that my climax came quickly. "Yes, please don't stop." He took my words seriously, because even after I had fallen over my pleasure cliff, he kept thrusting into me hard and fast. I laid back on the counter, giving him better access. Alex placed his fingertips on my collarbone and traced them all the way down, stopping just above my bikini line. I locked eyes with him, giving him a pleading look, letting him know I wanted his hands all over my body. He gave me a sexy smirk, and his fingers went lower and lower, finally finding my swollen clut. I cried out in complete pleasure as he circled his finger teasingly. "Shh, baby," Alex said as he got closer to his own release. Picking up his pace, he stroked me faster as I got closer to my second orgasm. I heard Alex grunt out as he came inside me. I followed, yelling out as my second climax was more intense than my first, making my legs shake and my back arch off the counter. Panting, Alex placed his arms under my back to lift me off the counter. He carried me to the bathroom so I could clean myself up. After I was done, I went into our closet and took out a fluffy robe since Alex had shredded half my clothes. When I got back out to the kitchen, Alex was reheating our now cold food. He set both plates down as I took a seat. "Are we going to eat this time?" he joked, taking a seat next to me. "I'll try to control myself," I told him with a laugh. The two of us ate in silence for a few minutes before he spoke. "I know you might not want to talk about it, but eventually we are going to have to make a plan about what we're going to do if Marvin doesn't wake up." I sighed, thinking about what that would mean. "That would destroy Beth," I said, "and they have 2 older daughters that have both mated to betas in other packs. Do they know what's happening?" "I'm sure Beth has filled them in. I'll let her know she's welcome to invite them here if they'd like to come." "That's a good idea. They should be with him right now," Alex said. "Now I know we have to talk about what we're going to do if he doesn't wake up, but for tonight, can we just enjoy the food and appreciate that right now he's still alive?" He smiled at me sympathetically, reaching for my hand. "Okay, we'll talk about it in the morning." "Thank you," I told him. We finished our meal, and I helped Alex clean the kitchen. Once everything was put away, we went to the bedroom to get some much-needed sleep. While I was washing my face, I mind-linked my mom. "Hey, are you doing okay?" "I am. Thanks for checking in. The food they brought me was amazing." "I'm glad you liked it. Have you heard anything from Beth?" "Just that there's been no change. That's better than the alternative, I guess. I'm going to let her know she can invite Abigail and Jordan to come see him if they'd like." "That's a good idea. I know she told them what happened, but I'm not sure if they felt comfortable enough asking to come here." "Okay, I'll talk to her about it." "Thanks, sweetheart. Have a good night. I'll see you in the morning. I love you." "I love you too, Mom." I cut the link with her and continued to get ready for bed. Coming into the bedroom, Alex was already in bed, propped up reading a book. "You okay?" he asked, looking up at my face. "Yeah," I said, crawling in next to him. "I just talked to my mom." "Is everything all right?" "As far as I know, she loved the food they brought her, and Beth said there was no change to Marvin's condition. I'll let her know tomorrow she can have her daughters come." "What are their names?" Alex asked. "Abigail and Jordan. They're both in their 30s. Beth had them when she was only 19 and 20. By the time Marvin found me, They'd already found their mates and moved to their packs. I met them a couple of times when they came to visit when my mom was still the Gamma female. Do either of them have any kids? Not that I know of. Marvin always said they were more interested in adventuring than having kids. I wouldn't mind taking you on some adventures, he said, placing his book on the nightstand. Oh yeah, where would we go? I asked, snuggling into his arms. Maybe Paris? Or the Caribbean? We could rent a private island and just spend the entire time naked in the ocean. A private island? I wouldn't mind a private island, Sophia said excitedly. Sophia likes the idea of a private island in the Caribbean, I told him. We should go after your Luna ceremony as a celebration. That would be really nice. Maybe we'll have more than a couple of days without anything crazy happening, I laughed. With the way our luck has been going, I'd be prepared for anything. Cornelia's POV. I spent the rest of the day and into the night doing research, trying to find a way to help Marvin, but nothing came up. The only thing I could think of doing was freeze him permanently until we could think of a way to save him. I slammed the book I was reading closed and sighed, leaning back in my chair. This was ridiculous. I was a powerful witch. I should be able to figure out some way to help him. Giving up for the night, I decided the best thing to do would be to go to bed. Getting frustrated and continuing to look through these books wasn't going to do anyone any good. I placed the books I had been looking at back on the shelf before exiting the library for my room. It was late, so everyone seemed to be in bed, and the quiet of the pack house was nice. My steps echoed on the stone floor as I ascended the stairs to the second floor. Opening the door to my room, I was shocked to see my sister Diana perched on the edge of my bed. "You have a pretty sweet setup in here," she commented with a smile. "Diana?" I breathed, not believing what I was seeing. "What? How? What? You really thought it would take me that long to master teleporting, especially knowing it was the only way I was going to see you again?" She laughed, getting off the bed and engulfing me in a hug. "Holy shit!" I said as tears began streaming down my face from sheer happiness. I really had resigned myself to the idea that I was never going to see Diana again, or that it would be a long time before I did. I held her for a solid few minutes, just taking in this moment. "How have you been?" she asked as we broke apart. "I've been good. Well, not good. A lot's been happening recently." "Like what?" she asked, plopping down on my bed. "Well, for one thing, I took Julia to meet Joshua, Vanessa, Leah, and Aubrey." "Holy crap, how'd that go?" "It went really well. I did have to tell Joshua I'd been lying to him about Julia and how she'd been treated for the last 15 years. I remember his temper. I'm sure that went swimmingly. I just let him rage until he had it out of his system. Once he laid eyes on her, he turned into a pup again. It was really sweet." "How did the girls and Vanessa react?" "Good. I took her back a couple of days later and we all had lunch together. I'm happy she's finally been able to meet them." "Me too. Oh, and we've been practicing her powers." "Shut! And you didn't lead with that," she asked, annoyed. "How's she doing?" "Really good. She's able to move things around, and just recently we realized she can sense energy shifts in people. We haven't worked on spells or potion making yet. At least it's a start. It sounds like you guys have been spending a lot of time together. I'm really happy for you." She smiled at me, and I smiled back. "Unfortunately, we had a not-so-good development today. Someone poisoned Marvin." "Who?" she asked in shock. "We don't know. All we know is the doctor at October Moon helped, and when Julia accused him, he pulled a gun with the intention of killing Beth and Sandra and possibly us. It seems like a lot of the pack aren't happy about him being the alpha, and they're looking to change that." "So where's Marvin now?" "Here in the hospital. Sandra told Julia he had been poisoned, so we all went there with the intention of supporting Beth. That's when the doctor went crazy, and I teleported us out of there. I've been doing research on how to help him, but I haven't been able to figure anything out." "Dan," Diana said, taking in everything I told her. "How have things been in the coven?" I asked, wondering if any change came from what I had done. "Not too bad," she replied. "There are definitely whispers of wanting change from the younger members after what happened to you." "That's good. It's about time the laws changed." "I think so too, but it would be up to the elders to change things." This is true, but how in the did you master teleportation so fast? She threw her head back and laughed. I've been close for a while, but the elders banishing you was the push I needed to finally make it happen. I'm really glad you did. It's so good to see you. I gave her another hug. Are you able to come back another time? Maybe we can spend some time with Julia? You really only had a few minutes to talk with her. I'd love that, she said, her face lighting up. Are you worried about getting caught? I asked. Not really. I mean, what are they going to do to me? Banish me? I'm the last of the High Priestess line apart from Julia. She did have a point. No one else in the coven was close to being ready to take over the High Priestess position. They would do everything they could to keep Diana. You're going to give that coven a run for this money, I joked. Oh, I'm planning on it. Those Ahole elders want to banish my sister and put me in charge. They had better be prepared for what happens next. She made me laugh, which I felt like I hadn't done in such a long time. I should probably go. It's late and it sounds like you've had an exciting day. She hopped off my bed and went to stand in the middle of the room. Diana, I called, turning her attention back to me. Thanks for coming. I love you. A smile spread across her delicate face. I love you too, Leah. With a soft pop, she was gone. Waking up the next morning, the first thing I wanted to do was go to the hospital to check on Marvin and see if Beth or Sandra needed anything. The day after, Julia and I went to see Joshua. Alex had insisted we take his card and go into the city for some clothes for me. Hannah came and we walked around behind her as she bounced from store to store with great protest from me. Although I wasn't supposed to use my powers for myself, I didn't mind conjuring things I needed. I now had a brand new wardrobe, as well as every beauty product under the sun. It was hot here in the summer, so I chose some white, soft, wide leg pants, a light blue silky tank top, and sandals. Getting used to not wearing robes all the time was going to be an adjustment, but it was nice to be able to dress like a human and not the High Priestess. Heading from the pack house, I made my way to the hospital, stopping in the dining hall to grab a quick breakfast sandwich for myself, Sandra, and Beth. When I got to the hospital, it seemed I was the first one there. Beth was sitting in a chair, watching Marvin's heart monitor go up and down. Hi, I said, coming into the room. Beth looked around and smiled half-heartedly at me. Hello. Has anyone else stopped by yet? I asked, handing her the sandwich. I got this for you. Thank you, and no, you're the first one. How's he doing? I asked. The same, it seems. Dr. Williams was in here a few minutes ago. There was another chair in the corner of the room, and I pulled it up so I could sit next to her. We watched Marvin in silence for a few minutes, each of us taking small bites of our sandwiches. You know, I never got to properly thank you for saving myself and Marvin so many times. There's no thanks needed. You're Julia's family. I would do everything again if it meant making sure her family stayed alive. You sacrifice so much for everyone, and you've never asked for anything in return, she commented. I looked away from her and at my hands sitting in my lap as the tears threatened to spill over. It felt silly sitting here trying not to cry when Beth was the one possibly looking death in the face. It all seems for naught at the point. Everything I tried to stop happened anyway. I let Julia go to protect her, and that put her in more danger. Keeping her away from my coven failed. The elders still found out about her and banished me. Maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe this is what was supposed to happen. The elders could have killed you both, but they didn't. If they had found out about her earlier, they might not have shown such mercy. If you hadn't given up Julia, she might never have found her way to Alpha Alexander. You did everything you could to protect her. Don't ever for a moment think you didn't. She smiled at me, and I looked up at her for the first time. Mothers will go to the ends of the earth to protect their children. Aren't I the one who's supposed to be comforting you? I joked, glancing at her. I guess that's how it's supposed to work. I've never been in this position before. She and I continued to make small talk as we ate the rest of our breakfast and continued to watch Marvin. My daughters are on their way here to see him. Julia said they're more than welcome to come when she mind-linked me early this morning. I think they felt, because this is a Lycan pack, they might not be welcome. I'm sure Julia would never let that happen. I mean, Look how many wolves there are here now. How are they feeling about what's happening? They're shocked considering they had no idea what was going on. They're probably going to bring their mates. What are their names? Jordan and Abigail. Jordan is mated to Hendrix and Abigail is mated to Colson. How old are they? They're 35 and 36. Do they have any kids? No, they were too busy going on adventures and helping run their packs. They're mated to betas, so they're pretty busy. Are their packs close by? They're a few hours away, but nothing crazy. That's good. I can't wait to meet them. They're really good kids. They met Julia a couple of times when she was younger, but they haven't been around in a few years with everything they have going on. It was nice sitting there having a conversation with Beth about her life. I didn't know much about her, and she seemed like a really sweet woman. She and I continued to talk until the door to Marvin's room opened, and in walked Julia and Alexander. Alexander's POV. I rolled over in bed, reaching for Julia, only to discover her side of the bed was cold and empty. Sitting up, I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and scanned the room for her. Not seeing or hearing her in the bathroom, I figured she must be downstairs. I climbed out of bed and threw a t-shirt on that had been sitting on the floor. Once I opened the door and got halfway down their stairs, I could hear her voice cursing softly. Rounding the corner into the kitchen, I saw Julia standing in just one of my button-downs, hands in the air, attempting to levitate a couple of pans that I assumed she had taken out from under the island. "What are you doing?" I asked. My voice must have broken her concentration and scared her because she gasped as the pans came crashing down to the floor. "Sorry," I apologized as she looked at me with annoyance. I went to take a seat at the island. "What exactly were you trying to do?" "I was trying to move them onto the stove to make us some breakfast," she replied, placing her hand back out over the pots on the floor. I watched in silence as she raised the pans, her eyes narrowed with deep concentration. Julia then walked them to the stove and sent them down on the burners as gently as she could. "Ha!" I heard her exclaim in happiness. She turned to look at me with an excited look on her face, smiling from ear to ear. "That's great," I told her. "I'm really proud of you." "Thanks," she said, coming around the counter and planting a kiss on my lips. She went to walk away, but I grabbed her, pulling her onto my lap. I buried my face in her neck and inhaled her blueberry scent, letting it wash over me as Ian purred loudly in my head, causing it to vibrate in my chest. I peppered her neck and face with kisses, rubbing my scruffle along the side of her face, making her giggle. "I'm trying to be nice and make you breakfast?" She laughed. "I'd rather eat you," I joked, giving her neck one last kiss. Reluctantly, I released her, letting her go back to the stove. "What are you making?" "Well, I can't make much, but I can make eggs and we have some sausage. I figured I could throw that in a pan. We also have bread for toast." "Sounds good to me. Do you want any help?" "No, you always make things for me, and I want to return the favor," she told me brightly. "How long have you been up?" I asked. Noticing her cheerful behavior, glancing at the clock, it was only 8:30 in the morning. I got up around 6:30. I woke up and just couldn't fall back asleep. I showered, had about 3 cups of coffee, mind-linked Beth about letting her daughters come here, and worked on my magic a little. "You've certainly had a productive morning," I commented. "I did. I left some coffee in the pot for you, if you'd like it." "Thanks. I'll get some after I hop in the shower while you're cooking. That way I'm ready to go once we're done." "Okay, sounds good," she replied, pulling the carton of eggs out of the fridge. Going into our bathroom, I took a quick shower and dressed in some shorts and a clean t-shirt. Descending the stairs, the smell of sizzling sausage filled my nose. Julia was in full chef mode in the kitchen. She had 2 plates filled with scrambled eggs, toast, and sausage, accompanied by 2 cups of coffee sitting at our usual seats at the island. Julia was just scrapping the last of the eggs out of the pan when she heard me. Perfect timing. She handed 1 plate to me and picked the other one up for herself. "Thank you for this," I told her, sitting down and taking a bite. "You're welcome. I think this is the first thing I've cooked for you." "Well, it's delicious," I said. "What did Beth say about Jordan and Abigail?" "She said they would be here in a couple of hours. I think I told her around 7 this morning, so they might be here before we get there. Should we meet them outside the hospital? We can. I'll ask her to let me know when they get here. Sounds good to me. I knew what I wanted to ask her next, even though it was going to be hard to talk about. Are you ready to talk about what we should do if Marvin doesn't wake up? Julia took a long sip of coffee before she answered me. I suppose we can't put it off much longer. What would we do? Honestly, I'm not sure. Our laws would indicate we don't get involved since it's not our pack, but it seems like we're already involved. But we can't declare war on October Moon for poisoning their own alpha. That's a pack matter, even if he is here under our care, right? She confirmed. Under normal circumstances, yes, however, we could declare war on them for their doctor trying to kill us. It would give us cause. But we will only need to do that if Marvin dies, right? Yes, because if he wakes up, then we can let him take care of it with our support. He could choose to leave his position and appoint someone else, or completely disband the pack, leaving them to whatever fate becomes of them. I don't know if Marvin would go that far, even with what happened. I think the best thing for him to do would be to punish whoever did this and then resign as alpha. Him and Beth are more than welcome here. Of course they are, as is your mom and anyone else who doesn't want to stay in the pack, I told her. That still doesn't really answer what we'll do if he doesn't wake up, she reminded me. Well, if that happens, your mom will become the alpha, since she's the beta, and Marvin's children have their own packs. If this is what happened to Marvin, I don't want my mom becoming the alpha. I'd have her pass the title on to someone else in the pack and move here. I'm not taking any chances. That's a pretty good idea. You did say you wanted to be done with them once this was all over. I did. I want to get Naomi and her parents out first if they want to come. Maybe Naomi could find her mate here. You don't think her parents will want to come? I don't know. They never totally agreed with Gregory, but they didn't like Naomi being friends with me. I think they were more worried Gregory's anger would start to be directed towards them. They were Omegas, so they didn't have any power. Maybe Naomi can come, and they can stay there. I don't want anyone here that doesn't support you 100%, Omega or not. Ian growled loudly, thinking about this woman's parents, knowing what was happening to Julia, but doing nothing about it. Julia placed her hand on mine, noticing my change in energy. Her touch instantly had Ian go from growling to purring. I chuckled at the effect she had on both of us. What? She asked. I just love the fact that you're instantly able to calm my feral Lycan down. She smiled at me, giving me a kiss on the cheek. I'm finished if you are, she said, getting up and starting to take her plate to the sink. You can leave that. I'll take care of it. Are you sure? Yeah, why don't you go get change while I clean everything up? Okay, thanks. She bounced back out of the kitchen and up the stairs while I began loading the dishwasher and cleaning the pans in the large farm-style sink. After about 10 minutes, Julia came back into the kitchen looking very pretty in a light pink sundress and tan sandals. You look really nice, I told her, admiring just how beautiful she truly was, not only on the outside, but also on the inside. You always say that, she joked, blushing a shade of pink to match her dress. And I always mean it, I told her, coming closer to pull her into a hug. I love you, she breathed into my neck. I love you too, I told her. Taking her hand in mine, I led the way out of our apartment and towards the hospital. Are Abigail and Jordan here yet? I haven't heard anything, so I'm going to assume not. Alexander, are you busy? Hannah asked. Julia and I are on our way to check on Marvin. Is there something you need? Elijah and I were just about to start the training for the day and wanted to see if you could join us. I'll meet you guys in a few. First, I'll check on Marvin and then head over your way. Okay, see you soon. Are you okay if I do some training with Elijah and Hannah after we check on Marvin? Yeah, no problem. I might join you too if that's okay. Of course, I'd love to see what Marvin has taught you. Not to brag, but I'm pretty good. Gonna give me a run for my money? I think so, she joked. We entered the hospital to see Cornelia already there, having a conversation with Beth, who looked much happier than she did yesterday. Marvin still looked very pale lying in his bed, but the fact that he hadn't gotten any worse was a comfort to us all. Hi, Julia said as we approached. Hey, Beth answered, turning in her chair. Has my mom been here yet? No, we haven't seen her, Cornelia said. I'm going to go back to the pack house. She's probably in her room. I'll link her on the way. She got up on her tiptoes and I bent over so she could place a kiss on my cheek before turning and exiting Marvin's room. Julianna's POV. I kissed Alex on the cheek before leaving the hospital and going back to the pack house to find my mom. Mom, are you awake? Good morning, Julia. Yes, I am. Just finishing up getting ready. I'm headed your way. We met Beth and Cornelia in the hospital, but they didn't know where you were. I'll meet you outside your room. Just come in, the door's unlocked. All right, see you in a second. When I got to my mom's door, I knocked before going in just to let her know I was there. Hey, sweetie, she called from the bathroom. Hey, Mom. How's Marvin doing this morning? He's okay. No change, really. Beth has Abigail and Jordan coming to see him, too. Oh, good. I was worried she wouldn't tell them what was happening. She doesn't like to worry them if she doesn't have to. This seems pretty big not to tell them, I commented. I know, but Beth can be weird sometimes. My mom finally came out of the bathroom, looking very nice in some white shorts and a black t-shirt. You look nice, I told her. Thanks. Cornelia popped in last night and brought me some clothes since we left in such a hurry. We should get some stuff for Beth. She was wearing the same thing she came in with, Sophia told me. Shh! You're right. I didn't even think of that. It did all happen really fast. We can't always think of everything, she reminded me. If they end up staying here, Hannah is going to be more than happy to take everyone on a shopping spree, I joked. Are you okay? My mom asked after my prolonged silence. Oh yeah, sorry. Just talking to Sophia. Are you ready to go? Yeah, let's go. She followed me out of her room and down the stairs. We passed the dining hall where I caught a couple of words a few young pack members were whispering. Yeah, apparently someone tried to poison him, and Alpha Alexander had him brought here. Why? Why are we even getting involved with a wolf pack? Because he was the beta of Luna Julianna's old pack, and practically like her father. Is she really part witch? Yeah. Haven't you been close to her? You can smell it plain as day. Why would the moon goddess mate the king with a wolf-witch hybrid? I don't know, but have you noticed how many weird things have happened since she showed up? I mean, she turns up stabbed inside our borders to begin with. I glanced at my mom, who must have been listening in on the same conversation I was. Don't let them bother you. No matter what you do, not everyone is going to be happy you're here. The moon goddess paired you with Alexander for a reason, and don't you ever question that. I looked at the three young girls gossiping. They made eye contact with me, and each turned a different shade of red as they shuffled away, deeper into the dining hall. Listen to your mom, Julia. Those girls are just jealous that we're a beta hybrid mated to the hottest Lycan, and they're just ordinary, Sophia said sternly. What she said didn't make the awkward looks and whispers any easier to take. As my mom and I got outside, I noticed 5 confused and worried-looking people at the bottom of the stairs. I recognized Jordan and Abigail, even though I hadn't seen them in a long time. Sandra! Jordan yelled out when she spotted us. She and her sister ran up the stairs at us as their mates followed closely behind, but there was an older man with them I had never seen before. Abigail, Jordan, you're here, my mom declared when they got to us. Where's our mom and dad? Abigail demanded. Abby, give her a second, a tall blonde man with striking features said. His face looked like it was sculpted from clay, with high-defined cheekbones and prominent eyebrows. His dark brown eyes held a kindness, even if his face didn't. Coulson, I just want to know what's going on, she huffed in his direction. Why don't we at least say hello first, Jordan suggested. She then turned to me and my mom. Hi Sandra, Julianna, it's nice to see you again. I'm sure you remember my mate, Hendrix. Looking at the man standing behind her, his name fit his look. He was heavily tattooed, to the point where the only part of him that didn't have some type of ink was his face, from what I could see. He had jet black hair that was in a short buzz cut, and his biceps looked larger than my thighs combined. He had dark blue eyes that I wasn't able to read as he looked at me. It's nice to see you guys again, my mom told her. Hendrix only nodded once. Oh, this is my father-in-law, Vincent. Jordan said, indicating to the older man behind her I didn't know. He wanted to come because his mom was an elf, and he thought he might be able to use some of their healing abilities on my dad. "It's nice to meet you," my mom said. "Yes, it's good to see you all, and welcome to my pack." "Crystal Sky," I told them. "Your pack?" Abigail questioned. "Yes, I'm mated to King Alpha Alexander," I told her bluntly. I forgot how insufferable Abigail could be. "She seems like a Sophia commented. "You have no idea." "It's nice to meet you, Luna Queen," Coulson said, reaching around Abigail to shake my hand. "It's nice to meet you, and please call me Julia or Julianna. Luna Queen seems so formal." Abigail looked me up and down, with a look on her face as if she was smelling something sour. "Would you please explain what is going on with our dad?" Jordan asked, giving her sister a seething look. "It's a long story, but I'll try to explain it as quickly as I can," I said. My mom and I began to tell the story, starting with me mating to Logan, because that's where Marvin's involvement began and why he was in the position he is now. So, we put Marvin in the alpha position of October Moon because he had the most experience, and I hoped he would be able to bring positive change to the pack after Logan. He made my mom his beta for the same reason. It didn't seem like everyone was happy with that decision. "Which we expected," my mom added, "but we in no way expected some to react like they did." It all came to a head yesterday. Marvin was in his office, and mine and your mom were together. Your mom got this painful feeling, and she knew something bad had happened to your dad. We found him lying on the floor in his office, having drunk something. We immediately took him to the hospital, and I let Julia know. Cornelia brought her and Alexander here to help. I noticed how the doctor and nurses really weren't doing much to help, and finally it hit me. The doctor had something to do with poisoning him. He had to, with his lack of attention, and all he wanted to do was wait and see what happened. I confronted the doctor, and he went crazy. He started saying how none of them should be here and Gregory was a better alpha. Then he pulled a John on us and wanted to kill us. Luckily, Cornelia and Alex got the better of him. We brought your dad back here the second we could and took him to our hospital. Our doctor, Dr. Williams, said he was poisoned with wolfsbane and a lot of silver. He's not sure what the outcome will be, but your dad hasn't gotten any worse, which is a positive sign. Your mom is with him in the hospital right now. All 5 of them were looking at us with shocked expressions, their mouths hanging open slightly. "I don't understand," Jordan said. "We had no idea any of this was happening." "I know, and I'm sorry your mom and dad didn't tell you. I guess they thought since it all turned out okay, they didn't need to. Until yesterday, that is." Abigail added with an annoyed smirk. "Yes, I think that's why she told you." "Why don't we go see her and talk to her?" Coulson suggested. "Julianna and Sandra aren't the ones that decided not to tell you. It's your mom you need to talk to." "You're right," Abigail said, looking from Coulson to me with a cold sort of look. "Can you take us to the hospital?" "Yeah, follow us," I told her. "Well, that was pleasant," Sophia said with a bark laugh. "I know she's upset, so maybe once she talks to Beth, she'll lose the Ice Queen attitude." We all walked in awkward silence to the hospital. When we got there, I led the way to Marvin's room, opening the door to reveal Alex, Cornelia, and Beth all gathered around Marvin's bed. All 3 of them looked at the 7 of us. As soon as their eyes fell on us and our eyes met them, I felt an odd energy shift in the room. It was like a magnetic force had descended on the room, but it wasn't angry or sad. It was happy and joyous. It felt like love had flooded this room from every corner. I heard a guttural word from behind me. That made my mind explode. "Mate," was what I heard from Vincent as he stalked right past us and towards Cornelia, who, it seemed, was frozen in time. "Did he just say what I think he said?" Sophia asked with an open-mouthed, excited expression. Cornelia's POV. "How long have you 2 been here?" Alexander asked as Julia left the room in search of Sandra. "A couple of hours," Beth said. "We had breakfast and talked a little." "It's been a nice and quiet morning," I added. "Julia said you have your daughters on the way?" Alexander said to Beth. "Yeah, they should be here soon. They left early this morning after I talked to them." "I'm sure they are looking forward to seeing you 2 again," Alexander said. "I just wish it was under better circumstances," Beth replied. "I know. I'm sorry for what you're going through," Just know Julia and I will do everything we can to make this right, Alexander told Beth. Thank you, Alpha Alexander. We're truly in your debt again. That's the moment when Dr. Williams came into the room, carrying Marvin's chart. Good morning, Alpha. Luna Beth, Beta Sandra, Cornelia. Good morning, Dr. Williams, Beth said, sounding nervous at what he was going to say. Well, after taking Alpha Marvin's blood, I'm still seeing high levels of silver. It seems we're having a difficult time flushing it out of his system. The longer it's in there, the more damage it's going to do, unfortunately. So what does that mean? Beth asked. I'm not sure at this point. I'm going to run some other tests and see if I can't figure out what's going on. I just wanted to give you an update on where we are. Thank you, Dr. Williams, Beth said with a sigh. I'll come and check on him later, Dr. Williams said before exiting the room. Beth placed her face in her hands momentarily, letting out another deep sigh. It's going to be okay, I told her, placing my hand on her shoulder. We'll spare no expense in making sure Marvin gets the best care, Alexander said. Beth stood up and placed a hand on Marvin's forehead. I got up and placed a comforting arm around her shoulder, while Alexander stood at the foot of his bed. We all stood there in silence, individually praying to the moon goddess for a miracle. A few minutes later, the door to Marvin's room opened. Looking up, I saw Julia, Sandra, and 5 other people I had never seen before. 2 younger women I assumed were Beth's daughters, along with 2 younger men that must be their mates. When my eyes met the older man behind them, his stare stopped my heart. His light gray eyes were staring into mine with an intensity I had only known one other time in my life. I heard him utter a word that had all been forgotten in my mind. Mate. The older man stalked towards me as the rest of the room was silent. The closer he got, the stronger his scent became as it invaded my nose and consumed every thought. He smelled like chestnuts and apples, almost like something you would smell on a cool autumn day in a coffee shop. Only inches separated us as he walked right up to me without blinking, his eyes locked on mine. "What's your name?" he asked in a deep and very sexy voice. "Shh! I have a name. Yes, I have a name. What was that again?" Cornelia Sullivan, I stammered out. Why did his stare make me feel like I was a teenager again, like I had lost all sense of self-control? He smiled at me, and my legs almost gave out from under me. I swayed slightly and lost my footing, tripping slightly over absolutely nothing. His hand reached out to steady me, and since I wasn't wearing my usual long-sleeve robe, his touch sent a warm sensation through my arm. "It's nice to meet you, Cornelia. I'm Vincent Royer." All I could do was stare into his handsome face as he took my hand to his mouth and kissed it, sending a jolt of warmth and electricity coursing through me. Someone cleared their throat loudly, and it suddenly dawned on me. There were a lot of other people in this room. Looking around, I saw a couple of very confused faces, one that seemed angry, but when my eyes fell on Julia, she was beaming at me as Alexander held her from behind. He was also smiling widely, excitement on both their faces. "Care to tell the class what's happening, Dad?" A deep voice rang out in the crowd. The voice belonged to a heavily tattooed man with short hair cropped into a short buzz. He gave off the impression of a bodybuilder with his alarmingly large stature and bulging muscles. "This is my mate," Vincent said without taking his eyes off mine. "Your mate?" The woman standing next to the large man said with surprise, but not anger. She had light brown hair that was cut in a blunt bob to her shoulders. She looked so much like Beth, it was eerie. The other woman looked more like Marvin with that same black hair, but her mother's blue eyes. This woman's hair was long. From where I stood, it looked like it was down to the middle of her back, possibly longer. She was clinging to a man that looked like a runway model. Perfectly proportioned, handsome features graced his face. The woman holding on to him was looking at me with disgust as she said, "But she's a witch." That is when Vincent took his eyes off me and shot her a seething, angry look. I didn't need to see his face to know it. I could feel his energy shift immediately. "So," the other woman said, "Vincent is part elf? Abby, could you be kind for 1 minute?" Beth shot at her, getting to her feet. The shock of meeting what seemed to be my second chance mate still hadn't worn off, but I knew we had other things that mattered more to take care of first, so I tried to focus. Maybe, if you would tell me what's going on, she spat at Beth. Abby, her mate said in a tone that made me think this was her typical behavior. How about I introduce you to everyone here first, okay? Abby rolled her eyes, but didn't say anything further. Beth let out a breath before addressing everyone in the room. Everyone, these are my daughters Abigail and Jordan and their mates, Coulson and Hendricks. And it appears Hendricks has brought his father and former beta of their pack, Midnight Crest, Vincent Royer. This is Sandra Parker, Julianna's mother and beta of October Moon, Cornelia Sullivan, who is also Julianna's mother. That's a long story. And we have the Lycan King and Alpha of this pack, Alexander Hudson, who is Julianna's mate. Everyone exchanged friendly hellos and bowed to Julianna and Alexander out of respect. Now that we have that out of the way, we can all sit down and talk about what's going on. Alexander must have mind-linked someone because a couple of nurses came in carrying chairs for all of us. Once we were all sitting around Marvin's bed, we began to tell our tale to everyone who had just arrived. Vincent took a seat next to me and didn't let go of my hand the entire time, making it increasingly difficult to concentrate on the task at hand. We sat around for what felt like hours as we talked about Logan and Gregory, the fight our packs had, putting Marvin in charge, what happened to me and my coven. By the end, I think everyone had a headache and a million questions. Abigail sat with her arms and legs crossed so tightly for so long, I was afraid she would never come unraveled. So, you have no idea who did this? Jordan confirmed. No, we don't, Beth told her, sounding mildly frustrated. We'll figure it out, though. Once he wakes up, your dad will be able to give us more information, Julia added. How do we know if he's going to wake up? Coulson asked. We don't. The best thing we can do is let Dr. Williams do his work, Alexander told him. Everyone fell silent in the room, not knowing what to say or do next. You're all welcome to stay here for as long as you like. I have my sister Hannah making up guest rooms as we speak. Thank you, Alpha Alexander, Jordan said politely. At that moment, the door to Marvin's room opened and in walked Hannah, followed by Elijah. This is them now, Alexander said, getting to his feet. Everyone, I'd like you to meet my sister Hannah and her mate Elijah, who also happens to be my beta. Hannah, Elijah, this is Jordan and Abigail, who are Beth and Marvin's daughters, along with their mates Beta Coulson and Beta Hendricks. It's nice to meet you, Elijah said, shaking all their hands. You as well, Beta Elijah, Coulson said. Hannah, I love your dress, Jordan said. Thanks, I got it on sale. Oh, and this is Hendrix's father, Vincent, who also happens to be Cornelia's mate, Alexander told them. They both looked from him to Vincent, to me. Holy shit! Hannah exclaimed excitedly, running over to give me a hug from where I sat. Vincent chuckled slightly beside me at her reaction. I would have to explain Hannah to him in all her adorable detail. That's amazing, after everything that's happened to you. Did she tell you what she had to do, and how she had to abandon her first mate? Hannah started blurting out, Hannah, Elijah said in a warning tone. Maybe Cornelia wants to tell him about those things in private. Oh, right, sorry, she laughed, going back to stand next to her mate. Well, the guest rooms are all ready to go. I had them make up 3, but it seems we only need 2, she smiled in my direction, making me blush slightly. Seeing as it's a little past lunch, why don't we show you all to your rooms, and then we can meet in the dining hall for something to eat? Alexander suggested, trying to divert Hannah's onslaught of signals. That sounds great, Coulson said, looking at Abigail, who looked like she in no way thought it was great. Elijah and I will take Abigail, Coulson, Jordan, and Hendricks, Hannah said. Cornelia, you've got Vincent, right? She gave me a wink as she turned to lead the 4 others out of the room. She was in no way subtle, I'll give her that. I got to my feet and Vincent followed. Julia and I will go make sure they have the table set for enough people, Alexander said, taking her by the hand. Beth and I will stay here for a little while longer, Sandra chimed in, moving a couple of seats closer to Beth. My room is in the pack house, I told Vincent. Lead the way, he said with a smile. Julianna's POV. Alex took me by the hand and led me from Marvin's room after giving Cornelia and Vincent a few minutes head start. Wow, I didn't see that coming, Sophia said, smiling. I know, but it's great. Can you believe that just happened? I asked Alex as we exited the hospital. It's amazing how the moon goddess can bring people together, even in the strangest of circumstances, he said. I want to know more about him, I said. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to introduce himself properly after him and Cornelia have talked. Talked. Right, that's definitely what they're going to do, Sophia laughed. Oh, gross! I shouted at her, not wanting to think about them doing anything like that. She laughed at having thoroughly grossed me out. When Alex and I got into the pack house, I expected to keep walking to the dining hall, but he quickly pulled me into a small closet I had never seen before. Tripping over some cleaning supplies, I looked at him confused, about to ask him what the he was doing. That's when I noticed his eyes were black with lust, as Ian pushed to the surface. He grabbed me under my ass and pushed me up against the wall, using his body weight to pin me there, as I instinctively wrapped my legs around his waist. Ian, what are you doing? I asked, confused by his sudden need to have me. Mate, mine, he breathed, burying his head in my neck and inhaling my scent. Julia, are you okay? He just suddenly took over and I can't get control back. I think the full moon is tomorrow. That makes a Lycan stronger than usual. I don't think I told you that. I'm fine, I moaned out as Ian took his hand and began running his fingers up my thigh as he kissed my mark, all while starting to rub his torso into my already wet core. Hey, that's my Lycan, Sophia whined, attempting to also push her way to the surface. I pushed her down, refusing to let her ruin this moment with her whining. She growled at me and pouted as Ian pushed my dress further up my leg, getting dangerously close to my core, which was throbbing for his touch. Ian crashed his lips onto mine roughly as he pinned me harder into the wall. Ian elongated his claw, intent on ripping my underwear from my body. After this, I was going to have to ask them to stop doing that, or I was going to run out of clothes. His clawed hand was holding onto my hip under my dress, sending shock wave after shock wave of pleasure through me. Before we could go any further, however, my mom's voice rang out in my head. "Marvin's awake!" she screamed. My eyes snapped open. At the same time, Ian looked at me, his eyes flashing from black back to their normal blue, letting me know he had given control back to Alex. He set me back on my feet as he opened the door to the closet. We both took off out of the pack house and to the hospital, not needing to exchange any words. Bursting back into his room, I saw my mom and Beth near the foot of Marvin's bed, as Dr. Williams and Jovi were removing his breathing tube. Standing next to my mom, I watched Marvin cough as the tube was removed. He still looked very pale, but the fact that he was awake and breathing was a miracle. A minute or two after Alex and I arrived, Abigail, Colson, Jordan, Hendricks, Hannah, and Elijah steamrolled through the doors, yelling loudly. "Shh!" Beth yelled, quieting everyone in an instant. "Dan, can we learn to do that when we have kids?" Sophia asked. I ignored her as I watched Marvin blink a few times, attempting to take in his surroundings. "Alpha Marvin, my name is Dr. Williams. I'm the doctor of the Crystal Sky Pack, which is where you are currently. Do you know what happened to you?" Marvin groaned slightly, and then opened his eyes, looking around at all of us. "Can you hear me, Alpha?" Dr. Williams asked. Marvin nodded a few times. "Do you remember anything?" "Yes," he whispered. Jovi took the glass of water from his bedside table and held the straw to his lips, allowing him to drink. "Good," Dr. Williams replied. "Marvin, sweetheart," Beth cooed, coming to stand by his head. "Beth," he said, looking at her. "I'm so happy you're awake. Abigail and Jordan are here too," she told him, gesturing to the girls. "Hi, Dad," Jordan said with a teary smile. "What do you remember about what happened?" Beth asked him. "I remember being in my office and having a drink. After that, I started to feel weird, and when I woke up, I was with the moon goddess." You were with who?" Beth stammered, not able to believe what he was saying. The moon goddess never revealed herself to anyone, except if they were dying, and she was there to take them to the land of the wolves before us. Or if they were in a dire situation, she felt needed her assistance. The moon goddess. I woke up in complete darkness, but soon it turned to a bright white light when she arrived. She helped me remember everything that happened. She also told me I was dying and gave me a choice. I could go with her or stay and fight. I told her I wasn't finished yet with my life. My family needed me. She shoved me back and I was tumbling back through the darkness. Then I woke up again and I was here. The room was so silent. You could hear a pin drop. "But why did she give you a choice if you were dying?" Jordan asked. "She told me I had done great things with my life by protecting Julia and helping her escape Logan." "She's right," I told him. "You've done a lot of wonderful things for me and my family." "I'd like to run a few more tests," Dr. Williams interrupted, but his cognitive functions seemed to be intact. "Are you able to communicate with your wolf?" "No, not right now. That's all right. It's probably just a lingering effect of the silver. Jovi, will you collect a few more blood samples?" "Yes, doctor." "I'll come and check on you in a couple of minutes," he said, while Jovi began drawing Marvin's blood and filling a few vials. Once they had left the room, we all looked back at Marvin. "Do you have any idea who did this to you?" Alex asked. "I wish I did, but no. The whiskey I drank had been sitting on my desk, and I had had a glass 2 days before, and nothing happened." "How are we going to track down who did it?" my mom asked. "I'm not sure we're going to be able to," I told her. "It seems unlikely anyone in that pack is willing to snitch on who did it, and for all we know, it could have been Dr. Andrews." "Marvin, what do you want to do about this? Someone in your pack tried to murder you," Alex said. "I know, but I'm not sure what to do at the moment. I think we need to give him some time to recover," Beth said. "We can talk about this more in a couple of days." She was right. Marvin had just woken up and was still seemingly feeling the effects of the silver and wolfsbane. He was safe as long as he was here, so figuring out who did this could wait a few more days. Suddenly, the door to Marvin's room opened, and in walked Vincent and Cornelia, both smiling and looking slightly disheveled. "Told you they weren't just talking," Sophia mocked. "We heard that Marvin was awake," Vincent said in his deep voice. "I am. What are you two doing together?" he asked, confused. "Cornelia is my mate," Vincent told Marvin. "Oh," he said, looking from Cornelia to Vincent. "That's wonderful. Congratulations." "Thank you," Cornelia said, smiling at Vincent. "It's good to see you, Marvin. It's been a long time," Vincent told him. "We were all very worried about you." "I'm not sure we're completely out of the woods yet," Marvin told him. "Dad, can we just enjoy this moment?" Jordan asked. "Of course, sweetheart," he said, opening his arms to her. She went and gave him a hug, followed by Abigail, who had been surprisingly quiet. "Why don't we give you some time alone?" Alex suggested, looking at me. "Absolutely. You can mind link me if you need us," I told them. I followed Alex out of the room, followed by my mom, Elijah, Hannah, Cornelia, and Vincent. "Vincent, you can stay," Cornelia told him. "Your family. I'll talk to him later. Right now I'd rather be with you, mate." I watched Cornelia blush, and it was crazy to see this composed woman all giddy like she was 18 again. "How about I take you on a tour of the grounds?" Cornelia suggested. "Make sure to take him by the lake," Alex said, winking at me. They walked away from us hand in hand, and Alex put his arm around my shoulder. "It's nice seeing her so happy," he said. "I know she deserves this so much," Hannah added. "So, what are we going to do now?" Elijah asked. "Well, I should probably take a few minutes to actually do the whole alpha thing and run this pack." Alex laughed. "Do you mind if I take Julia and work on her Luna ceremony plans?" my mom asked. "Be my guest," Alex said. "We need to do that now?" I asked her. "Why not? Marvin's awake, and we're not planning on doing anything with October Moon for a couple of days. Why not take the opportunity while we have it?" "All right, why not?" I agreed, letting her link her arm in mine. We walked in the direction of my apartment. "I'm coming too," Hannah yelled from behind us, running to link her arm with my free one. "Have fun," Alex yelled. I turned to see him and Elijah walking towards the pack house. I don't know why, but I was suddenly struck with an overwhelming feeling like something bad was about to happen. Alexander's POV. Elijah and I went to my office and began going over paperwork and work emails. I really had been neglecting my duties lately, but with everything going on, some things just slipped through the cracks. After about an hour or so of work, I decided to check in with Julia and see how her, Sandra, and Hannah were getting along. "How's planning going?" "Good. We got a lot done. We're just going to need the names and addresses of where to send the invites." "I'm happy to help with that. Are you still at the apartment?" "No, we got bored, so we decided to go for a swim in the lake. That's where we are now." "Okay, well, I think we're almost done for the day here, so we'll meet you there in 15 minutes if you think you'll still be there. Sounds good. Care for another lake date? I asked Elijah, who was on his laptop. Yeah, I guess we should bring bathing suits this time, seeing how Sandra's going to be there, he laughed. True, although after fighting October Moon, I think everyone has seen everyone naked. The two of us laughed together and continued to work for about another 5 minutes. That's when my train of thought was interrupted by Jason. Alpha, we have a problem. What's the matter? I asked, noting the hesitation and fear in his voice that made my blood run cold. At the lake, we need you here now. I'm coming. We need to go now, Jason said. There's trouble at the lake. I told Elijah, standing up. Wait, aren't the girls at the lake? Yeah, they are. We both exchanged a scared, desperate look as we ran from my office and out of the pack house. Tearing through the forest, we arrive at the scene of the chaos in a matter of minutes. The picture we saw before us made my breath hitch in my throat and caused Ian to produce a fury so hot my body temperature began rising rapidly as he tried to take control. The sight also confused me, as I didn't understand how I was looking at the person I was. At least I think I knew this person. I had never actually seen him except in wolf form. An older man had Julia in his clutches, a sliver knife to her neck, while Hannah was shifted into Lycan form, growling loudly at him. Sandra was being held by another man to Gregory's right, her arms pinned behind her back while he also held a knife to her throat. Jason and a few warriors were still in human form, looking desperately at the situation, trying to figure out what to do. Where were Cornelia and Vincent? They had been walking around the ground, and she must have felt that Julia was in trouble. I scanned for her in the clearing, but I couldn't spot her. Are you looking for this? Gregory cackled, moving to the side to reveal a large warrior holding what looked like an unconscious Cornelia in his arms. She was too easy to catch, all caught up with her mate, not so brave now without your little witch to help you. So if she was here, then where was Vincent? Gregory soon answered my question. Don't worry, her mate's not dead, yet. I killed you, was all I said to him, not sure how to believe he was standing before me. I know I killed him in the woods when I got Julia back from Logan. You'd like to think that, wouldn't you? You killed someone else, you only thought it was me. See, we have similar wolves, and with the chaos, I knew no one would notice the difference. Even Logan thought it was me. He was more than happy running into the fight for me, as he thought I was going to make him my beta once I took the pack back over. What do you want? I asked, watching him push the knife deeper into Julia's skin. I want what I've wanted since this menace entered my pack and mated with my son, her dead, along with everyone who ruined my pack and cast me out. How did you manage to get these people to follow you? You aren't their alpha anymore. You think it wasn't easy to sway them my way once you put Marvin in charge? Dr. Andrews was all too happy to poison Marvin. He would have gotten away with it too if Sandra hadn't called you. And this filth, he yelled, jerking Julia around. Jason, call the rest of the warriors here. Already done, Alpha. If you bring me Marvin and Beth, I might let your mate live long enough for you to say goodbye. If you don't, I'll bring the entire October Moon army down on you. With the pain of losing your mate, you won't be able to fight back. We fought you once and won. We'll do it again. I'm going to kill you, and this time, I'll make sure it sticks. Gregory threw his head back and laughed. That was with the help of the witch. It's easy to win when you have an unfair advantage. He smiled a sinister smile, showing just how far he had gone off the rails. Goddess, how was I going to get her out of this? Gregory was right about one thing. Having Cornelia was an advantage that had saved us last time. Julia, are you okay? I'm fine, she said with an air of struggle. How did he even get you? We were all swimming, and when we came up, we were surrounded. We didn't hear them coming because we were under the water. We're going to get out of this, I reassured her. I know. I love you. I love you too. Just how we were going to get out of this was a mystery to me. One wrong move and he would slice Julia's throat. She would bleed out faster than Sophia would be able to heal her. Our warriors started emerging from the trees behind me in lichen form. This must have caused Griagri to order his warriors to come forward, because wolves were emerging from the trees around him. I was just about to let Ian take control and shift when 5 wolves came soaring over the heads of Gregory's warriors, landing in front of him and turning around to growl in his direction. I recognized Beth, so the other 4 must be Hendrix, Jordan, Abigail, and Coulson. This unexpected turn distracted Gregory long enough. He loosened his grip on the knife just slightly, and I watched Julia use her powers to throw it out of his hand and across the field. Bewilderment and rage were all over his face. He didn't know she had started practicing her powers. Julia threw her head back, knocking into his nose. He howled out in pain and lost his grip on her. Julia jumped away, shifting in midair. Ian now had full control and shifted. "This better be the last time we have to do this!" Hannah yelled as we all charged forward. I went straight for Gregory, who had now shifted into his wolf. He was right about his wolf and the one I killed being very similar. Their fur was maybe only 1 shade different. Without my Lycan sight, I might not have even noticed it in the heat of battle. Before I could get to him, 3 wolves jumped on my back. Their weight made Ian stumble and toppled over. One bit into our back, causing Ian to howl out. He reached back and clawed at their face, and they fell off writhing in pain from the deep gash marks. The other 2 were still trying to take us down, but Ian grabbed one in each hand and tossed them across the ground. One collided with a tree and didn't get up, while the other came to a stop some 500 yards away. I felt something collide with my chest, and I lost my footing, falling to the ground with something large and black on top of me. It took me a second to realize it was Julia. "Sweets, are you okay?" I asked, concerned. "Yeah," she said, but sounded like she was in pain. "Have you seen my mom?" "Not since the fighting broke out." Our conversation was cut short by Gregory, who was charging at us, murder in his eyes. I caught him by the neck and slammed him into the ground as Sophia bit down on his shoulder and he roared out, throwing her off. She whined as she hit the ground hard, and Ian became more enraged than I had ever seen him. Bending down, he clamped his claws hard around his neck, lifting him in the air as he gasped for air. Ian growled so loudly in his face that Gregory's fur fluttered. He tightened his grip around his neck, cutting off his air supply. Gregory was sputtering and gasping as his eyes bulged from his head. We watched as the life began to fade from his eyes. Gregory's wolf was starting to go limp as he struggled less and less. The fact that this man thought he could win over the Lycan pack near a full moon was comical. Finally, his head flopped back as we squeezed the last of his life from him. Dropping him to the ground, I watched as he shifted back to human form, confirming this time that it was in face Gregory. Not wanting to take any chance, Ian took his foot and stomped hard on his chest, making sure to aim directly for his heart. "He's dead?" Julia asked, making sure. "Yeah, he's not going to be able to recover from that." "Holy fuck, thank the moon goddess!" Julianna's POV. Alex and I were gathered around Gregory's dead body, making sure this was, in fact, the last time we were going to have to go through this. The fighting around us had lightened significantly, as most of the remaining October Moon warriors were retreating into the trees. "Don't let them get away," I said in a massive mind link to our warriors. "I don't want any chance they could come back and try this again." "Yes, Luna," everyone chanted together. "Elijah, is anyone of ours injured or worse?" "No, it doesn't seem that way. It looks like all the casualties are on the October Moon side." "Good. Have you seen my mom or Cornelia? Someone needs to go find Vincent." "I haven't seen anyone so far, just Hannah. I'll send someone in search of Vincent." "Okay, thanks. We'll go find my mom." Sophia turned to Alex and Ian. "We have to find my mom and Cornelia," I told him. "Let's split up and see where they are." I went in one direction as Alex and Ian went in another. Walking around for a minute, avoiding dead bodies, I saw the long chestnut hair of Cornelia tending to a lichen that had been injured. Sophia walked over to her, rubbing her nose along her arm. "Hey, I'm okay," she reassured us. Sophia whined, wanting to know where Vincent was. "Vincent's fine. He came to pretty quickly, and I think he's talking to Hendrix." Sophia nudged her with her large head, letting her know we were happy she was okay. We turned and continued our search for our mom. "Cornelia and Vincent are fine," I told Alex. "Good. Still no sign of your mom," he told me. "Mom, where are you?" The only thing I was met with was silence. "Mom, can you hear me?" Still, it was only silent. I was beginning to panic. The man had a knife to her throat, and with me getting away and the fight breaking out, I wasn't sure what happened to her. I saw Elijah walking over to me, back in his human form, wearing some basketball shorts. He was carrying what appeared to be a t-shirt in his hands. "I thought you might need this," he told us, holding out the shirt. Sophia took it in her mouth and went behind a nearby tree to shift and change. When I came back out, I saw Hannah whispering in Elijah's ear, tears glistening in her eyes. That didn't seem like a good sign. I walked over to them both, and she looked at me with wide, grieving eyes. "What's the matter?" I asked, my heart quickening. She sucked in a breath and looked from myself to Elijah, who now had a sorrowful look on his face. "What's the matter?" I repeated slightly louder. Well, Jason found your mom," she said with a sniff. Sophia was whimpering in my mind. "Where is she?" I asked. Hannah only looked at me as the tears spilled over and ran down her face. "Hannah, where is she?" My voice broke on the last syllable. Hannah stepped to the side, and I saw Jason walking towards me, slowly. My stomach dropped, and my heart caught in my throat. My mother's limp body, still dressed in her swimsuit, was cradled in his arms, blood-soaked and pale from a slice I could see across her neck, even from this distance. My breath started coming quickly as he got closer and closer. I felt warm arms close around me as Alex came to my side. "Don't look, Julia," he said, trying to pull me into his arms. "No!" I yelled, ripping myself from his arms and walking towards Jason, who had stopped moving. "Mom," I stammered, looking into her gray, lifeless face. "Mommy." I was only inches from her as I reached my hand out and placed it over hers. "I'm so sorry, Luna. We didn't get to her in time." Jason hung his head as he spoke, not able to look into my eyes. I think time around me froze. My breath was caught in my lungs and wasn't coming out of my mouth anymore. My body felt like it had been plunged into an ice bath. This couldn't be happening. I was going to open my eyes and find out this had all been a dream. "Julia, sweetheart," I heard Cornelia's worried voice behind me. "She could fix this. Heal her," I whispered. "What?" "Heal her," I said, turning to face her. I was pleading. This was my only chance. She had to be able to help. Please. Cornelia looked from my desperate eyes to Alex behind me, and then my mother's body. "Honey, I can't heal the dead." She reached out to me, but I stepped back. "No. Julia," Hannah started to say. "No, no, no, no." My breath was coming too fast now. It seemed like my lungs were trying to rip themselves from my body along with my heart. No, because she was with me. She was right next to me and then I moved the knife. My whole body was shaking. I stumbled and fell to my knees, hyperventilating. Without even knowing it, tears were streaming down my cheeks as if someone had broken a dam. I felt arms engulf me from where I sat on the ground. I buried my head in Alex's neck, his scent doing nothing to calm me in this moment. "It's all right," he cooed, stroking my hair. No, it's not. This is all my fault," I sobbed. "What are you talking about? This is in no way your fault," he said forcefully. "Yeah, it is. I should have moved the knife away from her. Gregory was distracted. He wouldn't have had time to hurt me. I wasn't even thinking." "Julia, this isn't your fault. We don't even know when it happened. It could have been someone else." "Julia, honey, you didn't do anything wrong here." The sad voice of Beth broke my train of thought. This had to be as hard for her as it was for me. Beth and my mom have been friends since they were little. Looking up at her face, I saw her red, watery eyes were looking down at me with sadness and empathy. "Beth," I sniffed, shaking off Alex's arms and getting to my feet. I stumbled forward into her open arms, and we held each other. Her body was shaking with the silent sobs she was trying not to show. After a minute of attempting to comfort one another, I heard footsteps walking away. Opening my eyes, I turned to see Jason walking away from us, still cradling my mom's body. "Where are you taking her?" I yelled, trying to follow him, but strong arms caught me and held me tight. "He's taking her to the morgue," Alex said softly. "Right, the morgue, because she's—" But I couldn't finish my sentence. I couldn't make the word escape my lips, or it might actually be true. But the true realization hit me like a freight train at that moment. My mother was dead, gone from this world, and I would never be able to see or speak to her again. My legs gave out from under me as the little strength they had left disappeared. I started falling towards the ground, but Alex had me in his arms before I got close to hitting it. "I'm taking her home," I heard him say, from what seemed like a distant world. He must have run us, or Cornelia must have teleported us, because the next thing I felt was the softness of our bed underneath me. I rolled onto my side, drawing my knees to my chest as I continued to let my tears flow freely. Alex crawled in behind me and drew me to his hard chest, kissing the top of my head. Sleep must have overtaken me, because when I peeled my puffy eyes open, the room was dark. I felt for Alex, but he wasn't in bed with me. "Alex!" I yelled, hoping he was about to come into the room and tell me it was all just a bad dream. "Alex!" I yelled louder. He came bursting into the room, looking at me with concern and fear because of how loud I had been screaming. "I'm here," he said, climbing back into the bed and pulling me to him. "Sorry, I had to go take care of a few things." "Are you going to tell me it was all just a bad dream?" I asked in a whisper. "I want nothing more than to tell you that," he said, snuggling closer to me. "What am I supposed to do?" I asked. "I don't know how to live in a world where she doesn't exist. How am I supposed to live without her?" "I know, and that never really goes away. You just learn how to keep moving every day. I'd love to say it gets easier with time, but that's not the truth. You just learn how to breathe through the harder times." I had forgotten Alex had lost his father, and that's why he became Alpha. I never got to say goodbye. My voice broke on the last word. "She knows how much you loved her. Nothing can ever take that love away from you. She'll never truly leave you. She'll always be walking beside you." "What happened to everyone? Is Marvin okay?" "He's fine. He's still in the hospital. Beth went there after I took you home. October moon is in the wind. They must have heard about their warriors losing the battle. Elijah and Hannah went there with Beth, and a lot of the pack had fled. We told the people remaining if they pledged their loyalty to Crystal Sky, and they do not share the same beliefs as Gregory and Logan, our doors are open. If not, they're not their own. Marvin is going to renounce his title as Alpha and wash his hands of the pack." "Are him and Beth moving here?" "They are, along with Vincent. That'll be nice for Cornelia." "I think so too. Why don't you go back to sleep?" "I'm not sure that I can," I admitted. "Here," he said, taking a glass off the bedside table. "What is it?" "It's a potion for sleep. Cornelia made it in case we needed it." "Okay," I said, taking the glass from him. The energy it would take to argue about it was something I didn't have. I drained the small glass in one gulp. Immediately, my eyes began to get heavy. Alex took the glass from my hand as the potion took effect and sleep overtook me. Alexander's POV. Julia was sound asleep, snoring softly beside me from the potion Cornelia had made for her. I didn't want to leave her again, but I had things I needed to talk to people about that I didn't think she could handle right now. Unable to pull myself away from her, I just decided to mind-link Elijah. "Elijah, are you and Hannah asleep?" "No, there's no sleep happening for us. How's Julia?" "She's sleeping right now. I gave her the potion Cornelia made, and she passed right out. I think she said it would keep her from dreaming just in case." "That's kind of cool she's able to do something like that. I'm really happy she's a member of the pack now." "Me too. I think she's fitting in nicely. She was very helpful with making balms and potions to help the injured," I told him. "Very." We both fell silent, knowing what we needed to talk about, but neither of us wanted to initiate the conversation. "So, I guess we need to talk about Sandra," he said hesitantly. "Yeah, we do. Tomorrow's the full moon, so we need to have her funeral. Otherwise, we'll have to wait until next month. That gives us less than 24 hours. Are we going to have enough time?" "We'll have to, and everyone that will be coming is already here. We won't have to invite anyone from outside the pack." "Okay, Hannah and I will try to get a few hours of sleep and then get started on everything first thing in the morning." "All right, thank you. I'll join you in the morning if I can." "No, that's okay. You spend the day with Julia. Hannah and I have this covered." "Are you sure?" I asked, not wanting them to have to burden themselves with all the preparations. "Absolutely, we know what to do." "Thank you, that means a lot." "Don't mention it. You just worry about Julia and let us worry about everything else." I settled in next to Julia and, like Hannah and Elijah, tried to get at least a few hours of sleep. When I woke up in the morning, I expected to find Julia still in bed sleeping, but that wasn't the case. Opening my eyes, I saw that her side of the bed was empty. "Julia," I called, sitting up. There was no answer, so I decided to get up and look for her. She wasn't anywhere upstairs, and I could only smell her scent faintly, like she had been here, but not for a couple of hours. "Julia, are you all right? Where are you?" "I'm fine." Ian and I sighed in relief at hearing her sad voice. "I'm just in the hospital with Marvin and Beth. You were still sleeping when I woke up, and I know you were up late, so I didn't want to wake you. Just give me 10 minutes, and I'll be right there." "Take your time, we're faring okay over here." "I love you," I told her. "I love you too." Climbing out of bed, I jumped in the shower quickly before throwing on some random clothes and making my way to the hospital. I didn't stop to eat or drink anything, as my thoughts were only on Julia and having her in my arms. When I got to Marvin's room, I saw him sitting up in bed. Beth was sitting in a chair on his right side, while Julia was curled up in a chair on his left. She turned around and smiled warily at me when she saw me. I walked up behind her, placing a kiss on the top of her head and a hand on her shoulder. She didn't say anything, but I felt her physically relax under my touch. "Mate," Ian whined. "I know, she's going to be okay," I told him. "How are you feeling today, Marvin?" I asked. "Better physically, not so good emotionally. Dr. Williams said I can be discharged later today. I'm sorry for everything you're going through, but that's good news at least," I said. "Thank you," he replied, looking at Julia. "I know this probably isn't what anyone wants to talk about, but we're planning to hold Sandra's funeral tonight. It's the full moon, and if we don't do it tonight, we'll have to wait until next month." "No, that's a good idea," Marvin said. "Elijah and Hannah are taking care of all the preparations," I let them know. "I'm confident they'll get everything done very quickly." "I'm just going to go outside for some air," Julia said, getting to her feet. "I'll come with you," I told her. "No, that's okay. I just need a minute." Ian whined again at the thought of her not wanting to be near us. We watched her walk away with an empty feeling. "She just needs some time," Marvin said, probably noticing my change in mood. "This is going to be a very trying time for your bond." "How do I help her?" I asked. "Just be there for her when she needs you," Beth said softly, "and give her space when she asks. It might be hard, but it'll make your bond stronger in the end." Ian didn't particularly like Beth's answer, but she knew better than we did. "I'm going to go talk to Dr. Williams," I told them. Walking to his office, I found him busy on his computer. "Alpha," he said, hearing me approach. "What can I do for you? How's Luna Julianna?" "She's okay," I said. "I wanted to talk to you about the funeral for Sandra." "Ah, yes. Beta Elijah mind-linked me, letting me know that it was to be held tonight. I'll have everything prepared by then. Cornelia has already dropped off some clothing for Sandra, and I've been working all morning on things." "Thank you. We both appreciate that." "Alpha, it's my pleasure. If I can help ease the stress of all this for both of you, I'm more than happy to help in whatever way I can." "Thank you," I told him again. "I'll let you know about a time after I talk to Elijah." "Sounds good. I'll be ready when you are." I shook his hand before exiting his office. I know Beth and Marvin had told me to give Julia space if she required it, but Ian wouldn't stop whining for his mate, and it was giving me a headache. Deciding it was best to go see if she needed anything, I walked outside of the hospital, but didn't see her anywhere. Her scent was still lingering in the air, so I followed it in the direction of the woods. Her scent led me to the lake, where the fighting had started. The grass in the area was still blood-stained in spots. The first thing I noticed was a pile of clothes on the bank of the lake. Getting closer, I saw Julia standing towards the middle of the lake, looking out into the woods. The water was up past her chest, but I could tell she was still standing. "Julia, sweetheart," I called, but she didn't turn around or acknowledge me. Stripping down to just my boxers, I began wading towards her. When I came up next to her, I noticed the blank stare on her face. "Are you all right?" I asked, as Ian paced with concern. "I don't know," she replied in a monotone voice. "I'm here for you for whatever you need." "I don't know what I need," she said, finally turning to look at me. "I don't know how I feel. I don't know what to do. I don't know." Tears began to fall from her eyes as she struggled to get the last of the words out. My heart broke for her, and not just because I could feel her sadness and anger through our bond, but because I knew what she was going through and how hard it was. I captured her in my arms and held her close, wanting nothing more than to be able to absorb her pain and bear it for her. Julia wrapped her legs around my waist, pulling her head out of the crock of my neck, and crushed her lips into mine eagerly. Not really knowing what direction she was taking this in, I followed her lead. I told her I would be there for her, whatever she needed, so if this was what she needed, I wasn't going to stop her. She had stripped down to just her bra and underwear, and she reached around behind her to unhook her bra. The water aided in my ability to let go of her with both hands and take the straps down her shoulders. I threw her bra behind me, hoping it landed somewhere on the bank with the rest of her clothes. She moaned as I ran my hand down her chest and cupped one of her breasts in my hand. I wanted to go slowly and savor this moment, hoping to help her forget what was happening just for a second. But Julia had other ideas. She grabbed a fistful of my hair, and with strength you wouldn't realize was possible from her small frame, she yanked my head back. Before I had time to react, she bit down hard on my mark spot, making me grunt out in pleasure. Releasing her bite, Julia began tugging off my boxers, releasing my already hard dick for her to play with. I ripped her underwear from her body, making her gasp into our kiss. I'm not sure how long we spent in the lake, but I would give her as much time as she needed. Because the full moon was today, at one point, Ian Force shifted and demanded Julia let Sophia out. Knowing she was grieving just as much as Julia, she agreed, and they were able to spend some time together. We were now back in our apartment, with Julia sleeping on the couch while I made us some lunch. Elijah had let me know almost everything was done for the funeral tonight. They were setting up outside where we would hold it, and the dining hall for the reception after. I wanted everything to be perfect, and I knew Hannah would spare no expense. Marvin would be leaving the hospital soon and moving into the pack house with Beth. He still had to go renounce his title, but we would deal with that on a different day. Marvin's POV. Everyone had left the room except for Beth, Jordan, Hendricks, Abigail, and Coulson. "Can you believe about Cornelia and Vincent?" I said, trying to make light of the tension that was beginning to radiate from my two daughters. "Just to confirm, she's Julianna's birth mother?" Jordan asked. "Yes," I told her. "But Julianna didn't meet her until recently because Cornelia had to give her up to protect her?" "Correct. That is a very long and complicated story," Coulson commented. "You have no idea," I said. "I still don't understand why you didn't tell us any of this was happening. Do you know how confusing it was to find out you were in the hospital after being poisoned?" Abigail said. "It just didn't seem like you needed to be bothered about what had happened with Gregory. And I was fine, so I thought everything worked out. We were planning to tell you about your dad becoming alpha once we got the pack in order," Beth told them. "And how long was that going to take?" Abby said incredulously. "I thought maybe a month tops. I never expected what happened to happen." "Clearly," Abby said, folding her arms. "Abby, give them a break. Clearly, they've had a lot to deal with over here. Not everyone has time to just lay out working on their tan and traipsing around Italy," Jordan barked at her. Abby opened her mouth to argue back, but Beth got there first. "Enough, both of you," she said in a commanding tone. Both girls shut their mouths. Even though they were both well into their 30s, they still couldn't argue with an outranking wolf. "We can all be angry with your mother and I another time. Can we simply enjoy this time we get to have together? Time, I might remind you, we almost didn't have." I wanted to remind them. I almost didn't wake up from all this. "You're right," Jordan said, giving Abby a side stare. "What are you planning to do with October Moon after all of this? You can't seriously be thinking about going back and being their alpha." "I haven't really had much time to think about it," I admitted. "I would like to go back and find the person who did this to me, but I'm not sure I ever will." "Well, was anyone in your office right before you?" Coulson asked. "Not that I'm aware of. I tried to keep the door locked, but that doesn't mean someone didn't break in." "It's just something we may never know," Beth added. Dr. Williams walked back into the room, a bewildered look on his face. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "Pretty good, still weak, and I haven't been able to reach Ray yet. That's probably because the silver is still lingering in your system for some reason. There's not a lot left, but the fact that you're awake right now without Ray healing you is a goddess-given miracle. Doctor, you don't think all that silver was enough to hurt Ray to the point where he—" Beth trailed off, but we all knew what she was trying to say. We all wanted to know if it had been enough to kill Ray, and the only reason I was alive was because of the moon goddess. I think it's too early to go there just yet. For an older wolf, a lot of silver and wolfsbane weakens them more than a younger wolf, but I wouldn't go so far as to say it would kill him. What I want to do is try to flush your system one more time and see where we're at after that. "Okay," I said. "I'll send someone in to hook up another bag of fluids," he said. "Thank you, Dr. Williams," I said. He smiled at all of us and walked away. I let out a sigh, thinking about what it would mean if Ray really wasn't going to come back from this. "Don't think about that," Beth said, taking my hand. She must have been able to feel the anxiety I had. "You heard Dr. Williams. It's too early to tell. I know, but it's something I still have to think about." "Dad, Mom's right. Let's not worry about that until we have to," Jordan said. "Hello, everyone," a new nurse said as he came into the room. "I'm Desmond. It's nice to meet you all." "Hi, Desmond," I said. He had a large bag full of fluids that he began hanging on my IV hook, then began hooking my IV to the bag. "I'll be back to check on how you're doing soon," he said before he left. "Now, I don't want to talk about myself or my situation anymore," I said, looking at my daughters. "I want to hear about you and how it's been going in your packs." We spent the next hour or so talking about how their lives were going. They told me about some of the trips they had taken, and I had to admit I was jealous of the freedom they still had. "It sounds like things have been going well for you guys. We really should start having dinner together a couple of times a month. It's been too long since we've seen you." Jordan squeezed my hand. "I know, I'm sorry. Maybe if we had been here, we could have helped you more." Hendricks placed his large hand on her shoulder. Anxiety and fear suddenly flooded my body, but it didn't belong to me. I looked at Beth, who was sitting rigid in her chair, with a faraway look on her face. "Beth, what's the matter?" I asked, reaching for her. "It's Sandra. All she said was help, Gregory, Lake." "What? That doesn't make any sense. Alexander killed Gregory." "I know. I thought that too. I have to go see what's happening," she declared, getting to her feet. "I'll come with you," I told her, attempting to throw back the covers, even though I was still hooked up to several machines. "You'll do no such thing," she said, shoving me down. "Dad, we'll go with Mom and help," Jordan said. "Speak for yourself," Abby told her, looking annoyed. "You're coming," Jordan said sternly. "These people saved Dad's life. You're going to go help and try to repay that debt." "Fine. Guilt me. Why don't you?" Abby said, throwing her hands in the air. "I'll let you know what we find," Beth told me, kissing my cheek. Her, Jordan, Hendricks, Abby, and Coulson all exited the room, leaving me to worry by myself. Several minutes had passed without hearing anything from Beth or the other four. Panic was beginning to set in the longer the silence dragged on. What if Gregory was still alive and he had come back? But that didn't make sense. He wouldn't be able to command the October Moon Army without his title as Alpha, unless they took my disappearance to mean I had left them. Or this had been his plan all along, kill me to get back his title. This was ridiculous. I needed to know what was happening. "Beth, what's going on? You need to give me something." "I'm a little busy at the moment," she grunted. "Why? What's happening?" "Gregory is in fact alive," she said with difficulty. "What? How is that possible?" "I don't know, but he is. He's got a lot of warriors here. I'm coming to help." "No, if you get out of that bed, I'll reject you where you stand. Do you hear me? Besides, without Ray, you can't shift." "Fuck! I can't just do nothing." "We have this covered. I'll come back once this is over." She cut the link, and I threw my head back into my pillow. How was I supposed to sit here while my family was fighting a war? The good news was, if I could mind link her, that meant Ray was alive in some respect. "Ray, you better fucking answer me." I heard a faint whining in my head, meaning at least he was there, which gave me comfort. The beeping of my heart monitor was getting faster and faster. Suddenly, Dr. Williams appeared in my room. "What's going on, Alpha?" he asked. "Grogori is here. He has Sandra or something. My family went to help, but how am I supposed to just sit here?" He came to look at my monitors. "I understand your frustration, but if your wolf still isn't responding, the only thing you would be doing is putting yourself in danger. Our warriors are very skilled and would never let anyone hurt any one of our pack members. Alpha Alexander will do whatever he can to protect your family." I knew he was right, but it still didn't make my inability to help any easier to swallow. "I'm going to go prep some rooms and supplies in case anyone comes in injured," he said, sweeping from the room. It was unclear to me how long I sat there in silence, waiting for news about what had happened. I hadn't felt any horrible pain, which meant at least Beth was still alive. The fate of everyone else was still unknown. The door to my room swung open, and I looked to see Beth standing in the doorway. She was only wearing a long t-shirt I assumed Cornelia had given her. Her face was looking at the floor, but what I felt radiating from her body into our bond was nothing short of unimaginable grief. Finally, looking up at me, I saw her eyes were red, and tear marks were running down her face. Someone was dead. "Beth," I stammered. She came forward into my room, not saying one word. "Who is it?" I breathed, terrified of what she would say. Did I lose one of my children? What about Julianna? Had all my efforts to protect her been in vain? "Sandra," she said shakily before collapsing on the bed into my arms. Her sadness and grief washed over me as her words soaked into my brain. "No, that couldn't be. Julianna couldn't lose her mother, our best friend, and my beta." "How?" was all I managed to say. "I don't know. I didn't see. All I saw was Gregory holding a knife to Julianna." Tears were now falling from my eyes as I held my mate close. How was this nightmare still not over? "Gregory is alive?" He was. Alexander killed him, for good this time. "And the kids? They're all fine, Hendricks and Colson too." I let out a breath of relief knowing they were all safe. No more words were exchanged as the two of us held each other, thinking about nothing else except Sandra. Julianna's POV. I woke up to the feeling of Alex shaking me lightly. "Sweets, wake up. I made you something to eat." I opened my eyes and turned over from my position on the couch. "I'm not hungry," I told him groggily. The only thing I felt like doing was sleeping for the next 100 years. At least if I was asleep, then I could pretend like everything was back to normal. "I know, but you haven't eaten anything since yesterday. You should really try and eat something." "Why doesn't he eat it then?" Sophia barked. She had gotten past her sadness and had now settled into anger, not planning to move on anytime soon. "He's just trying to help," I reminded her. She glared at me and didn't say anything as she turned her back and flopped down onto the ground. It was weird being in two completely different stages of grieving. "Come on," Alex said, extending a hand to me. "I promise you'll love it." Reluctantly, I took his hand and let him pull me from the couch. Once I was seated at the island, he brought over 2 plates adorned with a sandwich and some watermelon. "Thanks," I said as he set the plate in front of me. The last thing I wanted to do was eat, but I wanted to try for his sake. It seemed like he was doing everything he could to help me, and I appreciated that. Taking a bite of the sandwich, I chewed and swallowed quickly. Everything tasted of sawdust, but I did my best to force down as much as I could. "Are you done?" Alex asked, having noticed I stopped eating after less than half of what he had made. "Yeah, it was great though. I'm just not that hungry, as I said." "I understand," he said, leaning in to kiss my forehead. "I think I'm going to go take a bath," I told him, starting to pick up my plate. "Okay, and you can leave that. I'll take care of it." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, don't worry about it." "Thanks," I added with a small smile. I noticed the time on the clock said it was 4 in the afternoon. How was time ticking so quickly towards the end of the day? The end of the day meant the funeral was approaching, which meant the true end to my mother's life. Sophia whined in my head at my thoughts. Walking over to the large soaker tub, I turned the taps and began undressing. Each move I made felt like it was taking a great effort. My entire body felt heavy, like the weight of the entire world was suffocating me. I slipped into the warm bath water, closing my eyes as I sat down. Once the bath was filled to the point where it might overflow if I moved too quickly, I turned the water off and leaned back. I don't remember feeling like this when I lost my dad all those years ago. Then again, I was only a child and probably unable to properly process what had happened or my emotions. This time was different. I felt every single emotion as if it was a live wire, shocking me one after the other. At that moment, it felt like I was never going to be able to recover from this. How could I? One of the most important people in my life was gone like a puff of smoke in the wind. There was water all around me, cool and clear. I could see all the way to the bottom of the lake. Popping up, I spotted my mom and Hannah sitting on the riverbank. "You're missing all the fun," I called to them. "You know how long it's been since I went swimming?" my mom yelled. "Did you forget how or something? Come on, we used to do this all the time when I was little." "Fine," she called, standing up and entering the water. Hannah followed behind her with a smile on her face. They both made their way out to me in the middle of the lake. "It's been a while since I had some fun, she-wolves to hang around with," Hannah commented. "This pack is beautiful," my mom told her. "Thanks. I think it's become even better since Alex took over. Our dad did a good job, but Alex is a little more open-minded about new things." "Race you back to the bank," I yelled, diving under the water. It was refreshing to take off the Luna facade and just be a kid again. The three of us popped up out of the water, where I was taken aback to see men standing around us. One grabbed me by the hair and yanked me from the water forcefully. I didn't even have time to react or shift before I felt the burning sensation of silver on my neck. I knew it had to be silver, as no other metal burned wolves like it. Sophia's anger was bubbling up inside of me, mixing with my own. Who the h*** was daring to do this? From behind me, I heard the cold voice of someone I thought I had heard the last of. "Hello, hybrid." The decaying round face of Gregory appeared in front of me, his face graced with a sinister smile that made my stomach churn. I struggled against the man holding the knife, but he pushed it deeper into my neck. "Not so fast," Gregory smirked. "Think about your mom." I turned slightly to see my mom being held by another man, a knife also at her neck. There was a loud growl, and I noticed Hannah had managed to throw off her attacker and shifted. "Don't even think about it, Lycan," Gregory spat in her direction. "Move and they'll both be dead before you move a foot." "How?" I breathed. "How am I alive? Oh, I'll tell you all about that as soon as your mate arrives. We have a lot to talk about." "Julia, I told Jason what's happening because Alex wasn't answering. Hopefully he can get through to him." "No, that's what he wants. He's going to come no matter what, you know that." She was right. Even if I told Alex to stay away, he never would. "Alpha, we have the witch," a man said, coming into my line of sight. I recognized him as one of the warriors that had followed Marvin and I into the woods on the day I escaped. "Is she dead?" Gregory asked. "No, not yet." "Good, keep it that way. I want the hybrid to watch me kill everyone she loves first before I kill her. You hear that?" he said, looking me directly in the eyes. "I'm going to make you feel what I felt when you took my son and pack from me." "You're fucking crazy," I yelled at him. He just laughed maniacally. "You haven't seen anything yet. Bring her here." The warrior holding my mother walked forward, shoving her with him. He turned so my mother was facing me. She looked at me, but I didn't see fear in her eyes. I saw resolve and determination. "Kill her," Gregory ordered. "What? No!" I shrieked as I watched the warrior smile with delight. In one quick swipe, he sliced her throat open. Blood began pouring down the front of my mom's body as her skin turned pale and the light left her eyes. "No!" I yelled as I heard the heavy pounding of what I hoped were Alex's footsteps. The pounding got louder and louder until my eyes snapped open. I sucked a breath in, gathering my bearings, realizing I was still in the tub in our bathroom. It had all been a dream. Covering my face with my hands, a fresh wave of tears began leaking from my eyes. I heard the pounding again, this time accompanied by Alex's worried voice. "Julia, are you all right?" When I didn't answer, Alex must have decided to break the door down. He burst into the room as wood from the door frame went flying. "Why did you lock the door?" he said frantically, kneeling beside the tub. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." He investigated my tear-soaked face, trying to figure out what happened. "I just had a nightmare," I told him. "I'm sorry," he said, stroking the side of my face. "Do you want to talk about it?" "I can't," I sniffed. "It hurts to talk. It hurts to even breathe." I began to cry harder, thinking about the nightmare. It wasn't exactly how it had happened, but watching the life drain from my mom's face was too much. Alex engulfed me in a hug, basically entering the tub with me. How long have I been in here? I managed to say after several minutes of incoherent babbling. A little over an hour, he said. We have to start getting ready. I don't think I can. Why not? Because if we have this funeral, it means she's really gone. Oh, sweetheart, he said, hugging me tighter. I know this is hard, but we have to do this. You can do this, he said reassuringly. There's also someone here who's been asking to see you since they got here. Who? I asked, sniffing. You'll see. Alex picked me up from the tub and carried me into our bedroom. He didn't seem to care he was now soaked or that there was water dripping everywhere. On his way past, he grabbed a towel from the rack and threw it over his shoulder. Setting me on my feet, he wrapped the towel around me. Thanks, I said, fixing it so it wouldn't fall. Walking into the closet, I saw an array of black dresses I didn't remember purchasing. Hannah picked them up for you, Alex said. Noticing the confused expression on my face. I'll have to thank her later, I told him, turning back to pick out a dress. Choosing a simple knee-length pencil dress, I placed it neatly on the couch in the closet so I could first do my hair and makeup. So how exactly do these things work? I asked Alex as I sat at my vanity. You've never been to one before? No, I was never allowed at pack functions. How does he always seem to forget this? Sophia said harshly. Shh! Right, well, usually there is dinner first, which will last until unset. After that, we'll go into the woods to our burial site, where everyone gathers to remember the fallen. Is the entire pack going? I wasn't sure I wanted everyone to see me sob hysterically after only being their Luna for a couple of weeks. No, just close family and friends, Alex reassured me. Thank you, I told him, thinking that must have been his doing. Once I had finished my hair and makeup, I pulled my dress on and picked out some accompanying black pumps. You look beautiful, Alex said, coming up behind me and wrapping his arms around my waist. He was wearing a black, long-sleeve button-down, black dress pants, and matching shoes. The cuffs of his shirt were rolled up to his forearm, exposing his tattoo. I just smiled, but then looked at the floor. Are you ready? No, but let's go. Julianna's POV. Grabbing Alex's hand, we walked from our bedroom together and out into the warm evening air. The dinner we were having wasn't going to be held in the dining hall, Alex had explained. Normally, all the special and formal events take place in the first-floor ballroom, but since this was just a small gathering, they had opted to choose one of our smaller event rooms. Elijah and Hannah met us outside the pack house, both looking very nice in their formal black attire. Hey, Hannah said, pulling me in for a hug. We hadn't seen each other since the fight. I suspected Alex asked her to give me some space for me to process. Hi, I responded. How are you holding up? Elijah asked. I'm okay. Just trying to make it through from 1 minute to the next. Where's everyone else? I asked, looking around for Cornelia and the others. Everyone is waiting inside for us, Alex told me. The four of us made our way into the pack house and down to the event room in the back. When the doors opened, everyone fell silent as their eyes met ours. I saw all of the people I was expecting, Cornelia and Vincent smiling lovingly at me. Hendrix, Jordan, Abigail, and Colson all gathered around Beth, and to my surprise, Marvin. Who really caught my attention was Naomi and her parents, Manuel and Claudia, but I was also shocked to see Joshua, Vanessa, along with Aubrey and Leah. Naomi came up to me quickly, grabbing me in a tight hug. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, she said as she squeezed me. Naomi, what are you doing here? She let go of me and looked at my face, still holding onto my arms. Luna Beth and Beta Elijah came to October Moon and told us what happened. They offered people a place to stay if they pledged their loyalty to Crystal Sky. So here we are. She beamed at me, looking back over her shoulder at her parents who were now approaching. You're here to stay? I confirmed. Yes! I'm so excited! I hugged her again, truly happy that my best friend was now going to be only a short walk away. She was someone I was going to need by my side during all of this. Luna Julianna, Manuel said, bowing his head to me. Claudia and I are truly sorry for your loss. Beta Sandra was a wonderful woman who did amazing things in her time as Gamma and Beta. I'm sorry we never showed you the respect you deserved. We were scared that Alpha Gregory would punish us for allowing our daughter to be friends with you. Thank you, Manuel, I said. Don't tell me you're going to conveniently forget how cold he always was towards us just because he apologized. Would you knock it off? I barked back. Luna Julianna, Claudia said, coming around her mate to stand right in front of me. I feel terrible for how we allowed you to be treated. We just didn't think we were going to be able to do anything for you as Omegas. Tears were welling up in her eyes as she spoke. And I'm so very sorry about your mother. She leaned forward and pulled me into an awkward hug. Mom, you're crushing her, Naomi told her. Sorry, she breathed, releasing me. We'll talk later, Naomi told me as she noticed Joshua and Vanessa coming towards us. Who are they? She mouthed. It's a long story, I whispered. She winked and walked away with her parents towards a table. Vanessa got to me first and pulled me into what I was sure wasn't my last hug of the day. We're so sorry about your mom, she told me. Thank you, I told her. I was sure that wasn't the last time I was going to be saying that today either. What are you guys doing here? Confusion about how they had been invited was swirling in my mind. Cornelia and Vincent came and told us what happened, she said, looking in their direction. Well, thank you guys for coming, I told her. Marvin and Beth were walking in our direction as I talked to Vanessa. Hi, honey, Beth said, going in for a hug. How are you doing? Marvin asked. I'm okay. I'm surprised to see you here. Dr. Williams thought I was well enough to leave the hospital. That's good. Have you been able to communicate with Ray? I asked. A little, but he hasn't said too much. I'm not surprised. You two have been through a lot. Oh, and Marvin, this is Joshua. He's my birth father. Joshua, this is Marvin Lee and his mate Beth. Hello, we've heard a lot about you, Joshua said, extending his hand. This is my mate Vanessa and our two girls, Aubrey and Leah. It's nice to meet you all. Cornelia has told us a lot about you as well. Beth, Marvin, and Vanessa were all engaged in conversation with Alex and I. There was a sudden energy shift I noticed, of sadness and longing, but it wasn't coming from me. Glancing at Joshua, I saw he was staring off at something else. Following his gaze, I saw he was looking at Cornelia, who was talking to Jordan and Hendrix, Vincent's arm around her shoulder. Looking back at Joshua, I could see the twisted pain in his face. Holy he still loves her, Sophia yelled. I never thought about that, I said, looking at Vanessa. I always just assumed he had moved on because he had taken another mate. Now she's happy with her second chance, and he's wishing he was the one with his arm around her. I know he loves Vanessa, though. I can feel it. Not as much as he loves Cornelia. Dan, this family is turning into a giant reality show. It's time to start dinner, Alex told us, taking me out of my conversation. We said goodbye to Joshua, Vanessa, Marvin, and Beth before Alex showed me where he and I would be sitting. The dinner went by uneventfully, and before long, it was time for the part I had been dreading. Alex got to his feet to address the room. If everyone would please follow Julianna and myself, we'll be heading to the burial site now. The only sound was the scrapping of chairs on the tiled floor. Alex led the way, holding tight to my hand the entire time. The pathway to the burial site was lined with thousands of intricately carved lanterns. Some pack members also lined the path singing songs for fallen warriors, which caused my eyes to itch with tears. We arrived in a large circular clearing that had also been lined with lanterns, which ended at the sides of the mausoleum, illuminating the white marble. I stopped in my tracks and sucked in a breath, as I saw my mother's casket sitting on a stand in the middle of the clearing. Everyone came to a stop behind me, waiting for us to continue forward. Alex, I can't, I told him. It's all right, you can do this, he said encouragingly as he squeezed my hand. Okay, I said, taking a couple of deep, steadying breaths. We continued forward until we were all gathered around her casket. All the other people stood a few steps behind Alex and me, out of respect. Do I have to say anything? No, not if you don't want to. I'll do all the talking if you want. Thank you. He turned around so he could address the people behind us. Thank you all for being here today as we say goodbye to someone very near and dear to us. Sandra Parker was a warrior and an amazing mother. She acted as the Gamma in the October Moon Pack and even served as their Beta for a short time. The tragedy of her passing is made worse by the fact that her life ended due to someone else's egregious behavior. May she rest in peace, and may the moon goddess welcome her into her kingdom with open arms. We take comfort in the fact that she will always be smiling down upon us with love. Sandra was not only a warrior, but a beloved mother and friend. She took our Luna in when she was found outside their pack alone, taking on the responsibilities as a mother without question. Sandra protected Julianna with everything she had, even helping her escape the cruelty of the former October Moon Alpha and paying the price by being imprisoned. We should all aspire to be the kind of person she was: kind, caring, compassionate, but also strong, resolved, and determined. If anyone would like to share a story about Sandra, please do so now. Alex stepped back to let the others step up. Marvin, Beth, Cornelia, Naomi, Claudia, and Manuel all took turns telling their favorite memories of my mom. A few of their stories made me laugh, remembering how she was when I was growing up. After the stories were done, Alex and I walked in front of her casket, while Elijah, Marvin, Vincent, Hendrix, Colson, and Manuel all took a place on the sides to pick it up. They followed us inside the mausoleum as Alex led the way to her final resting place. He picked some red roses from the bouquet that had been placed inside and handed them to people. After they set her casket down, everyone stepped up to place a rose on it. I was the last one and placed mine on top of all the others. People were beginning to exit the marble tomb now, but I stayed rooted on the spot. Memories were flashing through my mind. She and I at our kitchen table playing cards together. When she made me pancakes and comforted me after Logan had hit me for the first time, seeing Terry come flying over my head and allowing me to escape. Silent tears were falling from my eyes as the memories flooded my mind. "Julia," I heard behind me. Alex came and placed his hands on my arms. "Sweets, come on." "I can't leave her," I said, barely audible, though I knew he heard me. "You're not, just like she never left you. You'll always be with each other." He didn't try to take me away, but he did wrap his arms around me in a comforting hug. After several minutes of standing there, I finally let him lead me away and out of the tomb, the door banging shut behind us, as I said my final goodbye. Julianna's POV. 2 months later, sitting on the throne that we would be using for my coronation later today, I looked out at all the Omegas busy setting tables, moving chairs, placing centerpieces, and sweeping the floor, and thought about how it was all possible. How had I been living a completely different life less than 3 months ago? Fearing to walk around corners in case Logan found me, unable to go to so much as one pack function. Now here I sit, about to be officially crowned the Crystal Sky Luna and Queen. If someone told me this was going to be my life 6 months ago, I would have called them crazy. Then I thought about how different my life was for the worse. My mom was not going to be here today to watch this, something I had never imagined. When I pictured this day, I always pictured her beside me every step of the way. Luna Juliana, an Omega named Hillary, came up to me. "Princess Hannah sent me to find you. She said it's time to get ready." "Thanks, Hillary, and thank you all for all your hard work for today. Everything looks amazing." "You're very welcome, Luna." She smiled and went to join the others, continuing with their work. I got up and started heading towards the beta floor. Hannah planned to help me get ready in her room. Usually, the former Luna helped the current Luna plan and prepare for their ceremony, but seeing as we banished Margaret, Hannah offered to help me along with Cornelia. Entering Hannah's room, she was sitting at her vanity in a silk robe, gold eye patches graced her face, and her hair was pinning up while her curls set. "There you are," she huffed, getting to her feet and sweeping towards me. "You realize we only have 4 hours until your ceremony, right? You really think we need that much time to get ready? Are you kidding? We might end up being late. Where even were you?" she whined, slamming me down in a chair. "Ow! Gently!" Sophia yelled. "I was in the ballroom. Where's Cornelia?" I asked as Hannah began spraying my hair with some product. "She went to grab your dress. She should be back any second." As if on cue, Cornelia walked through the door, holding a garment bag above her head. "Oh good, you found her," Cornelia commented. "It took a while," Hannah huffed. "I wasn't that far away," I told her, annoyed. "Never mind that now," Cornelia said, coming to stand beside Hannah. You're here now, and that's all that matters. How's Vincent? I asked. He's good. He's getting ready with Alex, Elijah, and Marvin. Your father is very excited about being here today, too. I'm really happy they were able to make it. Of course, he would never miss you being crowned Luna and Queen. Cornelia, will you hand me the curling iron, please? Hannah asked. Sure, she replied. Hannah began making perfect ringlets that she pinned up to cool and set just like she had. While the curls were setting, she set to work painting my nails a beautiful blue color to match my dress. Cornelia was now doing her own makeup before assisting Hannah with mine. I'm going to run to the bathroom really quick, I said to Hannah. Just be careful, you're still tacky, she yelled after me. Sophia and I both rolled our eyes at the same time. The bathroom in Hannah and Elijah's room was larger than their bedroom, and I could get lost in their closet. It matched her personality very well, and the fact that her clothes took up 3/4 of the closet, while Elijah got maybe a quarter, made me laugh. I was trying very carefully to wash my hands, so I didn't smudge the polish, but when I looked up and into the mirror, what I saw stopped my heart. I was staring into the beautiful, precious face of my mom. She looked so much younger than the last time I saw her, the gray hair and wrinkles gone from her face. Her pale skin was pink again as she smiled at me. The dress she was wearing was a light gold, long sleeve that fell gracefully to the floor. Sophia was gobsmacked, staring in disbelief with her mouth fully open. Mom. Hello, sweetheart, she said. Tell me, when I turn around, you'll still be there. I was scared if I took my eyes off her for a second. She might disappear. Flipping around quickly, she was laughing at me lightly, while shaking her head. I don't understand, I told her, tears falling from my eyes now. Well, she said, walking towards me, the moon goddess thought you would never forgive her if I didn't get to see you on this special day. It's good Hannah hasn't done your makeup yet. She reached for my face and gently wiped a tear from my cheek. Closing my eyes, I leaned my face into her touch. She'd kill you for crying and ruining her masterpiece. Reaching out, we captured each other in a tight embrace. Are you going to stay? I asked, not letting go of her. I wish I could. I'm only here to say hello and tell you that I love you. I love you too, so much. I'm so sorry I couldn't save you. We broke apart and she gave me the stern look I had grown so accustomed to. Listen to me, this wasn't your fault. You have to stop blaming yourself, you and Sophia both. It was just my time. I'm with your dad now and we'll be watching and cheering you on every step of the way. I don't want you to be sad anymore. You were given a second chance at life and you helped save Marvin. We're so proud of you and you should be too. I just miss you so much, I admitted. Oh, honey, I know, but I'll never be that far away. Always remember that. It helped me get through the loss of your father. That and raising you. You have a family here that needs you and a pack that adores you. Hold on to those things when you feel like all the light has been sucked from this earth. Julia, what the are you doing in there? Hannah's impatient voice came ringing from the other side of the door. They're waiting for you, my mom told me with a smile before she hugged me again. I love you, Mom. I love you, Julia. I always have, and I always will. My mom pulled away from me and took a couple steps back. Slowly, she began to fade away, becoming more and more transparent. Take good care of my grandpups, she said with a wink. I'm not pregnant, I told her. Not yet, she laughed before vanishing completely. Does she know something we don't? Maybe, I laughed. Julianna Parker, get your act out here now. Do you want to be late for your own ceremony? Hannah yelled. I'm coming. Checking the mirror, I wiped the remaining tears from my eyes and smiled, looking up at the ceiling. Thanks, Mom. When I opened the bathroom door, I found a very annoyed and flustered-looking Hannah and a slightly terrified Cornelia. What the heck were you doing in there? She asked. Talking to my mom, I told her as I walked past and took a seat at the vanity. Both her and Cornelia now had confused expressions on their faces. Hannah kept opening her mouth, like she wanted to say something, and then closing it again. Wait, you mean just talking to her like we talked to the moon goddess? Cornelia questioned. No, I mean she was there in front of me. The moon goddess sent her down to me so I could see her before my ceremony. Holy shit, Hannah said. Are you serious? Very. I couldn't believe it either. If I hadn't been able to touch her, I might just have thought she was a hallucination. That's an amazing gift from her, Cornelia told me. Okay, this is fantastic and all, but can we talk about it after we have you all ready? We only have 2 hours, and I still have to finish your hair and do your makeup, Hannah declared. All right, I told her with an eye roll. The next 2 hours went by very quickly as we talked more about my mom and Hannah got me ready. She must have been on a mission to use as many products as possible. Standing in front of her full length, I didn't even recognize myself. She had pinned my hair into an elegant half updo, with beach waves hanging down and a silver hairpiece that had been given to her by her grandmother. The dress I had designed had been made beautifully. It was a light blue with silver detail, sleeveless since it was so hot here, even at night. It flowed to the ground and had a small train, which was Hannah's addition. The fabric was silky and soft. It felt like I wasn't wearing anything at all. Alex isn't going to be able to take his eyes off you, Hannah said from behind me. There was a knock on the door and Elijah stuck his head in. Hello, ladies, everyone ready in here? Yes, we are, Hannah sang. She was wearing a silver dress made from silk that clung to her body perfectly. Elijah was wearing a charcoal gray suit and silver tie to match. You look wonderful, Julia, he told me, coming to stand by Hannah. You know, I'm here too, she joked. And you look good enough to eat, he said, kissing her on the cheek. Everyone's ready for you. Let's go, Hannah declared, beaming at me. I followed them out the door of their apartment and into the quiet of the pack house. Holy shit! We're about to be crowned queen and Luna of this pack, Sophia squealed with delight. Alexander's POV. We were finishing up getting ready in my apartment. Vincent was assisting Elijah with his tie while I finished putting my jacket on. You clean up really nice, Elijah joked. You don't look so bad yourself, I laughed. Someone should go see if the girls are ready, Marvin suggested. I'll do it, Elijah volunteered once his tie was properly in place. He left the room, leaving me alone with Vincent and Marvin. Are you nervous? Vincent asked me. Not really. I've been waiting for this day since the moment I found Julia in the woods. Julia's lucky to have found you, Marvin told me, clapping me on the back. Are you worried about having Elder Stanley here after what happened at your mom's trial? Not particularly. Elder Stanley didn't seem to hold the same ideas as some of the others. If he really did, I don't think he'd be here today, and I think Cornelia had more to do with finding each other than luck, I reminded him. This is true. My mate does seem to have an inability to stay out of other people's business, Vincent joked. I'm really happy she was able to find you. After everything she's done, she deserves the second chance, Marvin commented. I'm happy I found her too. After my first mate passed away, I never thought I would be able to love anyone again. When I laid eyes on her in the hospital, it was like a cloud had finally vanished and the sun came up. I've never been happier. Hendrix had explained to me that his mother had been killed by a vampire. After that, Vincent has never been the same. He said something in him died with her, but once he found Cornelia, he was like his old self again. The girls are all ready. Elijah's voice rang in my head. Okay, we'll start heading down. It's time to go, I told Vincent and Marvin. We all started out of my apartment. I wanted to make sure to get down there before Julia. When we opened the doors to the balloon, everyone fell silent, turning in our direction. The entire pack was there, along with Joshua, Vanessa, Aubrey, Leah, Naomi, her parents, Hendrix, Abigail, Colson, and Jordan. I walked to the front of the room where the stage had been set up, along with the throne Julia would sit on to be crowned queen. Rows and rows of tables and chairs lined the remainder of the room, but there was room left for the dance floor and an aisle for her to walk down. I would like to thank everyone for coming to the coronation and ceremony of Luna Queen Julianna. She is on her way down now, so if everyone would please find their seats and remain on their feet. There was bustling and mumbling as people scrambled to find their seats. I stayed standing on the stage where Julia would soon join me. The doors to the room opened, and first Elijah and Hannah entered arm in arm, walking down the aisle and taking their seats at the front table. Next, Beth entered, who was walking alone down the aisle as Marvin would be walking with Julia. After Beth, Vincent and Cornelia made their entrance, taking a seat at the same table as Elja, Hannah, and Beth. The doors opened and Julia entered the room, her arm intertwined with Marvin's. She looked absolutely stunning in her light blue silky dress. Not only did she take my breath away, but Ian was now unable to move or speak because he was frozen on the spot, mesmerized by her beauty. Gliding down the aisle towards us, time seemed to stand still. The smile on her face was contagious as I began smiling back at her. Marvin took her right to the stairs, and I walked down to meet them. I held out my hand and she took it, letting me lead her onto the stage. Members of the Crystal Sky Pack, tonight we welcome Julianna Parker as the official Luna and Queen. This has been a long time coming, and we have had to hurdle many challenges along the way, but we are happy to be here. Julianna, will you please take a seat? I asked, gesturing towards the large throne behind us. She stepped up to it gracefully, turned, and sat down looking out at the crowd. Elder Stanley, I called. He came walking up onto the stage, looking very put together in a black suit as usual. Thank you, Alpha Alexander. Friends, family, and members of this pack, I am here today to have the honor to crown Julianna as your queen. Elder Stanley then turned to stand facing Julia, while I stood off to the side. Julianna Parker, do you swear to uphold the duties of the Luna of the Crystal Sky Pack? I do, she repeated. Will you promise to lead with integrity and take up the position as their queen? I promise to do so, she said. Will you be able to make decisions that are in the best interest of this pack, regardless of personal feelings? I will. Do you vow to serve beside your mate and partner, Alpha Alexander Hudson, until death should part you? Julia looked over at me and winked. I vow to remain at his side until death do us part. Elder Stanley made a gesture, and an Omega named Jonathan came onto the stage, holding the Luna crown on a large blue velvet pillow. These were the only times the crowns were taken out for use. The Luna one was gold, encrusted with sapphires that were placed into the intricately woven leaves and branches that made up the crown. A full moon was woven into the front, along with the pack crest. Elder Stanley took the crown from the pillow and carefully placed it on Julia's head. With this crown, do you accept all responsibilities given to you as the Luna and Queen? I accept all responsibilities with an open heart and mind. Please rise before your pack, Elder Stanley said, extending his hand to help her to her feet. Kindly join hands with Alpha Alexander. I came forward and took Julia's hands in mine. Alpha Alexander, do you accept Julianna Parker as your Luna and Queen? I absolutely do, forever and always, I said, looking into her mesmerizing amber eyes. Luna Julianna, do you accept Alexander Hudson as your Alpha and King? With all my heart and then some, she said with a smile. As the highest elder of the Crystal Sky Pack, it is my honor to announce you, Julianna Parker, as the official Luna Queen. Elder Staley let out a howl as his wolf took over, followed by everyone in the room. The howl echoed out loudly as Julia was now officially a member of this pack. After that, the hall erupted in cheers as everyone jumped to their feet to celebrate their new Luna. I wrapped my arm around her shoulder and pulled her close. I love you, I told her. I love you too. She got on her tiptoes and I leaned in to give her a long kiss as everyone cheered again. We descended the staircase and were immediately swarmed with handshakes, congratulations, and pats on the pack. Marvin and Beth came up to us, followed by Cornelia and Vincent. Congratulations, Luna, Beth sang as she hugged Julia. We're so proud of you, Marvin told her. Your mom and dad are too. Thanks, she replied. Luna Queen, Hannah yelled, running full steam and almost tackling Julia to the ground. I'm so happy I can officially call you my sister. Easy, Hannah, Elijah laughed, pulling her back from Julia. Excuse me if I'm excited for them, she huffed. Julia. We all turned to see Naomi walking towards us, followed by a large warrior named Gideon, who she had found out was her mate about a week after her and her parents moved here. Naomi, hi, Julia said, hugging her. Hey, Gideon. Luna, Alpha, he responded, bowing his head. You looked amazing up there, truly regal, Naomi gushed. Like a true queen, Cornelia added. Congratulations, Luna. Julia and I spun around to begrudgingly see the faces of Elder Marcus and Elder Charles. Tradition stated we had to invite them, but after their atrocious behavior at the trial, I didn't think they would actually show up. Thank you, Julia said politely, shaking Marcus's hand. I must say, when we received this invitation, we were surprised. We thought maybe Alpha Alexander would come to his senses before now. Look, the two of you can go and shove it right up your... Hannah, I shot at her with a low warning growl. They might be disrespectful pricks, but they were still elders. Your plan to separate Julia and myself didn't work last time, and it never will. I have made my choice, and if you continue to be disrespectful towards her, I kindly ask you to leave this pack at once. You might be elders, but this is our pack and our territory. Excuse us. Turning my back to them, I put my hand on Julia's back as I led her in the direction of Joshua and his family. Remind me again why we had to invite them, Julia asked. It would have been rude not to, and they would have shown up regardless. We approached Joshua, who was smiling at us. Congratulations, you two, he said, reaching out to hug Julia. You looked beautiful up there, Vanessa said, taking a turn with a hug. So, you're like a real-life queen, Aubrey said. I guess I am, Julia laughed. But since I'm your big sister, that makes you a princess by default. Aubrey smiled from ear to ear at her words. You're only half a princess, Lead said. Leah, her mom said. Be kind. Leah rolled her eyes whilst Aubrey looked slightly crestfallen. Julia leaned in close and whispered something in her ear. Even with my Lycan hearing, I couldn't make out what she said. Aubrey beamed at her again and laughed. Can we get something to eat now? Leah asked. Fine, Joshua replied. We'll talk to you more later. They all walked away towards the buffet. What did you say to her? I asked. Just something between sisters, she replied. Well, I know what I want to eat, I whispered in Julia's ear, happy when she gasped slightly at what I said. We're in the middle of a party, she told me, as if I had forgotten. Pulling her close, I kissed her temple. Doesn't that make it more exciting? She laughed at me, then looked me in the eyes as she shook her head in disbelief. I might not know what tomorrow was going to hold, and Elder Marcus might be an issue later down the line. But one thing was for certain. This woman had my whole heart, and there was nothing I wasn't prepared to do for her. Julianna's POV. 5 years later. Adeline, no using your powers to take toys from your sister. She had it first, sweetheart. I caught her with her hand raised, the toy doll Cassandra had, halfway through the air. She thought I was looking at my laptop, but I had seen the toy begin to fly across the room out of the corner of my eye. But Cassie didn't even want it until I had it, she whined. Coming over, I got down to her level. That's not true, Cassandra had it first. If you want a turn, you ask her for one, and if she says no, you wait until she's done and go play with something else. You don't use your magic on your sister. You know the rules. Fine, she huffed, thrusting the toy back into her sister's hands. Not long after they were born, both twins showed signs of having powers which quickly grew. Navigating being a mother to twins was hard enough. Add their powers in, and I was playing Magic Moderator 24/7. Alex thought it was amazing the two of them had the powers they did. Cornelia was a big help for both of us, since I still had a lot to learn by the way of magic. When's Daddy coming home? Cassie asked, a smile on her face now that she had her doll back. Soon, honey. I kissed her on the forehead and went back to my laptop, trying to finish up my work for the day. Usually, I would have the girls in the pack daycare until a little later, but I missed them, so I picked them up early. That might have been a slight mistake, as trying to get anything done with 2 3-year-olds was virtually impossible. What are you doing, Mommy? Adeline asked, attempting to crawl into my lap. Being thoroughly annoyed, Sophia said in jest. Trying to get some work done. I want to help, Cassie yelled, now fighting her sister for control of my lap. No, Cassie, I was here first. But Addie, I want to sit with Mommy. No. Help, I said to Sophia. Let's just go see Hannah and Elijah. They can play with Carson, she suggested. Okay, guess what? I told both of them excitedly to get their attention. They both looked at me with their round blue eyes, perfectly matching their dad's. Mommy's done work for the day. Who wants to go see Uncle Elijah and Aunt Hannah? Me, they both yelled, clambering down from the chair they were trying to climb. Can we play with Carson? Adeline asked. I'm sure he'd love to play with you guys. Elijah and Hannah now had a son just a year older than Alex and mine's twins. Are you two up for a cousin play date? I asked them. Absolutely, came Hannah's reply. Bring them on over. Carson is currently using all our living room furniture as a jungle gym. We're on our way. We're going to meet them in their apartment. It sounds like Carson has a fun game going that you can join, I told the girls. I'm taking the girls to see Elijah, Hannah, and Carson, I told Alex. All right, I'm done for the day, so I'll meet you there. Daddy's going to meet us there too. Yay! Cassie sang. Walking into Hannah and Elijah's apartment, the twins immediately launched themselves at Elijah, who they seemed to have a special bond with from the moment they were born. Uncle EJ, Adeline yelled as he picked them up, one in each arm. Well, hello, my two favorite nieces, he said, giving both a kiss on the cheek. The girls giggled. We're your only nieces, Addie told him. Only and favorite, he added. Cassie, Addie, come play with me, Carson yelled, sticking his head out of the pillow fort he had built. Hi, Aunt Julia, he added. The twins jumped out of Elijah's arms and ran for their cousin, diving headfirst into his pillow pile. How are you doing? Hannah asked with an air of relief that her son was now occupied by someone else. Good. I didn't get everything done today I wanted to, but that's life. Same. Do you want something to drink? Got any wine? I asked. Hanha laughed, walking into her kitchen. You know who I am, right? We've been out with her enough times. We shouldn't even have to ask, Sophia laughed. Elijah was now playing with all three kids, pretending to be an evil vampire, when the door opened and Alex walked in. Daddy, the girls yelled in unison, running for him. Hello, my sweet girls, he said, bending down so they could easily jump into his arms. Alex walked over to me as the girls hugged him around the neck, placing a kiss on my lips. How are you? He asked. Tired, I told him. Maybe we can have Cornelia and Vincent watch the girls tomorrow so we can have a day together. Yeah, I want to see Grandma and Grandpa, Cassie yelled. The girls loved being with them because she never scolded them for using magic. In fact, she encouraged it. That was an easy thing to do as their grandmother. Can we see Uncle Marvin and Aunt Beth too? Addie asked. I'm sure they'd love to spend some time with you, I told them. Guys, come on! Carson yelled from his fort in desperation. The vampire turned into a dragon and is going to burn our house down. Let go, Daddy. We have to help him, Cassie said, squirming from Alex's grip. All right, he chuckled, setting them on the floor. They ran at Elijah and jumped on his back, causing him to fall sideways. Alex, Hannah, and I all laughed as we watched them play together. Daddy, come help us fight the dragon, Addie called to Alex. Don't worry, guys. The Lycan King is coming to the rescue, he said as he charged forward. Cassie levitated a pillow and shot it at Elijah, who ducked quickly. Addie then began chatting and sent a swirl of wind at him. He pretended that it hurt and fell to the ground in defeat. Those are two powerful little girls you have there, Hannah commented as we sat at their kitchen table watching the madness and fun. I know. I mean, part wolf, part witch, and part lichen. I'm curious to see what their wolves or lichens will look like. Usually the lichen is stronger, so they tend to look more like us. We haven't had a lichen-wolf hybrid in our pack before. Now that you're here, there have been a lot of wolves moving in and finding their mates. It really is amazing to see the changes we've been able to make. And Naomi and Gideon have another hybrid on the way, Hannah remarked. Right, it's just a matter of weeks for them. Looking over at the chaos, I noticed Cassie was now gone. Alex, where's Cassie? What? He asked, looking around. She was here a second ago. I knew what that meant. How did she learn to do that so fast? We can't even do that yet. Sophia yelled in a panic. Cassandra Hudson, you come back here this instant! Yelling into the void of space. There was a soft pop, and Cornelia had materialized before us, holding a giggling Casey's hand. She popped right into my arms, Cornelia said with a laugh. Cassie looked at me innocently, while her sister looked from her to me with wide eyes. Cassandra, what have your mother and I told you about teleporting? Alex asked her in a stern voice. Not without permission, she said, fluttering her eyelashes. And did you have permission? He asked, kneeling in front of her. No, but I wanted to see Grandma. I know, but you still have to ask. You can't just disappear without warning. Fine, she huffed, looking up at Cornelia for help. Next time you do it without permission, we might not be able to let you do it at all anymore. Her eyes went wide with horror at the thought. I won't do it again, Daddy. I'm sorry. Cassie leaned in and hugged Alex around the neck. I love you, he told her. I love you too, Daddy. Just be happy she didn't teleport all the way to Joshua, Cornelia joked. She's done it before, I told her. That had been a fun experience. I had put both of them down for a nap around 1, and when I went to check on them 30 minutes later, she was gone. Joshua called me to let me know where she was, and he somehow managed to get her to teleport them back. I want to see Popop, Cassie yelled now that we had brought up Joshua. He and Grams are coming for dinner tomorrow with Leah and Aubrey, Cornelia said to her. Where's Grandpa? Addie asked, running up to Cornelia now that Cassie was no longer in trouble. He's working right now, she told her. Addie pouted slightly at this answer. Will he be done soon? He'll be down for dinner, don't worry, she reassured Addie. Cassie, Addie, I want to see some more magic, Carson demanded, coming to stand with all of us. Carson, they don't have to do magic just because you want to see it, Hannah scolded. Sorry, he mumbled, looking at his dad for help. Why don't we all head down to dinner? I suggested, sensing the hanger starting to come out of the kids. I think that's a great idea, Elijah said, scooping Carson up. After dinner, can we go for a run? Cassie asked from on top of Alex's shoulders. Sure, sweetie, I told her. The girls loved riding on Sophia and Ian when we went running. As we were coming into the dining hall, I saw Naomi standing next to Gideon. Naomi, I called with a wave. Hey, she called back. How are you? I asked when we got closer. Ready to not be pregnant anymore, she sighed, patting her stomach. I definitely remember those days, I told her, waving at Marvin, who was sitting at a table with Beth enjoying their dinner. Grandpa, Cassie screeched, spotting Vincent talking to a few pack members. She and Addie took off in his direction. Oh my goodness, he said, picking each one up in turn for a big hug and kiss. Sorry, I have to go wrestle my children off their grandfather, I told Naomi with a chuckle. Alex followed me, ready to lend a hand if needed. We all sat down for dinner, which went by quickly and uneventfully. One thing I loved about my girls was that they were willing to eat anything. My mom always told me when I was younger, I survived only on chicken nuggets and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Just like we promised, after dinner, Alex and I took Cassie and Addie for a quick run through the woods. Their loud giggles had Sophia smiling with delight. She loved her pups more than anything in this world. Halfway back to our apartment, both girls fell asleep. Ian was now carrying one in each hairy arm. They looked so small and delicate in his large frame. For such a large and feral beast, he was never anything but gentle when it came to his pups. After shifting back, each of us scooped up one kid and went to put them in their room. We had converted one of our guest rooms into a nursery when the girls were born, but now it was a shared bedroom. After the girls were tucked in tight, Alex and I went to our room to get ready for bed, knowing we were going to be woken up at least twice by either Cassie or Addie tonight. As usual, Alex had finished getting ready before me and was sitting up in bed reading. I stood in the doorway of the bathroom just watching him, remembering all we had overcome to get to where we were now. From our first meeting when I was in the hospital, having no idea what had happened, to my Luna ceremony. Each memory was playing like a movie in my head, bringing back every emotion I went through. Like how I felt the first time he kissed me. I can feel all of that, he said, glancing up from his book. Good, I told him as I walked into our bedroom. Alex put his book down, and I crawled into his arms. I was just thinking about everything we've been through. I felt what you were thinking, he purred at me. What? That was one of the things we went through, I joked. Leaning down, he kissed me hard and rolled over, so he was now on top of me. Are you trying to make another pup? What's a little more practice? He laughed. I mean, he has a point, Sophia said lustfully. Pulling him closer to me, I kissed him with vigor. It was the perfect end to a perfect day, and this was only the beginning of the rest of our lives.